2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hassan Piker.
What I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hassan Piker or other kind of promoters of
the noise for Hassan None of us are free until all of us are free. We must never allow these fascists to take away our voice. You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible. What's going on, everybody? Not so easy being a streamer, is it? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, it's Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday. You already know what it is. It's wartime, baby. War. Please tell me suits are just an autistic hyperfixation and you're going to get back to tank top soon. No. Suits are an autistic hyperfixation. But also, I will not be getting back to tank tops anytime soon. Maybe in the future. Who knows? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's 80 degrees and sunny here in stolen Tongva Land, Los Angeles, California. A costume designer went through your suits.
So I hear Hassan Piker's got suit autism now. His words, not mine. Hi, hello, I'm Kathleen. I'm a costume designer, seamstress, and overall wardrobe person based out of Toronto. I work primarily with dancers, musicians, and others who are live performers to help build out their desires and needs in garments, and to move through the world with ease as well.
Wait.
That's very important. What makes me different than a regular stylist, I would say, is because I'm a costume designer, mostly. I have a theater degree, which is essentially an abstract art history degree and a political science degree, where I research labor movements and political unrest through the lens of fashion for the shows that I was designing for. Fashion is politics, and it always has been and always will be.
All right, I'm sold already. What is this? Did you see Valkyrie's IG post about Streamer University? They were never going to let you teach debate classes. I was a professor. Kai for asking me, I had the best time. I wish I took more photos. Wait, what? Why are you saying? What does this have to do with debate classes? Plus, I wasn't going to do debate class anyway.
Fashion and politics are intertwined.
I'm hooked.
So I approach dressing as an abstract form of communication. That's my job. But yeah, if I was to style Hassan Piker, these are the things that I would add to his wardrobe. He's already a good dresser. Like, he's not completely without help. Like,
okay.
He's a stylish person. He's a Leo man. So he doesn't need, like, astronomical help. But yeah, I think I would focus more on adding accessories to his wardrobe. Oh, I made this. So as you can see, he's got a wide range of suits. Different colors. He's not without cause. I love the seafoam green suit over here. Fabulous. Love purple. Great. He knows how to put on a tie. He knows how to dress himself as an adult man. So he's not without help. I lean into patterns that are smaller and more ornate Similar to patterns from the Ottoman Empire, such as paisley and these blue and red diamonds over here. These are really beautiful. I love how abstract the middle tie is, and it's sort of, and the sort of etchings look like movement in sand to me. It's very, I don't know, it looks Egyptian. It looks beautiful. And then small ornate florals as well that are like a smattering.
What is this page chatter ad TikTok? Bro, this is fire. This is really good.
Far away.
I need more. She's saying I need more vintage ties, which is right. I do. And also, notice how I'm already wearing a pattern tie. I mean, this one I love. I love this. This one I love too. I love all these ties.
Super intricate when you get.
Yeah, I paid her 50 grand, dude. This is the new meta. I'm paying TikTokers to also make positive TikToks about me. Just like I didn't even get to the personal news today, which I'm going to be getting into in a second, which kind of ties back to paid propaganda. Okay, I got snapped by one of the most iconic photographers of all time for an upcoming segment that I have in a very famous outlet as far as personal news. And I had to take my shirt off for it, and I wasn't feeling very confident, but I had to do it because like this person is genuinely one of the most iconic, probably the most iconic photographer of all time.
Bottom below here.
And I will also say this: they brought the meat pick. I will not be revealing who it is and what outlet it's for, and I will not be revealing anything else, but they had the meat pick printed.
I love that. All right, this is where it gets fun, funky, and fresh. It's really important to keep the symbolism of the suit in his dressing because
this is too much.
A community where
okay, we've moved beyond. This is wildness. I mean, that's crazy. I was thinking maybe like there's different kinds of jackets, right? There's like the smoking coat, the frock, but this is like, I don't know what's going. This is costume territory.
In dressing, your status matters. Therefore, if he still follows the rules of wearing a suit and tie, like a tie thing around his neck, then he can subvert the norm and make a statement with his accessories. So, start off, I would lean into the materials and motifs that labor unions and physical laborers utilize in their uniforms, so such as like twill. The metal tie is super cool, but I would not suggest doing an actual tie for anything where he's walking around. I'd probably switch it to a bow tie. But the chainmail and the grommets, these are all that are used while making workwear. It's very heavy duty.
The bottom right is good, but I don't like the big buttons.
I love this gold cap for the tie that you could use on so many different ties. I think it looks really good with like looks like a silk, but it's one of those like very textured silks. I love those. The suit jacket on the top here is very nice for more formal events, but I wouldn't do the whole thing for political events. Maybe just the ornate closure. Like just this little thingy up here would be really nice on a more traditional cut suit, or have the nice textured material on a more traditionally cut suit. This is beautiful, but I think it would scare the conservatives. Below we've got an example of indigenous artwork. Indigenous beadwork specifically.
That's dope. The indigenous beadwork is dope.
Indigenous artists to commission some beautiful beadwork.
That one's fire.
Show exactly who he is and what he stands for.
The metal thing that you put on the tie seems kind of crazy too. This is above and beyond. I mean, the whole point is I have to look a little bit more conservative, right?
On the bottom right, we've got a double-breasted coat that's made of a twill or cotton blend, and you can see the wear in it. A double-breasted suit is very formal, but the juxtaposition of having formal cuts in suits with more informal materials like linen or cotton drill or like more softer materials. That's what I really want. He needs to wear more soft materials.
I think what I need to elevate my game with is I already have the tie bar, right? So I need one of the neck bars. I already have the tie clip. I always have a tie clip. I always keep that thing on me, right? But what I need is one of the
Okay, I'm running out of time already, but these are some of my favorites. Zipper tie, very cool. Deborah's and Susan's and the mothers would love this.
That's a bit much,
But I would only do it with a metal zipper, not a plastic zipper. Plastic is very capitalist.
This one's good.
As a material, metal is very socialist as a material.
This is in my brain. Fucking nuts. Oh my God, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That is a no for me. Look, to each their own, you know what I mean? But the zipper tie is definitely going to be a no for me.
Do like a bandana tied around your neck as a tie. I've seen some things where people use necklaces to end a bandana and they wrap it around and it makes a really cool tie. Again, could reference Latin American labor workers.
Have you gotten into pocket squares?
Like
No.
This tie is one of my absolute favorites. It's so beautiful with the accordion style sort of.
Yeah, no, that tie is insane.
And this is a little bit of a wild card. This wrap here, I think something like this would be really beautiful if his family has like a story that they want to tell, like something like that could like wrap around him as he's doing work. It could give you some sort of like safety. Might be a nice little touch.
Bro, you look dated.
Like they'll think it's weird.
Yeah, I'm wearing this is my most conservative suit.
You should be wearing stripes. Stripes are the dominant pattern in workwear and labor unions. While Hassan is a self-professed rich kid, I wouldn't put him in like a blue-collar overalls or cosplay as a union worker. Wouldn't do that. I would instead utilize the motifs from said groups into the formal attire that Hassan now has to wear to be taken seriously in politics. I love stripes. Stripes are great. I'm wearing stripes right now. The suit up top, I'm not sure if he has something like this or in his wardrobe, but I would add it. He looks good in maroon and like aubergine, like a really deep, rich purples, similar to this brown. More browns. This red crossbody sort of satchel apron thing is really cool. I wear something similar as a wardrobe person, as a wardrobe wench. So I think that maybe if he's door knocking and has stuff to hand out, like something like this, when he's actually physically out on the streets.
Yeah, this fit is the I'm taking someone's healthcare away fit.
For the DSA, I believe. I think it would look really cute if he got like a little tie made with the rose and the leaves, just a little red one. I think that would be really beautiful. Okay, so this is stuff I found on eBay and Poshmark. Love this tie. This tie is beautiful. Very Ottoman Empire-y. Italian. So, I don't know.
What?
He's unfortunately an Apple Watch.
Okay, I'm back in on all fronts. Okay, I'm locked in. Everything here is fire. Okay, we're back in. She lost me for a little bit, but the wardrobe wench brought me back in, okay? That's incredible. And everything here is incredible.
So I would do like a Seiko necklace of sorts. Seiko's a really good respected brand. It's not like a Rolex. Like, I know Rolex is respected, but Seiko's a lot cooler. Here we've got a Soviet silver tie clip, and it even has the little hammer and sickle right here in the 875.
I got the USSR tie clip right now.
I think that this pink would look really good with that seafoam green suit that he has. This is stunning. This is on eBay somewhere. Don't buy it. Let him buy it. But yeah, these are all Soviet tie clips. Aside from the bottom right is a New York State education tie clip, I believe.
That one's also fire.
But the bottom is a train tie clip, because you know who likes trains? Socialists. And you know who also likes trains? People with autism. So this is a socialist autistic tie clip.
That's the greatest tie clip I've ever laid my eyes on.
And last but not least, you're going to hate me for this, but you need to buy compression stockings. You're over 30. You got to buy compression stockings. I wear them too. Here's my works cited.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I do have compression stockings though, but not Argyle. I don't like Argyle. As a costumer, she's gonna know how to source stuff. That was my major. That was fire. I do wish you could offer a higher rise pants as someone. Yes, I do. The problem is it just falls off my pants are higher rise. Like the pants I'm wearing currently are double pleated and they're higher rise pants. Anyway. All right. Where was it? Where was I? Oh yeah, I already said it. I had a big photo shoot this morning. PBS logo on a tie clip, next merch shop, make it happen, please and thank you. That seems like a dope idea, but we're working on something with the PBS logo, don't worry. Yeah, personal news, got flicked up. And not only did I get flicked up, but also I went and I played a little bit of with a little bit of basketball, got a little bit of sun. Big day today. Situation monitoring, all that good stuff. We're gonna get into it and more. Let's blast off. Let's get started. Zoran versus BB. Houthis back in. Hexeth hearing. Situation monitor. Arizona primary. Kai Newkirk. Unk doing photo shoots. Vacation Hasi tomorrow. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Pinstripe suit got Haas looking like a Yakuza character. This is my evil suit. This is the one where I look like an evil guy. Do I have a blast off meme, please? Dean got blasted again? I don't care about that. Shush on the DL. Okay, everybody calm down. Putin apologist. Check donations. Bill, love you. Putin apologist. Wait, why? Why am I? What? What did I do now? Is it the vacation? Is that why? Like, what did I? Is it the pinstripe suit? What is the Putin apologist accusation coming from now? You look like you love capitalism and love exploiting workers. I do. It's my favorite thing. Ha 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 ha. I didn't think you would respond. I'm just messing around. I love you. What sanatorium are you going to? Oh, yeah, I did see the old people falling for AI, the Kentucky 4th Congressional District thing. You got kirked again? Okay. Okay, I got it. Dean is getting kirked. All right, hold on. I'm a shipping magnate. That's why I look this way, okay? I look exactly how an international shipping magnate would look like. Obviously, this is obviously a very sad time for international shipping magnates such as myself, and many in this community obviously know that too, because now a second strait is potentially on the verge of being blocked. We're going to get into that in a second after I blast off. So, greetings from Three Arrows. Hey, Papa, thank you for the raid. And greetings. Greetings from Three Arrows. Wait, is Hesa Papa Three Arrows? Three Arrows says hi. The shipping community is getting hit hard today. Yes, Hesa Papa community, Three Arrows. Shout out to everybody. For those of you who don't know, who are just tuning in, this is a international shipping magnate community where we talk about commerce. Why not talking about Indian protests? I talked about it yesterday, and why not talking about Indian protests right now? I don't know. Maybe because it's been 26 minutes since I started the fucking broadcast, dude. Holy shit. I'm with the cockroach movement, okay? I'm with you all the way. What the fuck is happening? It's also strange because, like, why? What do you think? I'm like in the pocket of fucking the Modi government or something? Like, you think it's not? You think the protest movement and police brutality in India is not something that I'm invested in, that I would talk about? I don't understand. Because they don't even just come in and they're like India and Hasanabi don't just come in and they're like, hey, can you please talk about this? They go, why are you refusing to talk about this? And it's always so strange because it's like, why do you think I would just like purposely avoid talking about it? What the fuck? I covered it yesterday. Yesterday I was in the process of my government making moves to arrest me, okay? And there were chatters in here yelling at me for not immediately switching over to cover the protests happening. Were you going on vacation, big dog? Bro, why would I tell you that, man? Please. I love you guys, but you know, I gotta spend some time with my family, you know? What is this? More articles on your take on Mao and the College Democrats event. Want me to send you the links, or are we moving on from that? There you go. One about Cuba. New report denounces Havana. Yeah, I saw this one yesterday. Every couple of months, people will every couple of months there will be think pieces that refuse to think for some weird reason about how my initial assessment of the People's Republic of China is that it's not like an overall burden or a bad country that exists on the planet. And then everyone will write articles about how I'm actually basically Adolf Hitler, perhaps worse than Adolf Hitler. Like, liberals lose their mind when you don't automatically go, yeah, Lenin, Mao Zedong, these are complex, great men of history, and you know, their contributions to history are major, okay? As complex individuals, obviously they've done some things that are objectively positive or progressive in the same exact way that the American Revolution was progressive, but then also horrible as well, horrible mismanagement. It's one of the funniest things that I have seen. One of the funniest things that I've seen is people just basically doing the thing where they agree with my assessment of a situation, but they'll bring it up as like a criticism, or they'll like, even the Chinese government actually says the Cultural Revolution was a disaster and the Four Pest campaign was a disaster. It's like, yeah, I know, man. I know. I agree. I don't know why you act like this is a new take. It's so funny. National Review wrote an article, Excesses. Left, Mao Zedong. Right, Hassan Piker on his Twitch show. What's 17D, 100 wounded? Is the death toll? Is the casualty toll? That's like the official numbers from the American government thus far. Senator Rick Scott. Mao Zedong's dictatorship of the CCP resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of people. We know Assange shills for communists, but praising a dictator who is known for mass murder and causing one of the worst famines in human history is beyond the pale. This is the new face of the Democrat Party. It's so funny. I am not the face of the Democratic Party. And also, you're misrepresenting my analysis here, but it doesn't really matter. No one fucking believes any of this shit. Like, can you imagine making this the fucking fixture? Making Maoism the fixture, the main attack ad in the upcoming midterms. This is a gift, okay? This is a gift to the Democrats. Democrats, you're fucking welcome, okay? You're welcome. Let them fucking go, yeah, these guys are all Maoists, and then have the average American go, what the fuck is Mao Zedong? Who gives a shit? Okay? The idea that, first of all, I'm not a Maoist. Like, it's so funny that they're like sincerely trying to make this this Cold War era fear-mongering a real thing in 2026. Okay? And senators and everyone is like losing their minds over it. They're like, they're licking their lips. They're like, yeah, he fucking, He didn't sufficiently critique Mao Zedong. It's awesome. I mean, who cares? Whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, dude, I'm a Maoist. You got it. He wore a Zhongshan suit. He's actually a Maoist. Please don't talk about healthcare. Don't talk about Israel. Don't talk about the economy. Please just talk about Mao Zedong. Yeah, good luck, man. They love Mao now. Holy shit. Even the Vanguard was saying that this morning that you're a Maoist and wait, what? Even the Vanguard was saying that this morning that you are a Maoist and they weren't sure about that? I'm a Maoist? What the fuck is wrong with people, bro? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's awesome. All right, whatever. Who gives a shit? God, Americans, man. Americans, what do you do? What do you do with Americans? What can you do with Americans? What? Just like, yeah, I do. I follow Gonzalo Thought. It's true. I'm a Shining Path supporter. You're ambiguous, so people will assume. I don't think there's any ambiguity about me not being a Mao. That's not a real thing. Okay, first of all, there are probably, as I said to Matt Taibbi, as I responded to Matt Taibbi, there are probably 12 Maoists in the U.S. currently and no peasant base to mobilize. The ultra wealthy control every aspect of our lives, from buying elections to eroding regulations, genuinely an embarrassing take. They call you a LARPer, then turn around and act like you're trying to mobilize the peasants to overthrow the U.S.? Yeah, what peasants? Anyway. Yeah, this is it. Like the last time there was a Maoist formation in the United States of America, they were the Black Panthers. They were awesome, for the record. They were great. But even then, it's more so just Marxist-Leninism. Like they had an ML structure. I don't think that they were, there is no, in the post-industrial revolution, in industrialized nations, in developed nations, in countries like the United States of America, there is no Maoist formation, right? Because there is, like, one of the biggest differences that I would say with Maoism was the mobilization of the peasant class. And I guess, like, in modern China, the only aspect of, the modern China is not Maoist, which is not even a controversial take. This is not a real thing. It was really fucked up what Mao did to landlords, so that's why Fox News should look up Mao Zedong landlords and tell his viewers about it. Yeah. In any case, I think you just need to tweet, I'm not a Maoist, I just like the suits. God forbid a guy has style icon. No, I'm not going to do that because people are going to be like, see, he's trying to distance himself from Maoism because he knows he got God. It's like, who gives a shit? Fucking, who cares? Just move on. Also, it looks good. So the Zhongshan suits will stay on. Mamdani has advanced the Deng Xiaoping thought while Piker is still stuck defending Mao. Wait. What the fuck? If anything, I advance Deng Xiaoping thought way more than Mamdani does. This is crazy. I mean, this is a joke. He's memeing. It's actually not a fucking bad joke, I'll be honest. I hate to give that to him. But, you know, that's actually not bad. That's actually not bad at all. Yeah. How come nobody ever, when I wear these suits, nobody ever gives me respect as an international shipping magnate who loves commerce? Like now I'm fucking wearing the power suit, and nobody ever thinks, oh, Hassan is a fucking factory owner capitalist. How come it only goes in one direction? I wear the Zhongshan suit, and everyone's like, well, this guy's a Maoist, clearly. But I wear the fucking power suit. Nobody knows that I actually just want to do business in the beautiful city-state of Singapore. That's right. That's what I want to do. That's what my dream is. Just tell them you follow the 3 principles of the people which were enlightened by the father of the Chinese nation, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. That's why you wear the Zhongshan. Yes. Yes, Kaya is a principled Maoist. That's the only person that I know. That's the only person that I know that is a principled Maoist. Everybody else is phony and a LARPer, okay? Everyone else is phony. Everyone else is a LARPer. Only Kaya is a principled Marxist-Leninist Maoist who follows, who is going to bring back, Kaya's going to bring back the Cultural Revolution. Anyway. Where was I? Does it change your Iran war predictions? What happens to our beautiful Lucas drones now?
Developed R7 portable AI interceptor system, designed specifically for low-altitude airspace security.
Okay, you want to know what happens to our beautiful Lucas drones anyway? I need you guys to understand something that's very funny about the Lucas drones. The fucking Lucas drones. Did you guys know that there's a subscription? So the only difference between a Lucas drone and a Shahed is that it's way more expensive. And it has a Starlink on top of it, right? So because it has the Star Shield system, every Lucas drone that is sent, every Lucas drone that is launched has a fucking Starlink adapter on top of it. And therefore, every time they launch one of those goddamn Shahed drones on the American side, we are paying Elon Musk money. A subscription. Isn't that fucking nuts? Anyway.
Most counter-drone systems need a full crew and 30 minutes to set up.
By the way, this is what I was talking about, like, the Chinese TikToks about, like, drone warfare, anti-drone warfare is pretty crazy. Because you can buy all of this stuff, and it's, like, readily available in the marketplace, I guess. I don't even understand how, but...
This one needs one person and 30 seconds. Equipped with a high-definition camera, it offers a longer viewing range. It can lock onto targets in 5 seconds, with a maximum speed of 420 kilometers per hour. The interception process is fully resistant to electromagnetic interference. R7 achieves an interception success rate of up to 90%. Lightweight design, rapid deployment, fast and precise interception. Introducing our self-developed R7 portable.
Incredible work. I still don't understand why the firewall allows this stuff while firearm ownership is practically illegal. I mean, I don't know if they sell this in China. I think they sell this in fucking. I think this is the Chinese. The Chinese manufacturers selling this in the Western market. Like they're quite directly. They're marketing this to Ukraine, Russia, and whoever else will purchase it. I don't think this is as easily. I don't think you can just like buy this in China with ease. Like this is, first of all, it's AI ad in English. This is not for the Chinese market at all. It's kind of like those. It's kind of like those ladies that'll be like, "Oh, do you want a tractor supply? Like, come to the Guangdong Industrial District for the best tractor supplies." And it's like that's not. That person is not trying to sell this to the fucking Chinese market. They're doing direct marketing campaigns in the United States of America. Looks like it's 7K. That's crazy. Anyway, as far as like the Maoist stuff goes, it's very silly. But you know, Republicans are having fun with it, I guess. Where they're like, dude, this guy said Mao Zedong is a great man of history, and you know had. What is this? Debunk her lies? Dude, why do you want me to watch this fucking psychotic freak?
Let's hear now from one
What's wrong with you, man? This has 1,000 views in 7 hours. We don't have to literally watch every time a fucking freak on the internet loses their goddamn minds. Okay? Lefties losing it. I know. Shut the fuck up. Who cares? Wedgwood poll. Francesca Hong at 38%. Let's go. Let's talk about real shit, please. I'm about to be a lefty losing it. They send it because you always click it, bro. I know. It's stupid. It's stupid. Okay. We are going to get to the real world and talk about real world news, which is Red Sea blockade. We're talking about the Houthis. Okay?
This morning, new fears the war with Iran could be expanding, with the Iran-backed Houthis from Yemen now threatening to block Saudi oil from transiting another key waterway, this one connecting the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. With traffic in the Strait of Hormuz already slowing to a crawl, cutting off the Red Sea could cause oil prices to spike even further, and gas prices now more than $4 a gallon as well. This as overnight, the U.S. launching the 10th straight night of strikes on Iran, while Iran...
Listen, as you guys know, I am an international commerce giant, a shipping magnate. I love commerce. I love free markets. The freer the market, the freer the people. And a part of my belief system, a fundamental plank of my belief system is the idea that all straits must be open at all times. So obviously, this is, as we are all a part of this international shipping, import, export community here, this is devastating. Because now, a second strait is on the verge of being blocked. The Ansar Allah movement in Yemen is now retaliating against Saudi Arabia. Those cufflinks make it look a lot more believable. Yes. Look, cufflinks. Do you see that? Would someone who is not an international commerce giant, would someone like that not... I mean, would someone have cufflinks if they didn't love international commerce? For what it's worth, I waited for you for your stream today to see some actual Meta news. There was nothing worth consuming from domestic U.S. media.
launches strikes far beyond its borders. Air raid sirens echoing here in Jordan. 6 missiles and 5 drones intercepted overnight. This after 3 U.S. service members were killed or presumed dead in that Iranian attack on a U.S. base in Jordan late last week. Video circulating online shows that massive explosion, a fireball erupting, debris raining down. 2 of the soldiers killed identified as 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Texas and 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Fian of Hawaii. In addition to those fatalities, 100 service members have been wounded in just the past few weeks, although most returned to duty. CENTCOM has also identified the soldier killed in Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. He's Army Sergeant Michael Swinton, 30 years old, of Fayetteville, North Carolina, the father of 2 young children. And thus far, these U.S. strikes have not deterred the Iranians, and there are questions as to what President Trump will do to try to end this 5-month war he predicted would be over in a matter of weeks.
And Martha, Secretary Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint...
I truly do not know where we go from here. I've talked about this extensively every single day for the last 150 days at this point. And even before Operation Epic Fury started, I kept explaining over and over again that this would be devastating. And plenty of much smarter people have talked about the escalation trap. Shout out to Robert A. Pape. Shout out to Mearsheimer and numerous other academics that looked at the situation and thought that going along with Israel's interests here would be devastating for America. America has deteriorated its force projection capabilities. America has betrayed its allies, its key allies in the region, left them defenseless. Countries all around the world are taking a cold, hard look at their security relationships, their security contracts, which don't necessarily defend these nations from hostile foreign adversaries, but instead turn them into missile sponges. That's the new meta. That's the lesson that we have taught the rest of the world. Meanwhile, after 130 days or so, given the crisis that was imminent with the global oil markets, the United States of America decided to go back to a ceasefire pattern and try to deal with Iran through diplomacy. Many people, myself included, were very skeptical about America's interests. There were some others, like Trita Parsi, for example, who were far more positive about this deal. It turns out J.D. Vance and numerous other officials openly revealed that the MOU wasn't a real investment in a long-standing peace, but instead the Memorandum of Understanding was simply to get an extension. But the problem still remains. The American Strategic Petroleum Reserves are in critical levels, nearing 300 million barrels. Once it reaches below 300 million barrels, once it reaches 150 million barrels, it's over. The salt caverns that these Strategic Petroleum Reserves are stockpiled inside of will actually crater. There's a compounding effect once it gets to 150 million. These are the lowest levels since the 80s that we have seen. All signs point to a crisis that is imminent. America is going to inevitably have to stop exports, which will have dramatic consequences for Europe. Okay, because the way that oil is traded in the international market as a commodity is a little bit more complex than people think it is, right? It's not like when we're constantly refining oil and we're shipping it out. We already have extended contracts with other countries. America is an export country, right? America is an exporter, an oil exporting nation. We could stop those oil exports, but if we stop those oil exports in order to make sure we normalize our oil and gas prices here in the United States of America, we would basically destroy the European markets. We would destroy all these other markets that we're selling the oil to right now. So the likelihood that we will stop exports is, I mean, that's a real crisis. That's a real moment of panic for the rest of the world, right? Especially at a time when the Asian markets are heavily reliant on oil coming from the United States of America because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, which is where they were getting the majority of their oil from. Then there's a separate crisis taking place here with Russia. Ukraine has successfully gained leverage with their additional strikes on critical oil and gas infrastructure inside of Russia. Ukraine has been able to pepper and strike Russian oil tankers, Russian gas tankers. This is heading down. This is basically making the pressure worse. It's actually feeding into the volatility in the international energy markets. A terrifying prospect. So, knowing everything that we just talked about, which of course the American side is privy to this information as well, why are we still striking Iran? It doesn't make sense. Why have we not gotten back to the negotiations table? Why have we not realized that the only way out of this is diplomacy? Because if there's two methods here for the American side, you either get back, you beg the Iranians back to the negotiations process, which, for the record, the hardliners have been vindicated over and over again. The hardliners were initially vindicated when America struck Iran, decapitated its leadership structure, and then the hardliners, the IRGC, took control over the situation, and through their Mosaic defense system, they were able to fight back and claw back tremendous amounts of leverage by closing the Strait of Hormuz. That leverage is never going away. They will forever maintain this leverage. It makes no sense for the Iranians to give up this economic nuclear option that they now have at their disposal. It makes no sense. They fought for it. They bled for it. Why the fuck would they give it up? Of course they're not going to give it up. And America understands that they're not going to give it up, which is part of the reason why the MOU itself didn't make a whole lot of sense, where I guess they just wanted a brief moment of respite so they can re-up, rearm, and then go back to war. But Iran, on the other side, also had the same opportunity to rearm, to rebuild. And therefore, Iran also is in a better position overall. And every day that goes by that this war continues, every day that goes by that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, every day that goes by where we're digging deeper and deeper into our strategic petroleum reserves, Iran is gaining more leverage. And not only are they gaining more leverage, they're also moving certain chess pieces on the board to their own advantage as well. One of the things in the last 9 days since the war resumed, one of the things that Iran has been able to do successfully is they shut off America's eyes and ears that Israel was utilizing in the region by blowing up radar installations and blowing up the American early advanced warning systems in the entire region, right? They did this in Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia. They did this all around the region in the Gulf nations. the last piece of the puzzle was Jordan. So since the MOU fell apart, Iran has been continuously bombing installations and American assets in the Gulf countries that remain, but Iran has also put the crosshairs on Jordan in a way that they hadn't before. Because a lot of the American assets moved to Jordan, because Jordan is the last line of defense for Israel. Jordan has a security relationship with Israel. Jordan has a lot of the remaining anti-air defense systems in between Iran and Israel. And therefore, Iran has been blowing up Jordanian installations now and blowing up American assets in Jordanian bases. Now, a lot of people will look at that and go, why are they blowing up Jordan? This doesn't make sense. Well, part of the reason why they're blowing up Jordan is because they are threatening Israel. They're not just attacking Jordan for no reason. I know a lot of people are confused by this, as they were initially when they were like, why are they blowing up Bahrain? Why are they blowing up the Gulf region? Aren't they supposed to be allies? It's like, no, of course not. These are nations that have a hostile foreign adversaries, military bases and military installations. Of course they're going to blow them up. And Jordan has anti-air defense systems that defend Israel. So blowing up those anti-air defense systems in Jordan is a way for Iran to basically threaten Israel without bringing Israel back into the conflict. Israel has maintained a holding pattern since the MOU ended. They have said that this is a beneficial situation for them. America's the one that has to deal with Iran. They don't have to do anything. They're not risking their assets. They're not risking their troops. They're just sitting back and waiting, right? That's the Israeli side. There was a 5-hour security conference that Benjamin Netanyahu put together just last night. Israel obviously is very fearful about the Jordanian incursions, the Jordanian strikes, because, again, they obviously understand that Jordan plays a profoundly important role in Israel's security. And then, to add on to the chaos, you now have the Houthis successfully forcing not one but 2 Saudi ships to return back to their ports. This is one aspect of their blockade. The Houthis could also start threatening the Yanbu ports and the other ports that the Saudis utilize in order to get their oil tankers out. If they were to do that, they would effectively shut down all Saudi oil tankers. They would destroy the Saudi economy. They would destroy the rest of the Gulf's shipments of oil. They could strike the pipeline, the east-west pipeline that currently exists that takes the oil from the refineries that are on the Persian Gulf side, that ships that oil directly to the Yanbu port, where that oil is then put into barrels and into tankers that will get out of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If they were to threaten the Yanbu port, they could effectively shut down all Saudi oil shipments. This is a terrifying prospect. Now, I will say this. Perhaps people will find this, especially in this community, a little bit controversial. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think it's a good bet to underestimate the Ansar Allah movement. I think they're a wild card through and through. But I will say this. I don't think they have the necessary tools to keep up a blockade. I think that their forces have been attrited fairly reliably in the last Operation Prosperity Guardian tit for tat, where America basically had to pull the white flag of defeat and surrender and cut a side deal with the Houthis to no longer fight with the Houthis, to no longer bomb Sanaa in exchange for the Houthis no longer hitting American naval assets. But I will say, I don't think they have the necessary supplies to keep up a major conflict. I don't know. But I suspect that's part of the reason why they've been so restrained. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's also part of the reason why it was very important for Saudi Arabia to ensure that there is no direct air travel between Tehran and Sanaa. Because if they were to open up, if they were to allow Iran to be able to send civilian shipments, like if the Saudis were to let up on their blockade on Yemen, all of a sudden, Iran could potentially start shipping more and more missiles, drones, and things that the Houthis, I'm sure, need to re-up and rearm. Having said that, for many of the international shippers, all you need is a couple ships that get hit by drones for them to decide this is too costly for us to insure. Because shipping is not just about the bravery of the actual captain; it's also about insurance. And most insurers are not going to. Most insurers are just not going to insure ships if the Houthis are striking them, right? So that usually stops. That usually halts most commercial shipping. But yes, ships loaded with Saudi oil are now being turned around at Bab el-Mandeb. Saudi oil is no longer transiting the Strait of Hormuz or Bab el-Mandeb. If the 5 Red Sea ports start getting targeted, especially Yanbu, which is a major Saudi port, it will become nearly impossible for Saudi Arabia to export oil and import dry goods via waterways. The only alternative, in the absence of them striking the ports, because, again, the Houthis have not, as far as I understand, they have yet to strike their ports. They have not struck their ports. They've just told Saudi oil tankers to turn around. 2 of them have this morning. The only other option for them, in the absence of the Houthis striking their ports, is to try to go through the Red Sea, to go north, obviously. And from what I understand, within the Suez Canal, which obviously has limitations on these like major oil tankers passing through it, one of the things that they do is very inefficient, but they'll dump the oil tankers, like they'll dump some of the oil on one side of the canal and then transit it by land, and then put the oil back into the tankers. Is a long, convoluted, and complex process that obviously adds a lot of time. It's very costly. It's very expensive. So many of the they'll offload it and then they'll unload it one more time. But in order to basically, unload and then load the oil barrels, making it far less efficient of a process. It's just not going to happen. It's too costly. It's too inefficient. People would probably rather wait it out. So, Donald Trump is doing the classic Trump thing, though, and he's apparently blaming Jordan for being struck.
They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But they did slip something through in Jordan.
Yeah, it's their fault. It's their fault. It's our weapons, by the way. So the new meta is Pickaxe Mountain. Pickaxe Mountain is an even deeper nuclear facility. I guess it's like Israel is in Trump's ear again. Israel is, I suspect, the one that told Trump that if you strike Pickaxe Mountain with bunker buster bombs, like that could that would teach Iranians a lesson. It's unbelievably stupid. It's incredibly stupid, but the expectation from these morons is to get dumber and dumber. Trump says the U.S. will be hitting Pickaxe Mountain in Iran pretty soon, very heavily, and there's nothing they can do about it. What can Trump realistically accomplish by striking the so-called Pickaxe Mountain, where more than 13,000 U.S. airstrikes over 40 days failed to destroy Iran's underground missile bases or stop it from continuing to launch missiles and drones? The strategy runs on delusion. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense. It's funny they called the mountain notorious. Israel believes Iran moved nuclear material inside of notorious Pickaxe Mountain site last year. Also funny how much they're signaling the strikes ahead of time. Whatever's inside Pickaxe Mountain is probably out by now. No, I doubt it. I don't think they signal their strikes ahead of time because they expect the things to be moved around. I suspect that if there's any nuclear materials inside of Pickaxe Mountain, they would probably try to hit it if the Iranians were dumb enough to try to offload it or to ship it elsewhere. So, as I said yesterday, and I don't know why people refuse to recognize this, but a lot of people haven't really considered the unlikely scenario in which America basically destroys the previous nuclear America has not tested the nuclear option, right? There's a taboo around it, the nuclear taboo. Let's say America decides to eviscerate the previous nuclear taboo. Now we're living in a totally new world. I think it's unlikely regardless. But what has not been considered here is whether or not this would actually stop Iran. I do not believe that this would stop Iran at all. Don't even joke, lad. I'm not joking. I mean, this is the final stage. You either send in ground troops, which are very unlikely and very costly, or you nuke. The nuclear option is the last option. I don't think America would do this, but I'm just saying, even if they were to do something so insane, there is no guarantee that Iran is going to stop if they were to actually nuke Pickaxe Mountain. Okay? Like, there is no guarantee of Iranian surrender. If anything, they'll probably strike back extra hard. We've had a good 100 years where the nuclear taboo was not breached. The nuclear boundary was not penetrated. Almost a good 100 years. We didn't make it 100 years, obviously. But as far as like the strategic goals that we have, because America's goals here are obviously to force Iran to surrender. And in order to do that, they are using what remains of their military power to try to gain leverage. Okay? Obviously, a big part of it is to attrit their striking capabilities, the Iranian striking capabilities, to destroy their missile silos, their underground missile production facilities. And it's clear that they haven't actually seen a lot of success on that front. As a matter of fact, it has been a disastrous campaign. Okay? So far, it has been a disastrous campaign. Iran has only maintained its forceful posture in the region. It's gained leverage. It controls the Strait of Hormuz with relative ease. All of this stuff is really bad for America. So why would a nuke change the strategic goals for America? Why would that actually give the United States of America more leverage? It makes no sense. Not only is it not a guarantee that the utilization of a tactical nuke on Pickaxe Mountain will actually penetrate into the deep underground facility, but you're breaching this nuclear taboo for no reason whatsoever. There's no real success here. And on top of that, even if you were to, let's say, blow up the above ground facilities and evaporate them, okay, even if you were to maybe even penetrate the Pickaxe Mountain facilities, let's say, okay, this doesn't guarantee Iran's surrender at all. This doesn't give you leverage at all. So I don't understand what the fuck we're thinking here at all. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm very skeptical of a tactical nuke causing Iranians to capitulate to American needs. I don't think there is some secret recipe here to end this war through military means. I think there's only one way to end this war, and that is through diplomacy. It's by conceding to Iran. And what's extra strange about this whole process is that not only are Americans refusing to do that, but every day that this war continues, Iran maintains its leverage and actually gains more leverage because they're not stupid. They're not dumb. They understand America has a larger agenda here. They understand that America has broader responsibilities than Iran does. For Iran, it's an existential crisis. For Iran, it's a matter of survival, so they have to hold on. The IRGC has to hold on. The IRGC has to make it as costly as possible for America to wage this war. But on the American side, there are a million different responsibilities when you're the hegemonic superpower, one of which is to maintain stability in the global oil markets, the global energy markets. And every day that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and implements the blockade is another day where things are getting worse in the global energy markets for everybody else. There's no guarantee that China will also keep ensuring the stability by cutting their oil demand. So far, they have done that, but there's no guarantee that they will continue doing it. You do realize that nuking a facility under 400 meters of rock won't really do anything, right? We're talking about something that isn't going to happen. I know. I'm saying that too, okay? But what I'm also saying is even if you actually were to achieve some kind of strategic military goal, in the unlikely scenario that they have a super secret bunker buster and a tactical nuke attached to this super secret bunker buster that we've never seen before, that actually is able to penetrate deep underground through 400 meters of fucking granite, okay? Let's say that did take place. There is no guarantee that this stops the Iranians from continuing the Mosaic defense structure and continuing to pummel every other regional actor, continuing to hit forces of capital in the region too. They just last night hit an Amazon data center in Bahrain, right? And they've said that they're going to continue expanding on their strike targets to factor in American companies in the region and their assets in the region. So there is no guarantee that would stop. If anything, they would probably hit the refineries as well, extra hard. There isn't a weapon in existence capable of penetrating a facility like that. Dude, I know. I'm saying that too. But I'm also taking it one step further. Let's say there is a super secret weapon that they haven't deployed yet, and they deploy it this time. Even then, even if America achieved a strategic objective here, it still would not change the dynamic of this war. Do you understand? I agree. I agree with you. Anyway. So did Iran actually hit the Amazon data center? Business reporters are about to get a crash course in how insanely repressive the information environment in the Gulf is. It's way worse than Iran. For years, I've heard journalists and even a former U.S. official marvel about how hermetically sealed off the Gulf states really are when it comes to anything important. Yes. And to add to that problem, the White House has been notoriously absent from the conversation this time around as well. The New York Times Daily actually did a whole report on it earlier today. I was listening to it, where they talked about how the Pentagon realized that giving updates on the war efforts, giving periodic updates on the war efforts was actually a bad idea because they're fucking losing. And they're like this time around, post MOU, they've stopped informing the public altogether. And their argument is, why would we tell Iran what they're successfully striking? We can't let them know that they're successfully striking. Well, if they are fucking striking those targets, they probably have satellite imagery to confirm that those targets were successfully struck. They're not lobbing them blindly. You know what I mean? So that's bullshit. Iran knows what it's fucking striking. And Iran can obviously get confirmation. If they can literally strike with pinpoint accuracy the bunkers where American assets are, if they can hit the hangars where American assets are, then they probably know. They're not doing it blindly. They're not using readily available Western commercial satellites. They're obviously clearly getting more higher level of intelligence from either China or Russia. So that argument has been really stupid as well. Yeah, they're just getting their intel from the White House feed, from CENTCOM. They're like, oh, we did it. CENTCOM notice. CENTCOM noticed us. Yeah. Come on, man. Iran don't know shit. Jordan itself says there's no American base in their country. Yeah. That was very funny as well. The idea that there are no American military bases in Jordan, which is something that the King Abdullah, also said just last week. And then this week, like 5 days after that revelation, 2 Americans were killed in Jordan. How did that happen? I don't even know why they say shit like this. Also, here's some more fun stuff. Wall Street Journal reports that the Pentagon is reducing training and maintenance vital to military readiness because of the urgent budget shortfall caused by the Iran war. Great. Great. Things are looking great. Okay? Things are going oh so well. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, after the lengthy security discussion last night, said the state of Israel has no interest in joining the contained confrontation between Iran and the United States. The current situation is the best one for us. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. They said, no, not for me. They said, no, we're good. We're good. Interesting. So who are we fighting this for? The Telegraph independently corroborating Washington Post story from 2 days ago that the White House is not being told about the scale of munition shortages. The Pentagon is hiding the scale of missile shortages from the White House, insiders fear. The U.S. president is under pressure to hit back at Iran after the deaths of 3 U.S. service members over the weekend. But rumors are spreading across the administration that the Pentagon is concealing a shortage of interceptor missiles, which are needed to resume the war. There are also suggestions that the White House does not want to know about the scale of the shortfall. Sharing bad news or realistic news doesn't seem to end well for anybody, an insider told the Telegraph. Another said the culture of silence was causing problems for Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary. Oh my God, this is literally the Politburo. This is unironic. This is the fall of the USSR, dude. Straight up. For all of the talk, all these liberals have been talking shit. Okay? This right here is identical to what took place to a certain degree with Stalin in the USSR. Ironically, it was one of the major problems that caused the mass famines during the failed attempt of industrialization in the countryside in China. When you have other actors up and down the command chain refusing to tell you the truth because they're fearful of repercussions, you're fucked. Straight up. This is one of the biggest problems. Analysis by the Royal United Services Institute in March calculated the U.S. and its allies had burned through more than 11,000 munitions in the first 16 days of the war and predicted they were a month away from running out. They were a month away from running out of critical munitions. Great work. This was the Washington Post report earlier, a couple days ago. They said, we do not have enough to safely sustain operations, and I don't think the White House is aware of that. This is straight up fall of the USSR moment right here for the United States of America. It's pretty wild watching this unfold in real time. And yes, Israel is, to a large degree, responsible for it because they pushed our dumbass president into taking action. And now they're just watching the dominoes fall from afar, ironically enough, even though they're far closer to the area of impact than we are. It's crazy. Now they're like, nah, we're good. Really? You're good. Interesting. Interesting. This is America's paper tiger moment, okay? This is the United States of America's paper tiger moment. Far too extended. Far too extended. Iannucci movie going to be made in the next 10 years about this? Yes. Real threats to the U.S. now know that is mismanaged and vulnerable. I think people already knew this. But the difference is now it's confirmed. Like, I think our adversaries obviously knew this, but now our allies know it too. And that's very different. That's a different calculation. Other notable thing is that this is almost identical to how Lindsey Graham and other Russia hawks talked about Ukraine. This is so great. They'll do the fighting instead of us and weaken the enemy. Here, the client state uses the superpower to fight its proxy war. Yeah. How is there no one in Trump's ear that's like, Mr. President, you have to pull back? I genuinely don't understand that. I actually am shocked. Like, no European leaders are fucking out here being like, we should probably put an end to this. I just don't understand it. Bezalel Smotrich is saying this in English, that they have no investment in continuing this war, right? Bezalel Smotrich is actively running around being like, we're staying out of this, we're good. But also the intel that Trump is receiving from the Israeli side, that seemingly is the only piece of intelligence that he listens to. He's a fucking idiot, okay? Partially due to the boomer philo-Semitism, I think, that these old guys are all about, I'm not fucking dying for Israel. That's so stupid. Bezalel Smotrich. More leaked Israeli intelligence designed to pressure Trump to bomb Iran. What a surprise. Israeli intelligence believe Iran moved thousands of uranium enrichment centrifuges into tunnels deep inside a mountain last fall. Israeli and U.S. officials say a development that would heighten concerns that Tehran could reconstitute its nuclear program. Israel passed along the intelligence findings to the U.S., saying the centrifuges were transferred to Pickaxe Mountain site last fall after the 12-day war in June, when American and Israeli strikes pummeled Iran's three main nuclear sites. I mean, look, at some point you got to realize these guys are not fucking reliable, right? But Trump's closest allies are also huge ultra-Zionists. Trump's closest advisors are either unbelievably loyal to Israel's interests or directly Israeli. His advisors are giving him Israeli intelligence that has failed the Americans over and over again. He's always, weirdly enough, this is not just the Israel-specific thing. I've talked about this with Vladimir Putin as well. He, for some reason, does not trust his own intelligence community's assessment. He has always done this. He did this with Vladimir Putin, too. If you remember, his own intelligence community notoriously would feed him information, and he would be like, no, shut the fuck up. You're the deep state. You're all woke and gay. I don't know what the reason is. And he would literally listen to Vladimir Putin in the Ukraine conflict leading up to the Alaska summit. He gave a higher degree of emphasis to what Vladimir Putin was telling him rather than his own intelligence community. And I don't know why he does this, but he just does not trust his own intelligence community's assessment. He does not trust his own fucking generals. It's very strange. I think he has this, I think in some ways, look, who knows what Trump thinks, right? It's virtually impossible to understand what the fuck this guy is thinking because he doesn't think, right? But I will say this. I think that he believes his own bullshit. I think he believes the whole, like, the intelligence community is out to get me. The FBI was directed by Obama to surveil me. So I think there's like a resilient resentment that he has towards his own intelligence community for that reason. So when they're like, hey, we don't have enough munitions. Hey, Mr. President, here's the intelligence that says that if we just bombed Iran through just an aerial bombardment campaign, we're not actually going to be able to destroy the IRGC. We're not going to be able to destroy the Iranian leadership at all. It's only going to cause the hardliners to gain more momentum. They're going to come back more forcefully, and they're going to invoke primacy in the Strait of Hormuz. And he was just like, shut up. It's woke and gay shit. I don't care. Okay? It's either that or he's just being blackmailed, straight up. Maybe both. I don't know. But it just doesn't make any fucking sense. But here are the other dipshits.
How much longer do you expect this to go on? And do you think munitions should be a limitation at this point? What do you hear?
No, I don't think, the Pentagon has done a great job of restocking the munitions. I don't think that's an issue at all. But I can't.
Really? Really? CSIS has contradicted this information. It doesn't seem to be the case at all. This is straight up. First of all, with what? How? How did we increase efficiency in our procurement strategies, in our manufacturing capabilities overnight? I know Trump has tried to institute the Defense Production Act and has demanded that Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, everybody, more forcefully try to re-up the American munitions. But at a certain point, unless you have some kind of, alchemy or some kind of like magic missile production capabilities, there's just no way to rebuild our defenses, rebuild our munitions, re-up our munitions. I just don't, like, what are we doing? The only alternative that I can foresee here is the beast mode strategy, where they just throw F-15s, F-35s into the fucking line of fire with the hopes that they can expend their less costly, guided munitions. Some of those are still going to be, some of the missiles that they're using are still missiles that they can strike from afar, as opposed to gravity bombs. But even then, that's a suicidal strategy. You're a socialist, right? That's a political philosophy, right? How can you be a Democrat and a socialist? That's contradictory, says the commie Jesus. It's because I'm everything, dude. I'm a Maoist, I'm a fascist, I'm all of the above, okay? That's it. I'm all of the motherfucking above.
And I do expect that we're going to be there
I'm
a long
vegan,
time.
I'm a meat eater.
Operation Northern Southern Watch went on for almost 20 years, I think. So I think this is going to be something similar. We're going to have to stay there. Those guys aren't going to change their behavior. We have to adapt, and I think we're going to have to get the Gulf states and those that rely on the oil coming from the Gulf states to help pay for this.
This is psychotic. Make no mistake, advocates for war with Iran make no secret of what they expect and want, an endless war. This retired general says, I do expect we are going to be there for a long time. Where are we going to have to stay? Where are we going to have to stay there? All it takes at this point is for China to fucking maybe slow roll their strategic exports, the minerals and the magnets necessary for bomb making, and then we're fucked. We have virtually infinite supply of unguided and guided munitions, gravity bombs, and the like, but we can't use them as long as the Iranian anti-air defense capabilities remain intact. Okay? That's the problem. So in order to take out the Iranian anti-air defense capabilities, which are mobile units for the most part, okay, in order to take them out, we've been expending our standoff munitions, the ones that we lob, the Tomahawk missiles and the missiles that we lob from afar. Iran has also simultaneously been blowing up some of these missile launchers in the Gulf, and on top of that, just kind of eating it. But ultimately, as long as Iran has anti-air capabilities that threaten American fighter jets, it's far too costly for America to try to do aerial bombardment missions over Iranian airspace. That's where we're at. Hello. Okay. These were reportedly taken by an American soldier at an undisclosed base. Aftermath of the Iran missile strike. You know it's an American soldier because he misspelled missile. We're not going to make it, man. We're not going to fucking make it. Oh, and there's this one. Haven't heard about fog in a while. Join fog. Travel to exotic places. Meet interesting people and kill them. For what it's worth, it seems that soldiers are being told that the increased precision impacts and delayed sirens are a result of more countermeasures being used and enhanced targeting data. I guess they don't talk about the radar situation. Aftermath of the Iran missile strike. From what I'm hearing, we're getting projected impact data, but the missiles are changing trajectory multiple times in flight, so the projected impact warnings are no good. Targeting data is obviously getting fed to Iran from China or Russia because where they are impacting / what they are targeting is insanely precise. Dude, at some point, you have to recognize that these guys have the ingenuity and the fucking leverage and the upper hand. Even now, even as your fucking barracks are destroyed and you're staring at your destroyed barracks, you're like, oh, it must be Iran. It must be Russia. Sure, they're probably giving, they're probably obviously giving additional targeting data, but like, how is this not a clear indication? How is it not a clear indication that the war efforts are failing? Big Cuba Day moment? Yeah, it is a big Cuba Day moment. Also, here's the other side of the story, I think, and this was my suspicion when I first saw that video, that direct target, that direct strike on U.S. barracks in Jordan. What I noticed immediately was the lack of sirens. And a lack of sirens means that their early advanced warning systems and their radars are out. So they don't know they're being bombed until the bombs start hitting. So their response time is far lower as a consequence of that. Or, you know, they're asleep and they're sitting ducks inside these fucking bases. Cool bidet moment, hashtag lettuce parasite. And if they don't have early advanced warning and they don't have the sufficient precautions, seems like the warnings aren't long enough, so there typically aren't air raid sirens. If they're piecing up American installations in Jordan, that means inevitably they can do that to Israel. And I think that's part of the reason why Israel's like, we're staying out of this. You guys got this, right? Hey, thank you, America. I know we goaded you into this, but you guys are good, right? Hey, you got this, King. And it's really funny because America's running out of bases in the region to store their Stratotankers. Because obviously, the maximum flight distance for these fighter jets, especially given like whichever kind of munitions that they have, even if they have these drop tanks, is like what, 500 miles? But the distance that they have to cover is approximately 800 miles. So they need to get refueled in the air. In order to get refueled in the air, you need to have Stratotankers. But you can't store the Stratotankers in Saudi Arabia. You can't store them in Kuwait. You can't store them in the American air bases in the region because Iran keeps blowing them up. So where are they putting the Stratotankers? They're putting it in Israel. And Israel doesn't like that because then it turns the Ben Gurion airport into a dual-use facility that is a priority target for Iran. Obviously, it's the summertime. Israel is a country that takes advantage of tourism. So they're trying to stop the fucking Stratotankers from even landing in Ben Gurion Airport. They're like, no, you can't house the Stratotankers that you're using to strike our mortal enemy at our behest in our civilian airports, because then they'll attack our civilian airports. The U.S. military is stationing lots of military refueling aircraft at an ostensibly civilian airport in Israel. This is another sign of desperation. These are being used in the war Israel wants America to fight in Iran. Now, Israel is saying they need to go because they're taking up parking space for civilian aircrafts, and Israel doesn't want to hinder travel season. What's the problem? You don't like the war that you ordered? I'm so confused. I thought we were moving I thought we were going to move CENTCOM to Israel. What happened? I thought that's what we were doing. I love this story because it's the most like Israeli mindset story of all time. Okay? Fight my war for me. I should experience zero repercussions as a consequence of you using all of your military assets, ruining the long-standing and existing relationships that you've cultivated over the last the last 4 or 5 decades with the Gulf region. Throw that all aside, and you can't even fucking put your Stratotankers in my civilian airports. Sorry. It's travel season for Israel. It's summertime in Israel. You're ruining our economy. The most spoiled country of all time. It's unbelievable. And we are so fucking cucked that we can't even tell our spoiled fail son, shut the fuck up. We're doing this for you. Houthis just declared the Red Sea closed for Saudi oil. If this stands, a loss of another 4 to 5 million barrels per day. The Titanic is now hitting the iceberg, and there are not enough lifeboats for the world economy. Iran's leverage is soaring, says Robert A. Pape.
Chiefs are testifying on Capitol Hill this morning.
They are. The administration is requesting nearly $70 billion to pay for this war, and Secretary Hegseth and the Joint Chiefs Chairman will be on the Hill to defend that request. They will also likely be asked.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth had to go back to the Hill to beg for more money. Hassan, I've been trying to get my lib boyfriend to like you for years, but the mouth shit has permanently turned you into Hitler in his eyes. Fucking thanks a lot. Who cares, man? Oh, sorry. Yes, I know. Liberals are fucking insane.
About the injuries and fatalities.
All right, Martha.
Let him get his information from wrong sources who are professionally wrong all the time. If a piece of garb is enough, for these people to just be like, oh my God, I can't believe it, this guy's basically Adolf Hitler, then yeah, he's a fucking moron, you know?
Sarah, thanks to you.
There's another new development that could be rattling global markets.
It isn't the garb, dude. Don't be dishonest. What is it? What is it then? That I have a fair and balanced approach to the People's Republic of China instead of taking a unbelievably violent posture to a foreign country. I don't treat China as a fucking foreign adversary. I give it the same critical thought that I give to the American founding fathers who literally owned slaves. Is that what it is? Account created this May, following for years, by the way. Something tells me that you actually have a problem, and you're, making up a hypothetical like, oh, I've been a long-term fan of yours for years, dude. I almost changed my boyfriend's mind, but you fucking ruined it because you love Mao Zedong. You're the biggest fan of the Cultural Revolution. You're the biggest fan of the Great Leap Forward. Interesting. Am I? If you've been in here for years, you probably heard me talk about these things. Talk about the Cultural Revolution. Talk about the excesses. Talk about the deaths due to mismanagement. So I suspect that you would know my full opinion. I still hate CCP, but you do have good analysis on where China was and where China is now. Yes, while the rest of the Western analysts have failed to properly identify where China is going, if you were in here for the last decade, you would have gotten a very different understanding of what the Communist Party of China was doing, okay, and where they're going. Do you want to understand the world? Or do you want to close your eyes, plug your ears, and go, la, 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 la? These guys are just vicious monsters. That's it. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to love everything I'm saying, okay? All I ask for you is to listen. And it's so crazy to come in here and freak out about this shit at a time of vindication when Fareed Zakaria is coming out and literally being like, China has benefited the most from America's military quagmire. When you got Johnny Harris, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, all talking about how China actually cut down their oil imports dramatically in order to maintain stability in the energy markets. You would have heard that from my analysis months ago. Do normies really see Mao as his Hitler figure? Yes, they do. 100% they do. Yes. Liberals don't know anything about other countries. They've just been taught that, like, everyone is just as vicious, if not more vicious than Adolf Hitler actually was. For sure. You're in this Hong push survey? Some Democrats worry that Francesca Hong would have a difficult time beating a Republican in the general election. Hong proudly calls herself a socialist and says she supports defunding the police, the first step towards abolishing the police, and has appeared on a podcast with a controversial commentator who said Americans deserve the 9/11 attacks. Ugh, it's my least favorite interpretation of what I've said. Yeah. For a lot of liberal education, they say Castro is Cuban Hitler, okay? Che Guevara is also Argentinian/Cuban Hitler. Stalin is Russian Hitler. Mao Zedong is Chinese Hitler. Like, everyone is a different variant of Hitler, and the only right approach, like, there's no reasonable critique. It's just different flavors of Adolf Hitler. Ho Chi Minh is Vietnamese Hitler at the time. Obviously, that's changed a little bit now, I think, because, like, we have a much better relationship with Vietnam now. But at the time, it was, Ho Chi Minh was literally Vietnamese Hitler. Kim Jong-un is North Korean Hitler. That's just how Americans learn about this stuff. Let me guess, Pol Pot is based. I don't know if Americans know about Pol Pot, but I guess Pol Pot, I don't know what Americans think about Pol Pot. I guess he is, unironically, he is literally closer to Hitler than all of these other figures. But of course, we supported Pol Pot, and so did China at the time, alongside the United States of America. Big L for Chinese foreign policy, of course. So that's an interesting one, because they were not this major American foreign adversary, because it was it corresponded to our needs in the region at the time to align with Pol Pot. And out of all of these, like, foreign adversaries or foreign leaders, he is actually the closest to Adolf Hitler, ideologically speaking, or direct action wise. Ignored raid. Fayar, thank you for the raid. Literally saw someone in your reply say you support him because he's a communist. I mean, I literally wear glasses. I need them to see. It would be the dumbest. No, I do not. I agree. I just think you can't expect normies not to get a set to the side of the mouse, side of the mouse suit. They don't know. Yeah, I don't care. It's again, manufactured outrage. We all are adults. We're adults in this community, and we're adults in general. We are all capable of critical thinking. If you see that and your immediate response is to lean into the manufactured outrage and say, oh, dude, why are you doing this? Of course liberals are going to fucking say shit. Who cares? My answer to that is, who fucking cares? It's a Zhongshan suit. Obviously, a lot of Americans have unbelievable resentment towards China, to anything China related. I don't. And a part of my job is to try to get Americans to not be so fucking reactionary about other countries, including China. I want the American manufacturing base to be rebuilt. Okay? I do want that. I understand taking a necessary a necessary trade posture against China for certain sectors. But we have to also build those sectors, first of all. And we also have to chart a new path forward, one that is actually not treating China as a foreign adversary, but as an economic partner, because it is. But of course, no matter what happens, people in the United States of America are going to be unbelievably reactionary about this sort of stuff. But it doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter. Listen to the words that I'm saying rather than the Zhongshan suit. Facebook normies are in Fox News comments defending you, bro. Yeah, because Facebook normies are probably sick and tired of business as usual politics, so they don't give a fuck if I'm wearing a Chinese suit. Anyone that has the capability of listening to what I have to say rather than immediately going, oh, dude, you're wearing this Chinese suit. It's like really fucked up. Most people, I think most normies will look at that and go, well, that's a cool looking suit. Some people will say that's really fucked up. I can't believe he's doing that, but who gives a shit? Do they really think Chinese people are all Nazis since they love Mao over there? Libs are so dumb. I don't think they think about that at all. Especially because you have to remember most, with the exception of like, I guess, San Francisco immigrants, like a lot of the Chinese Americans for the longest time were coming from Taiwan. They're obviously very much against the Communist Party of China. So like they've already had like a very negative opinion of China. So they assume that every Chinese person, 1.4 billion of them living in the mainland, actually secretly despise the government and hate it a lot. But they're living under this like massive surveillance state, which is true. They are living under a massive surveillance state. But like that massive surveillance state is constantly keeping them down from actually, having this like successful revolution that is imminent. Like I would go so far as to say I think that's like the American mindset, that like every Chinese person, all 1.4 billion of them, actually fucking despise the party. They hate their government. They can't say anything about it because they're just too fearful, right? Like that's probably what their attitude is.
We are the
Maogate made it to Jason Smith. Did someone tell you the people of China are oppressed? The opposite is the case. The vast majority of Chinese citizens love the Communist Party of China. Chinese people pour into Shoshan, China every day to lay flowers at Mao's statue. An American journalist living in China, Jason Smith. Yeah, it's just so funny that like a lot of Americans who are at least a little bit knowledgeable about China, who will say like Deng Xiaoping saved China, right? The market reforms are what saved China. at least they know that the statement that they clipped out of context, where I'm like, oh, I would never disrespect Mao Zedong, when I was like jokingly talking to a chatter, responding to a chatter who was trying to claim that like Tiananmen Square isn't a mass surveilled area, right? And I was explaining how I got detained for like a moment by a Chinese cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, and I was like, I would never make fun of Mao Zedong. Like saying I would never make fun of Mao Zedong, but also at the same time, the Cultural Revolution, a great leap forward, had great excesses, a lot of deaths, and that's understandably something that I'm critical of and have criticized. That is, ironically, that is the dangest position. That is what Deng also advanced. Great reverence for Mao, while simultaneously pushing for marketization, liberalization, market reforms. I've been a fan for years, and I've been trying to get my Maoist boyfriend to like you, but he said you have seen the light of Deng, and he's put off. Thanks a fucking lot, dude. I apologize. Honestly, I'm surprised no one has called you out for cultural appropriation. Yeah, because they're too busy fucking saying I'm Chinese. They're too busy being like you're secretly a Chinese agent. You're Chinese.
Especially oil markets even more.
Why is it so hard to comprehend that Mao's failures were not solely upon him? Like the whole famine killing sparrow shit was something pushed by farmers and council members as well. Okay, to be fair, the Cultural Revolution you could actually put in the hands of Mao Zedong, almost single-handedly. Okay, sure. The issues born out of famine. There are a lot of moving parts there. I think it's more so just the issue with like the decentralized structure, and how there were technological limitations as well. But like come on.
Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen have now declared their own naval blockade, they say, against Saudi Arabia.
What is this? That Chatter's last stream title?
Red Sea. That's another critical international shipping channel and oil route. And also, there's new reporting just in today that the Houthis have begun broadcasting messages warning Saudi ships to stop traveling in the Red Sea. Joining me right now is retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. He's the head of geopolitical strategy for Academy Securities. It's good to see you, Spider. Let's talk about this. I mean, the Houthis now threatening the Bab el-Mandab Strait, declaring this blockade on Saudi ships from passing through. If this really does go into effect, if we now have a second major shipping channel that is threatened and thus, there will be disruption to it, what does that mean for the United States if this becomes a new front of this war?
Well, it's been a front in the engagement with the Houthis in the past, as we realize. Also bear in mind the Saudis, over the course of about a decade, tried to eliminate the Houthis without success. Many would say it's difficult to try to bomb an organization back into the 14th century.
Yeah, also, there's another country closer to us that tried to eradicate the Houthis, also with no success. That's us. We did that. Like, every single president since Obama has bombed Yemen as a matter of principle. Like, it's something you have to do. That's the moment you become president. And yet, it hasn't really... 2015 and onward, it hasn't really done anything.
and they're already in the 14th century. So the Houthis have had an opportunity to really establish themselves over time. They've been quiet, as you know, over the past 4 or 5 months as a result of epic fury, and their ability to stay in touch with Tehran, which is their primary lifeline for support, has been minimized as well. What this tells you is that they've been hunkering down, they have capacity, and they are now going to reach up and turn up the heat, obviously. The concern truly is, do they have the capacity to do that? Can the Houthis close the Bab el-Mandeb? Well, they've done it in the past, but it's been opened again because of the efforts of the United States, not with a lot of help from other allied partners. But there's an incentive for the Saudis certainly to be involved, because the Saudis, have created a pipeline infrastructure, as you know, from the Gulf over to the Red Sea. This is the oil that's being pumped out. So that attempt to create an alternative and some resiliency and redundancy is now going to be threatened pretty significantly. So the U.S. has a presence. The Saudis have a capability. What is going to be done that's going to detract from epic fury, if in case, if we are now on the front edge of a new engagement with Iran, will that alter that type of an attack profile? Those are the key issues that need to be addressed. So the Houthis can say a lot of things a priori. Right. Let's see what really happens, and then I guarantee you the Saudis will step up, and the U.S. will certainly get involved as well.
Nick, the Iran-backed Houthi group in Yemen, as you know, has declared its own maritime blockade on Saudi shipping. This is a big deal. What's the fallout from this?
Yeah, the Houthis are essentially a proxy of the Iranians. The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz. The Houthis are threatening to close the equivalent on the Red Sea, known as Bab al-Mandab. About 6 or 7% of the world's oil and energy supplies come out through Bab al-Mandab along the coast of Yemen. This is mostly Saudi oil that's pumped all the way across the Arabian Peninsula from the Strait of Hormuz, where it's blocked, and it comes out through the Red Sea. So this is a significant escalation. The Houthis are militarily ready for this moment. However, they have not taken, or so far not acted upon, this decision to block the Saudis. If they do, then we can expect an escalation and a response from the Saudis. That is almost unquestionable.
Bab al-Mandab Strait, it accounts for around 15% of traffic, maritime traffic. I mean, this is just such a huge risk. Countries are starting to really draw down their reserves. How worried should we be about the Houthis at this point?
Well, they haven't or at least they haven't enforced this blockade. But if they do, it's significant, because this was the exit that Saudi Arabia had used to avoid the Strait of Hormuz, which we know has been either locked down or kind of open or kind of closed for about 5 months. They were basically transporting via pipeline and convoy the oil to the Red Sea and trying to get it out that way. And they were doing that very successfully. Somewhere around the order of 4 million barrels a day had been exiting through this other choke point that now the Houthis want to close off. And so that is a significant threat. Not the kind of threat that the Strait of Hormuz is, but when you compile these things, it gets to be pretty significant. Now, oil prices, it is worth mentioning, although they are up about $20 from their low point from a few weeks ago when the Strait of Hormuz was mostly open, we're still also around $25 or $30 below the high point for the war. So the market right now is kind of saying, okay, we think that this could be a problem. Maybe there's some room to rise, but we're not quite at the level that we are, or we were, just a few weeks ago. The reason for that is that, as you mentioned, there are these inventories. China has almost 2 billion barrels of oil in its inventory. It continues to draw down that, and that's sapped demand for oil imports. So the big picture is this is a bigger problem today than we had yesterday, but still the market thinks that it can be managed, at least for the time being.
I want to bring in Dina Esfandiari, Middle East geoeconomics lead for Bloomberg Economics. Dina, really good to have you with us. I want to start off with something you wrote on X, and you say this: the Houthis have announced a blockade of Saudi, framing it as a domestic issue. The move is intended to give them wiggle room to escalate from targeting Saudi ships only to expanding to wider disruption in the Red Sea. And Dina, we also know that the Houthis have already started broadcasting messages to vessels, putting out warnings as well. I mean, this could be another huge risk on global oil supply. How are you analyzing some of the scenarios that could play out in the next couple of days?
Absolutely. This is really significant, and it's really significant now because so much of the oil that was going through the Straits of Hormuz has now been diverted towards the Red Sea. The Saudis in particular have done that, reaching maximum capacity in their east-west pipeline. So that means that all of that oil that was going through Hormuz is now going to the Red Sea. The Houthis have been very careful to give themselves space. So they've now come out and said that they will target all ships that go in and out, that dock in and out of Saudi ports.
I don't know if they have the capability. I'll be honest. I mean, it's a mistake to ever underestimate the Houthis. It's always a mistake to underestimate the Houthis. It was one of my biggest misses in the beginning of Israel's genocide of Gaza, where I jokingly talked about how, like, oh, a 7-front war, really? Like, Houthis are actually gonna be a significant threat to Israel, and I was wrong about that. They were such a major threat to the Israeli economy that they successfully bankrupted one of Israel's 2 major ports with their blockade. And I was wrong, so I will never underestimate them again. But I do think, I do wonder if they have the capability of, to successfully and continuously blockade the Red Sea entry point, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, because I will say, yeah, this is what happened in the last port Ansar Allah blocked. In March 2024, the port operator announced plans to lay off half of his staff due to the Houthi attacks stymieing shipping trade to the port. On the 7th of July 2024, the port CEO told the Knesset Economic Affairs Committee that there had been no activity at the port in the past 8 months, and he was requesting financial assistance. Later, the CEO said that it must be acknowledged that the port is in a state of bankruptcy. On the 17th of July 2025, the port's bank accounts were frozen due to unpaid tax. The port completely shut down on the 20th of July 2025. Now, that port is, yes, a lot further away from Yemen than the Yanbu port is on the Red Sea. So it's probably a lot easier for the Houthis to successfully strike the Yanbu port and strike other Saudi ports on the Red Sea to render commercial traffic inoperable. So, you know. Yeah, the port of Eilat was the only Israeli port on the Red Sea, located in the northern tip of the Gulf of Aqaba. This strategic location has given its outsized importance, despite being remote, got shut down. Why are you counter-signaling Ansar Allah? What does Iran have that the Houthis don't? 47 years of underground facilities where they can build every tool, every part necessary, a direct line of commercial traffic by way of trains and railroads to China so they can get their components in time. They have a whole ass state apparatus. They have, I mean, they have everything that the Houthis don't. The Houthis are a family that won the Yemen civil war, basically. The Houthis don't have a lot without the Iranian without Iranian shipments. Let's be serious for a second. They've done a lot with the limitations that they have. They're very proud people. they got heart, but ultimately, if we're talking about their manufacturing capabilities, I'm not super well versed. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what kind of domestic manufacturing capabilities the Ansar Allah movement has, but you don't really need much. Here's the thing. You don't necessarily need a lot to be able to impede commercial shipping anywhere. You need some drones. That's it. Right? You just need drones. And the Houthis definitely have drones. I just don't know how many drones they have and how many missiles they have. In early 2025, the U.S. spent an estimated $7 billion bombing the Houthis with little to show for it. The U.S. burned through munitions but never even established air superiority, and the Houthis continue to fire at vessels at the Red Sea. Yes. Yes. This is, the 2025 U.S. Houthi conflict ultimately ended with Trump cutting a face-saving deal with the Houthis to desist attacks on U.S. vessels. Dude, this was so devastating. This was such a major blow. I covered it at the time. I don't know if you guys remember, but we literally waved the white flag and we told the Houthis that they can continue hitting Israel as long as they stopped hitting our naval assets in the region, that we would stop bombing Yemen as long as they promised they would stop blowing up our planes and blowing up our naval assets. That was insane. Trump came out and literally said, the Houthis have a lot of heart. They're very brave. They're great warriors. Do you not remember? Trump said, my mistake. The Houthis got hands. That was in 2025. That was a year ago, almost exactly a year ago. Biden also did something similar with the Houthis as well. Trump restarted Operation Prosperity Guardian when he took ownership. When he became the president, Trump did the exact same thing that Biden had done and failed at. Because the Houthis never stopped their blockade of Israeli shipping through the Red Sea. They never stopped it. Biden tried and failed. Trump brought it back, tried and failed. Part of that is because asymmetric warfare favors the side that is capable of striking through relatively cheap means. The side that is capable of striking at commercial vessels is always going to be able to successfully render travel inoperable. They're always going to be able to stop ships from transiting, because it's not even necessarily about a physical barrier that they're creating. They don't have that. They're not doing that. It's more so about the finances. The finances of it all. With a handful of drones, you can stop commercial shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, because no one will ensure that ships are allowed to. No one will ensure ships transiting through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait if there is no guarantee that they can just pass through without being blown up.
But of course, how much they implement that threat is what everybody's going to be watching, because they could target just Saudi ships to begin with. They could go much bigger. At the end of the day, what matters is that they've made this threat, and ultimately, because they've done this in the past before, that threat is credible, and that's enough to scare a lot of people off.
Yeah, look, the wider issue here is what we're seeing from the U.S. side, and the Pentagon is saying nearly 100 U.S. troops were injured in the last 2 weeks. We know that Hegseth is expected to face senators today and, answer questions around the fact that they need more money for this war. From the Tehran perspective, they're reading into this, they're looking very closely at the U.S. strategy right now, and I guess who's going to buckle.
Isn't the Houthis a threat? Isn't the Houthis threat alone to shut down the strait? Yes, they are. They are a threat alone. Of course. Of course they are, because they have done it already. They've done it successfully, so they can do it again. I'm just saying I don't know how. Look, the only thing I was saying is I don't know how much they have in the tank. I don't know what their capabilities look like. I don't know if they are capable of continuously, for a long timeline, if they're going to be able to hold off commercial traffic. I don't know what kind of response America has in the books for the Houthis as well. We're on Fox News again.
It's easy and tempting to laugh at the source, to look at Hassan Piker, to look at his wardrobe, to look at his fetishization of totalitarians, and simply dismiss Piker. But that would be a mistake. It would be a mistake specifically for Democrats.
No more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists. I'm not going to lie, I cooked on this. Who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming.
Collaborate. It's not the kind of word you stumble upon. It's a very intentional, purposeful word. It's the type of word that's used by the secret police when they show up to the door of a professor to say you are collaborating with the wrong people. It's a warning to Democrats. But it's also, this entire concept of blue MAGA, something that we all, Democrats or Republicans, should listen to, because I think it's true. You see, for more than a decade now, the Democrat Party has radicalized its own base. They've been going after Donald Trump because they decided that he was illegitimate. They have called him a fascist. They called him a Nazi. And now they are discovering that they cannot control the rhetoric or the base that has responded to that rhetoric.
The Democratic Party is in the middle of a civil war, right? And you have moderate mainstream Democrats, such as myself, which have been challenged by the far left extremists.
You know what's beautiful about all of this? This makes Zohran Mamdani look like a fucking moderate, okay? Every damn day that they point to me and say I'm a fucking dangerous radical is a day where Zohran Mamdani is the appropriate moderate, which he is, okay? That's how this fucking works. That's how this shit works.
Tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party.
And there will come a day when he will call me a moderate as well. There are those who find me to be too conciliatory to the Democratic Party. Okay? This is how we pulled the Overton window back to a place of decency, to a place of honesty, to a place where we forcibly center the needs of the working class in this goddamn country once and fucking for all. That's it.
Type of move.
By the way, out of all of these people that Will Kane is talking about, there's only been one Maoist. His name is Van Jones. Van Jones is the only one that he has shown thus far that actually was an unironic Maoist third worldist, by the way.
Pointed out the direction of the Democrat Party. He pointed out that in 2008, someone like him who would have described himself as center-left was standing next to someone who would have described themselves on the left. But as the left continued through the years to run to the left, it wasn't the center that moved. In fact, it was the center that got pushed toward the right because progressives ran further and further. By 2021, that cartoon shows you a leftist far running off the screen yelling bigot at somebody on the center. If you updated that image to 2026, you would see a leftist run even further, knelt, crouched, laying down in a prone position with a rifle pointing it back at the center and the right, yelling Nazi. You see, when it comes to progressivism, there is no destination. It's only acceleration. It's a movement defined by movement. It's always about more. And the Democrat Party gave this movement the only push it needed.
This year, this country could very well go the way of Germany in the 1930s.
Comparing the tactics of Donald Trump to Mussolini and Hitler is a very legitimate thing.
I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. in this country, we hate Nazis. We have a Timu Hitler in the White House right now that thinks that he is going to become the dictator of
Don't
the
you
United
find it
States.
so funny that they're packaging this entire correct approach?
And those are mainstream Democrats.
Perhaps,
Those,
regardless of our opinions on healthcare, regardless of our opinions on Israel, like there is a truth to the commentary from all Democrats and even people on my side that are more radical than the Democratic Party.
the establishment Democrats removed moderation from the equation, and in its place, they added a call to action.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country.
I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
I don't swear in public very long.
If that's your starting point, how do you look up with surprise at the place you end up?
Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed.
This is fascism,
misery,
by the way.
suffering.
This is
It
straightforward
only can travel
fascism.
in one direction.
And if liberals,
There's no point at which
self-identifying
the left-wing
liberals,
terrorists
and if Democrats in key positions of power don't realize that this is the real threat, not someone like myself, not what I'm fucking wearing, okay? Listen to my words.
And now
This
today we listen
is
to
the real threat.
establishment looking around and telling us this has gone too far, but this is of their own creation, even if it has left them behind. And now Democratic Socialists are ready to take the wheel. Baby Frankenstein is ready to now be in charge.
The responsibility that we have as Americans, the recognition that is going to be required of us, of the exploitative and extractive nature that we play on the global
Fox
scale,
updated
on
it.
the global stage, is only going to be challenged if we are getting represented by people who understand that on a fundamental level, right? And that means getting more immigrants into office. That means getting more people who have heritage in the global south into office. Because
Oh, God.
Make America
Terrifying.
the third world again. So what now? Where do we go from here? Well, historically, when Democrats don't like where their voters go, they don't try to persuade them. They overrule them. Let's look at the history. They kneecapped Bernie Sanders in favor of Hillary Clinton. 2 years ago today, they swapped out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. They dropped Graham Plattner for someone yet to be chosen by party insiders. That is blue MAGA. That is the machine that tells its own people, we know what's best for you. Now, Democrats are finding out the hard way. This is what you get. You get the platform of the Democratic Socialist of America, and your only response to stopping defunding the Department of War or replacing the President and the Supreme Court is to anti-democratically undercut the voice of your very own people. You can't all of a sudden ask everyone to calm down after years of calling your opponents fascists. Eventually, you'll have to watch your own back.
Okay, here's a really good
You might be a
idea.
collaborator. Joining me now is former Pennsylvania Democrat Congressman.
Here's a really good idea. How about not being a fucking fascist to the Republicans, and how about not being a collaborator to the fascists for the goddamn Democrats who do?
Patrick.
Hey, I'm an American patriot, Will, and I appreciate that. Hey, listen, I will say this. I know there's a lot of folks that want to talk about, let's blame, who's to blame in the Democratic Party, et cetera, right? Like you, I'm a leader, right? Blame says who's at fault. Let's talk about responsibility. Responsibility is what can we do about it? I blame both parties, Will, literally both parties, because they've ignored the affordability crisis that's going around and happening to everyday American families. Neither party is addressing it. Neither party. And that's why, you know, I don't agree with the things that were said there, you know.
Well, okay. But I disagree with what you just said, so let's pick up on where I disagree.
Okay, sure.
First, let's start where we do agree. Yeah, affordability is a real issue in America. We've dealt with for years, especially under the Biden administration, hyperinflation. We had inflation up to 9%. Even today, gas prices are not where the American people want them, and things are unaffordable, including housing. However, I do not believe this leftward lurch in your party is in any way due to affordability. If I were to believe that, I would expect to see the working class of America voting for Democratic Socialist candidates. But instead what I see is rich college kids, highly educated, largely white, urban professionals in places like New York, voting for these radical policies, which says to me this is less about affordability, and this is more about the Democrat Party having radicalized a good percentage of its base into believing that everyone, and by the way, when it comes to everyone, Patrick, basically they would not distinguish between you and me. They would call you Blue MAGA. They would call you a collaborator, and they'd call us both enemies.
Well, and that's why, I love America, and just like my brothers, they're veterans, 52% who are independents. But Will, you had on Governor Cuomo. He ran for mayor. He lost. Do you know why he lost in deep blue New York? He lost because he didn't talk about affordability. The current mayor did. And that's the reality. If you ignore the will of the American people, whether you're Democrat or Republican, they are going to vote you out of office. And it's not about being a Democratic socialist. It's about, are you representing the pain points and representing a future that is for all Americans, not just the wealthiest or not just the poorest among us.
Yet, that is not what you hear from Democratic Socialists. You can definitely play the role of the PRI in Mexico and hand out groceries in the line for the voting booth. And in some ways, that's what this is reduced to. Because you talk about affordability, but their answer to that, Patrick, is have no bills, have no debt, have no job. So they live in a never-never land of the economy. And so we're dealing with something much more radical than affordability. We're dealing with something that threatens to upend America. And I can play, and I have played, and you've heard those clips. And I know that many like you think that is a small fraction of your party. But there is no doubt that's the heat of your party. That's the energy.
Look.
But Will, I would say when you look at, there's 600,000 elected positions in America. There's only 250 elected Democratic Socialists, right? So the chart you showed earlier, if there's all those folks and you're saying head are lurching to the left, the reality of it is that the majority of Democrats, just like the majority of Americans, are at the center. They might be a little center left, they might be a little center right, but they're not Democratic Socialists. They're not. Capitalism in America is more popular than socialism. And that's why I do think that when you have practical, pragmatic candidates, whether Democrat, Republican, or Independent, that's who's going to win. And by the way, the fastest growing party in America isn't Democrat or Republican. It's independents. That's what decides these federal elections.
Yeah, all these policies are unbelievably popular, buddy.
Not because of Democratic Socialists, but because of independents who are going to say, I'm voting for folks who basically care about the prices in the supermarket, not talking about values in a ballot box.
Okay, let's hope that is true. I hope that your diagnosis as well of your party is accurate as well, that most of your party still remains center-left. And if that's true, let's implore those in your party who are centrist to stop talking like everything is an existential threat.
If you are dumb enough or cynical enough to lean into these Republican bastardizations, as many on the Twitter side of the commentary are, you're a fucking idiot. You're a rube. You're a sucker. You're not going to make it. Okay? Because what they are doing to me, what liberals are doing to me, Republicans do to them. And Will King gives the game away when he draws a direct through line between Chuck Schumer's sentiment and mine. Because there is a point of agreement. Whether Chuck Schumer believes it or not doesn't matter. He understands that the base wants him to say certain things like Trump is a fascist, because he is. Okay? So, as long as liberals keep punching left, foolishly keep punching left and legitimizing the right-wing reactionary position, they will lose. Okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. And I urge self-identifying liberal voters not to fall for this bullshit. Okay? Do not fall for this bullshit. It's that simple. And I think, unfortunately, many liberals are either cynically leaning into this because they think this will take care of their left flank so they don't have to actually run in the primaries, and they can just like get the federal government to take care of their left flank problem. But at a time when it's very clear that the federal government is trying to actively terror jacket the entire left movement, the Democratic Socialists of America, PSL, and onward, if liberal Democrats in key positions of power don't recognize that this will inevitably harm them as well, put them in harm's way as well, okay? They are going to have a very tough time. It's time to nut up or shut up. We're here. We're here. Fascism is here. Yeah, Justice Department activates untested court for alien terrorist deportations. First, they will go after the non-citizens, undocumented and documented. Then they will inevitably move on to citizens. Yeah, I know it's really funny. I saw this. Stevens has gotten so much mileage out of the story on this woman doing fundraisers for her opponents, especially considering that the same woman did a fundraiser for Stevens 3 months after the post in question. Yeah, I saw this last night. This was the co-chair. This was the co-chair of the Mallory McMorrow campaign. The woman, the Michigan Dem who praised grandfather's Nazi military service hosting fundraiser for Abdul al-Sayed. She was a co-chair for Mallory McMorrow's Senate run. Okay? And what's interesting about it is she's obviously a big fundraiser in the state because she also had fundraised for Haley Stevens. So this is a hilarious story. Stevens has gotten so much mileage out of the story on this woman doing fundraisers for her opponents, especially considering that the same woman did a fundraiser for Stevens 3 months after the post in question. It's such a funny story. All she needed to do was not post about her Nazi grandfather, and yet that and the fact that she's apparently done fundraisers for basically anyone who's ever run for office as a Democrat in Michigan. Yes, she seems like a normal, well-meaning liberal who just posted family history she should have buried. It is a hilarious story. I could not believe it when I first encountered it. This lady literally was like, this Veterans Day, I want to give a shout out to my grandfather who is a veteran of World War II, just not on the right side. Okay? It's a hilarious story. But what's crazy about it is that Haley Stevens is trying to weaponize the story against Abdul right now. Meanwhile, she fucking fundraised for Haley Stevens. What are we doing? Hassan, why do we not push FDR as a role model for socialist programs? Why don't we lean into what worked in the past? It's like we don't want to embrace or recall this period in history. Great question. Here's the answer. FDR would not have done any of those reforms if it wasn't for the communists pushing him to get to those reforms. But yes, these guys think FDR is a communist too. They just are too embarrassed to openly say that out loud, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, for the record, Emily's List polled Michigan but chose not to poll the Senate election despite endorsing Stevens. Oh, they most certainly polled El Sayed and Stevens, and the decision not to release the results suggests a bad result for Stevens. Yes, it is a complete media blackout on internal polls coming from the Haley Stevens side. And there is a reason for it. Okay? Especially now that Abdul is releasing internal polls that show him up 10 points over Haley Stevens. Obviously, the counter from the Haley Stevens camp is to release their internal numbers. But it's very clear that their internal numbers are showing something devastating. This also corresponds to what Haley Stevens has been doing in terms of attacking Abdul over and over again. This close to the race, you're supposed to actually lock in on your supporters. You're supposed to try to show your policies and try to make an argument of a vision in the affirmative. The fact that they're not doing that, and the fact that they are aggressively posturing against Abdul al-Sayed, trying to slander him extra hard, and potentially even putting themselves in a weaker position overall, even if they were to win the primary, right, implies that they recognize that they're cooked. Meanwhile, she hasn't done a single fucking town hall. She is doing a horrible job at campaigning. It's all just attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Now, the problem with attack ads like this is that they depress turnout. They don't actually increase turnout for your side. It has the capacity to potentially depress turnout for your opponent. Okay? This is not how you win elections if you're down 10 points. You have to also have a vision in the affirmative. And none of, I'm so tired of these, yeah, Parker Get a Job said that too. It's fine. Guys, it's okay. Okay? Yes, optics. Parker Get a Job is very frustrated with the optics. He's saying I'm making the DSA look bad. I'm making the socialist movement look bad. I'm making the Democrats look bad because I wore a Zhongshan suit that I got in China. The answer that I have to that is just let me fucking cook. Okay? It doesn't matter. It costs $0 for you to not lean into reactionary manufactured outrage. Okay? That's it. That's it. We have to have some messaging discipline. These optics arguments are just a distilled version of what you say every day, is it not? Yes. There is also an optics argument that is valid, and then there's an optics argument that is invalid. If you're actually leaning in to the idea that me wearing a Chinese suit is actually the same as like being Adolf Hitler, then you're a little stupid. Okay? I'm sorry. It's unbelievably stupid. Why are you ceding the framing on this issue to oppositional figures? David Pacman lost his mind on this too. 54 minutes? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I mean, who cares? Whatever. After October 7th, I'm going to let Hassan cook since he handles his ops easy. Why don't you meet people where they are? I do meet people where they are. I care about what people care about. I care about the actual impact, the actual policies. I am a firm and committed believer that wearing a fucking Nehru-style suit or wearing a Chinese suit is nowhere near as consequential as the actual things that I'm talking about. And most people, I think, there are definitely a lot of people who will hear the criticisms, who will hear the cries and go, you know what, that makes sense. I think this guy does love Mao Zedong. I think this guy does love China. It's scary or whatever. Okay? Hassan is unironically an actual legit SJW, says Sosha Butt. Yes. I think the suit scandal unironically worked because wearing the suit caused Fox News to constantly play the commentary. I'm fine with that. Perhaps they still would have ran the College Democrats of America speech regardless of what kind of suit I was wearing, but I don't give a shit. If that gets in front of eyeballs, if that gets people to actually hear what I have to say, a much larger audience to hear what I have to say, I'm happy with that. Who gives a fuck? I just want to say that the gray suit makes it so that people may not take you seriously enough, and by people I mean normal voters. Yeah, well, it's a good thing that I'm not running for office, isn't it? I'm a content creator. Okay? I'm a content creator. No, you should listen to them, capitulate to not wearing, and also while you're at it, listen to the centrists and capitulate on all your socialist values, because caring about what scares centrists is how we'll create a more progressive society funded by Third Way. Yeah. At a time when the State Department is actively talking about arresting people like myself, liberals' hyper-focus has been to give them credence, to give those fears credence. At a time when the State Department is talking about establishing Red Scare propaganda and McCarthy trials once again against their left flank, that ranges all the way from someone like myself to PSL and DSA and even Karen fucking Bass, liberals hyper-focusing on what kind of suit I've chosen to wear at the College Democrats of America gives the fucking game away. They don't give a shit. While one of the New York Times' biggest big Middle Eastern correspondents has published a long essay about how Blinken and Sullivan aren't so sure about Netanyahu any longer, Ken Klippenstein reports Marco Rubio's State Department is preparing blacklists. Yeah. Okay, but it would actually be hilarious if you issued a formal apology to everyone saying, I'm sorry if my suit offended you. It's not my fault. You don't appreciate fashion. Yeah. While the State Department is talking about pre-crime for far-left terrorists, Democrats are literally leaning into this hysteria because they're too fearful of losing their goddamn primaries. Okay? They're so scared of losing their primaries. They're so scared of facing their voters that they are leaning into this madness.
Outlined in the United States counterterrorism strategy, we currently are addressing three major types of terror groups: narco-terrorists, Islamic or jihadi terrorists, and far-left terrorists. For all three, we need to identify terror actors.
Yeah. One of the things that's really funny that this chatter also pointed to is like, dog, they say I love 9/11. You think a fucking Chinese suit that most normies don't even know about is going to push them over the edge? Are you fucking crazy? People don't even give a fuck about the 9/11 shit.
And plots before they happen.
Yeah. Very cool that the State Department's talking about blacklists and pre-crime. And McCarthy trials. And re-implementing the McCarthy trials while liberals on this website have joined hands with Ted Cruz and the entire GOP about a Chinese suit. You're gonna be in the camps next to me, dumbass. Blacklist. Very cool. The State Department's talking about blacklist pre-crime and re-implementing the McCarthy trials. While liberals on this website have joined hands with Ted Cruz and the entire GOP to freak the fuck out, to freak out about
a Chinese suit. More. They're putting all of us in the camps. Dumb asses. Replace ass with Jew. Not so funny now, huh? You know you're speaking to the wind, right? I mean, maybe some people will see this and will recognize that it's silly. No, I said Ted Cruz on purpose because Ted Cruz was complaining about Mao Zedong too. Trump official asked how they're targeting Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization, given it's unclear what Antifa even is. Basically, a foreign terrorist organization, we have three components. It has to be foreign, it has to be terrorist, it has to be an organization.
Doesn't really exist. And you just named Antifa. Asked, I was wondering, is it that a different group, or what is the intelligence that the U.S. has that Antifa does exist?
Yeah, well, we have those designations. They're designations on the basis of our statutes, on the basis of violent acts that members of those groups committed. By the way, I think they're all also designated as terrorist groups by countries in Europe. And so the other thing about this is I mean, basically a foreign terrorist organization, we have to have, there's three components. It has to be foreign, it has to be terrorist, it has to be an organization. And all four of these groups met that test. And we see this as something that will keep America safe and secure, and we're looking at actively at more designations.
What I know about...
Have you no decency, sir? Why McCarthyism fell out of favor? PBS 5-minute clip explanation.
Those who never watch TV during the day were glued to watching the Army of McCarthy hearings.
The television moment of the Army of McCarthy hearings that is lived in memory ever since is the famous moment on June 9th, 1954, when McCarthy decides to violate an agreement that Cohn and Welch had come to before the hearings.
Roy Cohn, although of
Roy Cohn,
draft
Trump's guy,
age, had managed to avoid the Korean War and the draft afterwards. It was kind of astonishing. Joe Welch said, fine, I will never bring up your draft status, but we have a problem of our own. We have a young attorney named Fred Fisher, who was a member of a Communist Front group while he was at Harvard Law School, and we brought him down to work on the committee. We decided that because of his past, we would send him home, and I would appreciate it if you would never bring up Fred Fisher.
Throughout most of that afternoon, Roy Cohn and Joseph Welch had been having, your basic nasty lawyerly argument, and Cohn's okay with it.
Mr. Welch, sir, with great respect, I work for the committee here. They know how we go about handling situations of communist infiltration and failure to act on FBI information about communist infiltration.
And may I add my small voice, sir, and say whenever you know about a subversive or a communist or a spy, please hurry. Will you remember those words?
But McCarthy gets so angry at Welch's badgering of Roy Cohn that he blurts out the name of Fred Fisher.
In view of Mr. Welch's request, I think we should tell him that he has in his law firm a young man named Fisher, who has been for a number of years a member of an organization which was named, years and years ago, as the legal bulwark of the Communist Party. And I have hesitated bringing that up, but I have been rather bored with your phony request to Mr. Cohen here.
Little did I dream you could be so reckless and so cruel as to do an injury to that lad. It is true he is still with Hale and Dorr. It is true that he will continue to be with Hale and Dorr. It is, I regret to say, equally true that I fear he shall always bear a scar needlessly inflicted by you.
You'll look at Roy Cohn's face and you will see him go, oh my God, no, please no. But McCarthy won't stop. He keeps attacking.
I want to say, Mr. Welch, that it has been labeled long before he became a member, as early as 1944.
Senator, may we not drop this? I did you, I think, no personal injury, Mr. Cole.
No, sir.
And if I did, I beg your pardon. Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. You've done enough. Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
You could see Joe McCarthy go.
The answer is yes, by the way. He does not have any sense of decency. He does not have, he has no decency. He has none. Giant piece of shit. Yeah, if we're doing House Un-American Activity stuff, this is the definitive video. By the way, James Earl Jones is so fucking based, dude. Respect to my goat. This is dramatized by him, right? It's like recreated by James Earl Jones, right? He's doing the voice. He does the Frederick Douglass. He does the what to a slave is the 4th of July as well. Shout out to Democracy Now! Classic technique. Subvert, infiltrate, grab someone who's a loyalist. If they're not a loyalist, turn them into one by threatening them, have them admonish, have them attack. Oh, your allies are attacking you. What do you say for yourself? Your allies are the ones who are calling you out. These tactics have been deployed in the past quite successfully, and they are being deployed once again. This is why whenever I hear people go, well, I don't know, should you have worn that suit? I'm like, who gives a fuck? The goddamn federal government, the State Department is once again trying to redo this exact same thing because they're fucking terrified. They're terrified of democracy. That's what they're terrified of at the end of the day. They're terrified of your voices being heard. Yes, he went to Rutgers, Paul Robeson did. Yeah. It's not about the fucking suit. Wake the fuck up. They invented, I feel like the House Un-American Activity Committee invented clip chimping, okay? They were the ones who invented it. They were doing clips out of context even back then. Oh my God.
Million people.
Dude, for the people who are looking at the Fox News Facebook account getting roasted to death over a suit post in real time, can you send me screenshots? I want to see. I would love to see the Facebook normies cooking Fox News at my behest. I never. Is this the new tan suit? Well, if you can't argue his politics, attack his fashion, I guess. The fact that he purposely did this with the intention of triggering the right, the fact that they're falling for it so well is just classic. Is this the same thing as Obama's tan suit? First tan suit, now this, snowflakes? Ah, yes, Fox, the Fashion Police Network. Is it a tan suit? It's just a jacket. Isn't that the dog shocker guy? Oh my God, well, at least it wasn't tan, thank the Lord. The joke writes itself. Fashion Police. Y'all are the type to complain about a tan suit, too. Is it a tan suit? Remember the Obama tan suit thing? He's winning. That's not Mao Sao's suit. That's the Sun Yat-sen suit. Dr. Sun Yat-sen is the founding father who started the revolution. He's the founding father of the ROC and also considered the founding father of the PRC. Hassan is a badass. I'm really hoping this beginning of the new American era of politics where politicians actually care about the citizens and they're just trying to fatten their wallets. The fit is fire. He should have worn a suit, tan suit. It's the season, you know. Is it worse than the tan suit? He's trolling you guys, Lamau. It's called fashion sweaty. So for Parker get a job and all the fucking dumbass liberals that are freaking the fuck out over what my sartorial choices are, who refuse to hear what I'm actually saying in the speech, ask yourself why normie liberals on fucking Facebook, understand the assignment in ways that you simply cannot comprehend. Perhaps you are too polarized against your left flank in ways that normie liberals simply are not. They know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what's going on. This is also the reason why. This is also the reason why I decided to be more hands-on with elections taking place in this midterm season, okay? In this midterm cycle. Because normies are fucking fed up with anything and everything that is associated with the right. And a lot of these liberals don't understand that when they also channel the right-wing frustrations, when they repeat right-wing nonsense, right-wing propaganda against their fucking left flank, when they do that, they also look like assholes to most normies. Do you understand? The normie liberals they're done with this shit. They don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, I remember when you guys did this to Obama. Fox News, y'all back when you're speaking about attire. Imagine the crash out if it was tan too. Actually, he's giving them advice on how to win. This is who the left thought Charlie Kirk was. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Hassan Piker is really a comedian doing some Andy Kaufman style bit. He looks good as fuck in it, though. You guys are desperate. It's hilarious. Large political coalitions almost always contain influential figures who are outside of formal party leadership. Those figures can shape activists and primary voters, even if many elected officials disagree with parts of their message. Many mainstream Democratic officials have criticized or distanced themselves from him, while some progressive candidates and activists have chosen to work with him because of his influence among younger voters. Republicans did the same thing with Carlson Tucker, Nick Fuentes, and Steve Bannon. It's a suit. Whining about his suit. What his suit looks like. Lamau. Here's what matters at the end of the day. Does it look good? Okay? The answer is yes. The answer is fucking yes. Singapore import-export. I am personally not a big fan of the suit. Maybe you are the one polarized against expanding import-export operations. Hi, I am a part of a very serious shipping conglomerate targeting Singaporean operations. Could you please confirm that this stream is a safe space to share details? If not, we might rescind our invitation. Of course, it's the safest place for import-export, specifically in the beautiful city-state of Singapore, because it wasn't imported from Singapore. True. True.
And live
So I suspect we're going to have another House on American Activities Committee, and this time instead of Moscow, the question will be Havana.
Have you recently changed your mind?
Because this is what they're trying to redo. Okay? This is what they are trying to redo. I guess another Rutgers graduate might be in the fucking crosshairs of the State Department once again. Another Rutgers graduate with anti-imperialist ideals is in the crosshairs of the State Department. No, of course, the main try to be half as base. I will never. I would never. I am not fit to be. I am not fit to be the fucking. I don't have enough revolutionary in my entire body that Paul Robeson had in his pinky finger. Okay. My point is, the situation has deteriorated in America. The conditions are worse. Even the senators, even the politicians that are sitting on the House on American Activities Committee are far more literate than their current versions are. Okay. The goat. The goat himself. Why it worked last time, why it was allowed to happen, was because capital in America was on the upswing. Now, how will they sell a House on American Activities when conditions have deteriorated so much? Well, there's also no real threat that Americans can feel, because the USSR and the United States of America were not interlinked by way of trade in the way that we are with China. The USSR was not responsible for 30% of all trade in the United States of America. You cannot turn Havana and Cuba into the USSR in the minds of Americans. The more they talk about Cuba and the threat of Cuba, the more they try to push for military action against Cuba, the more the average American will say, why are we wasting our resources this way? Maybe even more Americans will think, why are we starving the Cuban population this way? That's it. There is no imminent threat from our foreign adversaries that's out there. Even the ones who we are waging war against right now, direct war, Iran. Most Americans don't like Iran, but also a far greater percentage of Americans don't want to wage war with Iran. Okay? They don't have the same smoke. That's it. And if this continues, more Americans will have a far higher degree of negative feelings towards Israel than they do any foreign adversary. Cultural depictions of the Red Scare have always been ahistorical. What is this? This is from the DC Examiner. America needs a new Red Scare. Cultural depictions of the Red Scare have always been ahistorical. Take its most famous moment. State Department lawyer Joseph Welch confronting Joe McCarthy with "Have you no sense of decency?" What popular depictions always leave out is that communists had infiltrated the State Department, as well as many of our other institutions. Yeah, I mean, this is the DC Examiner demanding a new Red Scare and presenting me as like the guy, presenting me as the primary reason for why we must have it. Meanwhile, liberals, by and large, that are at the center of power in the Democratic Party, the oppositional force in this fucking country, are leaning into it as well. Candidates who associated with Hassan continue to win. Yeah, this is Parker, get a job. Hassan, genuine question. How is it beneficial to any good movement for you to wear a Mao outfit? This just seems like rage bait for clicks. Do you realize that looks bad for DSA candidates because they associated with you? Do you want to make it harder or easier for them? Candidates who associated with Hassan continue to win because of what they're fighting for. Hassan has been wearing the Zhongshan suit for over a year. You are only hearing about it now due to manufactured outrage from Republicans and centrist Democrats who are now panicking. No one actually cares about this. Exactly. If you are a self-identifying liberal, if you're progressive in any way, shape, or form, you should probably shy away from leaning into silly-ass Republican or reactionary. Let's not just say Republican. Let's call it what it is. Reactionary, manufactured outrage. Because it's not just the Republicans that fall mercy to reactionary opinions. Democrats do it too. Liberals do it all the time. Exercise a little bit of critical thinking. You are complaining about sartorial choices at a time when the American government is demanding that anyone to the left of Nancy Pelosi and perhaps even Nancy Pelosi be imprisoned for thought crimes. Wake the fuck up. What is this? Mr. Obvious breaking. The Odyssey's faking ticket sales by buying up theaters / seats fraud to make the movie look like a success. They've reached a part of the culture war code where they just have to start making shit up to continue making content. Yeah. That's why I said very cool that the State Department is talking about blacklist, pre-crime, and re-implementing the McCarthy trials while liberals on this website have joined hands with Ted Cruz and the entire GOP to freak out about a Chinese Sudai war. They are putting all of us in the camps, dumbasses. The myth of consensual Zhongshan suit wearing. Chinese people love Hassan repping the Zhongshan suit while everyone from liberals or right-wingers is faking outrage. Yes. Yes, Crystal Ball cooked Adam Smith. I saw. You wore it at the Streamer Awards? I know. And people freaked out back then about it, too. Do you believe if someone wears clothing associated with a historical figure, they are endorsing that figure's worst actions? I mean, look, this is an argument to try to be like, oh, what if someone was wearing a Hitler suit? Yeah, that would be different, okay? And someone has done that, for the record. His name is Greg Bovino. And the worst thing that he did was certainly not wearing fucking Nazi garb. The worst thing he did was kill American citizens with ICE and kill non-citizens and deport them and throw them in the fucking concentration camps and brag about it, okay? change the word suit for the word Israel. Suddenly not so funny, is it? Yes. Unfortunately, many Americans are unbelievably reactionary. It's a fucking relitigating the 10-suit discourse for some strange reason at a time when the fascist state is basically salivating at the prospect of jailing every fucking dissident. The Democratic Socialists of America are using a century-old Trotskyist tactic to infiltrate and subvert the Democratic Party. It's time to throw them out, says James Kirchick. So they should run third party? I thought you guys hated that too. Yeah, meanwhile, Labour did this in the UK, and they received devastating results as a consequence of that. Striking thing about the centrist meltdown is that the dastardly thing socialists are doing is winning elections. Their solution isn't to win via democratic process, it's to simply expel them. Part of a now long list of EGs of party centrist hostility to democracy. You know what's ironic? They want democratic centralism. That's what they want. But without the robust debate internally within the party. They just want party line loyalty without even having an argument about where or which direction the party is supposed to go towards. Okay? They don't want democratic centralism. They want centrist centralism. That's all they want. So no, I won't even say this is like the Communist Party of China, because at least internally within the Communist Party of China, there is robust debate. There's also a performance-based aspect to different provinces. The party is consistently retooling policy, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, and moving in that direction. It's an unbelievably efficient system. It's not exactly my favorite system, but you can't deny the results. But of course, you can't even have this sort of conversation in America, because when you bring this kind of stuff up, Americans go, what the fuck? You're dick riding the CCP. It's like, no, I just understand, because I'm not a fucking dumbass. I at least have done a little bit of reading to try to comprehend why this behemoth of a superpower rose to such prominence over such a short period of time, because I'm intellectually fucking curious. Unlike you, liberals used to care about this sort of thing. Liberals' number one criticism against the Republicans is that they're fucking illiterate monsters, and now all of a sudden they're behaving in the exact same way. You don't have to agree with the People's Republic of China and its policy-making structure, but aren't you curious as to how they operate? Every poster adds 10 million to the death count. Of course, this guy likes Mao. Let's not forget Mao, who Mao was, a communist responsible for the deaths of more than 70 million people through starvation. There's no room in the Democratic Party for anyone who embraces Mao, and no room for Piker, period. Yeah, Josh Gottheimer feels probably a little called out about the Israel line in that speech. Yes, Mao killed 400 million, quintillion, mega gazillion people. Ugh. No, she makes every decision and Stalin has a big spoon. Yes. As China's prosperity becomes undeniable, as the rest of the world, including the Western world, moves in the direction of China, it would be very important for every American to study Chinese history, to understand the Chinese Revolution, the Communist Revolution, to understand how the Communist Party of China has developed itself. There is a lot of worthy lessons to learn from that, okay? That's it. And it's very frustrating that a lot of these liberals, just like the Republicans that they are disgusted by, engage in the same exact type of thought-terminating nonsense.
Oh, so I said that.
Atlantic Council's Jamie Metzel called on Hakeem Jeffries to lead the charge against what he called extremist radicals running on the party line, not on YouTube yet. Yeah, it's funny because the Pentagon is fucking broke. The Pentagon sinking billions into the Iran war is quickly running short on cash. They're running out on interceptors as well. And on top of that, they're running out on standoff munitions too. So what's going to happen when we have no offense, no defense whatsoever? In a final act of desperation, I worry that America's military strategy, its aerial bombardment strategy, is going to turn into YOLO mode, where they just fucking send as many planes as possible over the Iranian airspace and just have them get fucking peppered by Iranian anti-air defenses. Do you understand? We haven't fully achieved that last beast mode mentality just yet, okay? We've been a little bit more careful with our aerial bombardment campaigns. I suspect we won't be as careful in the future. I'm into me not knowing enough about China, but I'm hesitant to say learn from China, and we should be specific about what we mean because their government is sided with human rights issues. I don't know, maybe that's wrong. China is the most abundant country on the fucking planet, okay? They have a performance-based party structure. They have a one-party system, obviously, okay? So ultimately, if you want to work within, if you want to become a politician, you have to start off at the local level. It's a very competitive and unbelievably difficult position to get. But you basically start off in local governance where there are very competitive elections, and then you work your way through the party. And it's a very meritocratic, performance-based system, especially at the local level. If you are not on the ball, if you drop the ball in any meaningful capacity, they will vote you out. You're done. And these guys, they work their way through this process. It's a very competitive process, and the competition is around performance. What you are delivering for your constituents, what you're delivering for your province. There is obviously a top-down approach to long-term goals. There's the 5-year plans where they're like, this is what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on eradicating poverty. We're going to focus on building a healthcare system, right? Let's say that's the goal. Then they deliver those goals to every single province. And from that point on, the party officials' goals are basically to deliver that agenda. Your constituent services in the CCP blow out the very best America has to offer as an entry line. Yes. Anyway, I'm not Chinese, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to what my haters say. I'm not Chinese. I'm an American. So I'm going to get back to worrying about American issues, specifically about how the current American government is making an even greater mistake potentially. They didn't even bother hitting Pickaxe Mountain during the war because it was so deeply buried that it was pointless and the site was not even discussed as a result, even though every casual observer of this topic was aware of it. Now, because a journalist in Israeli intelligence leaks brought it to Trump's attention for the first time, he's going to burn more munitions firing at solid granite or temporarily disabling a tunnel entrance. Also, if Iran was rushing towards nuclear deterrent now, they would not do so at a known site, and they also would not need a large facility like this to do it. The only people Trump seemingly listens to is Mark Dubowitz, the FDD, Benjamin Netanyahu, and I guess Israeli intelligence. In the best-case scenario, Trump puts a conventional fireworks show on Pickaxe Mountain, declares it obliterated, victory, and withdraws from the war. Just about every other scenario that isn't Trump capitulates again gets worse and worse for everyone. Yes. I'm sorry, this is kind of what we voted for, okay? You vote for a fucking dumbass, he's gonna do dumbass shit. You make the face of the movement, the face of the unitary executive theory, a guy like Donald Trump, he's gonna take advantage of that consolidation of power and do stupid shit, especially when he's easily manipulated by foreign actors, specifically in this case, Israel. If you allow Israel for years and years to have unprecedented influential capabilities in the highest ranks of office in this goddamn country, one day they're going to find a guy just as stupid as Donald Trump. All of this could have been prevented. We could have stopped the Republicans from trying to consolidate power in the hands of the executive. We could have stopped our endless warmongering at any point, but we chose not to do so. President after president, whether they're Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter, only continued in this direction. Wars go unquestioned. When the executive decides to go to war, no one can say a damn thing about it. This has always been the case. Barack Obama followed through on this as well after George W. Bush. He didn't even prosecute the Bush administration. Then Trump came into office and he continued on that same trajectory. Every single problem that you can point to right now under Donald Trump is a problem that a previous administration refused to solve. Okay? And now that we have a fucking clown as the goddamn president, well, I guess we got to enjoy the circus. That's it. We got to enjoy the goddamn circus, I guess. We put the fucking clown makeup on. Yeah, now we got a damn Cheeto in the White House. A dang Cheeto in the fucking White House. And we don't even have the bread. No bread, all circus. Fantastic. Notice that $150 billion for ICE and mass deportation isn't crazy. Half the Dems voted to thank them. Yes. Yes. Of course. Sorry, no bread. All circus. Money for the bread went to ICE. So that the dang Cheeto in the White House could just come into your neighborhood and occupy it with a fucking foreign military power. Occupy it with this alien force. And kill your neighbors in the process of kidnapping them. That's where we're at. If Iran completely destroys the tankers, then the U.S. has no strike aircraft within the range of Tehran. After they run out of standoff munitions, I expect America to just continue to bomb the coast and avoid sending any sorties into the heart of the country. I mean, I don't think Iran's going to be able to completely destroy the tankers. We have a big-ass fleet. But who knows? Who knows? Crazier things have happened. Van made a video echoing this post. Echoing what post? Socialist Summer Part 2, Why to Freak Out? Dude, Van Jones, was a fucking Maoist third worldist, man. Between me and him, he's the only one who was ever a Maoist. Let's see what this Maoist third worldist has to say now.
All right, a quick message to my friends on the far left. Quit pooping in the Kool-Aid bowl and telling us that the turds are ice cubes. They're not ice cubes, and I want to talk about it.
Van Jones on Substack.
All right, guys, I got some stuff I want to get off my chest. I am tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed to criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever. But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from?
You just listed the things the extreme left is looking for. We're just asking them to do them. Yeah. Paralyzed Pendant Plug, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn. Yeah, we know what Van Jones is fucking. Did bro get Fetterman? He's been Fetterman. Are you kidding me? He got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. Are you kidding me? Jeff Bezos gave him a $100 million for no reason. Like well, not for no reason. Not for no damn reason. For this reason. Glenn Greenwald had a good assessment of this video, I think. Where is it? In 2009, Van Jones was forced to resign from the Obama admin after 6 months because Fox News and establishment Democrats denounced him as a radical left due to his prior support in the 1990s for Mumia Abu-Jamal, calling a GOP member an asshole, allegedly signing a petition suggesting Bush did 9/11, etc. His glaring, oozing career ambitions lay in the ruins as he was kicked out of decent DC power centers for transgressing too many ideological lines and compartmental rules. That's when he realized that the wealth and celebrity awaited him only if he were willing instead to transform himself into a vehement defender and guard of establishment dogma, a useful tool for those who had just struck him down. So that's exactly what he did. He renounced his prior radical views, repeatedly apologized for his transgressions, became a stalwart, weepy advocate of deary DC media conventional wisdom, and began playing the new TV character his script required, the moderate, sensible liberal who just wants to bring everyone together in a safe status quo perpetuating middle. His real function, to begin every sentence with, I'm progressive democratic, the subtext, a black progressive Democrat, and then denounce the populist left and populist right for crossing the political and ideological lines that he was told to vigorously police and uphold, the lines which nobody is permitted to cross without being denounced and excluded the way he once was. Look, they're too extreme even for Van Jones. He was there to protect his establishment bosses by punishing the excesses of the extremes on both sides, just as he had once been punished by them, almost to the point of career destruction. His service as the black progressive policeman for the DC establishment and his dual religious planks of corporatism and militarism were predictably very valuable for them and very lucrative for him. Where is it? Fuck. He got larger and larger CNN contracts. Jeff Bezos gave him $100 million to hand out to whoever he wanted. Jay-Z hired him to lead a new group, etc., etc. Book deals from large New York City publishing houses flowed in. Since October 2023, he saw the real opening, one that would catapult him upward even further into the top echelons of establishment servitude, turn himself into the most devoted liberal media loyalist to Israel, the most militant defender of Tel Aviv's reputation as global support for that country collapsed. That is precisely what Van Jones is doing. That is the lane he occupies. Glenn Greenwald, despite my back and forth arguments with Glenn at times, has fucking nailed it, okay? He is perhaps at his best when he's cooking establishment liberals from, his position. He has deep disdain for these types. This is no notes 100% a cook, okay? The most militant defender of Tel Aviv's reputation as global support for that country collapsed. He dutifully wore his little yellow ribbon pin every day for years on TV as if it were tattooed on him. He cackled with Bill Maher about how annoying it is to keep hearing all this whining about dead babies in Gaza. With his patented fake TV tears in his eyes, he heralded Israel as our greatest ally and talked about how worried he was for his beloved Jewish friends as anti-Semitism grew on the left and the right. Now he's here to boast that the leaders in both parties called him this week to profusely thank him for his service to the bipartisan D.C. agenda. The once wannabe radical has fully transformed into a prime media instrument for the establishment that once threatened to destroy him. Both parties are now grateful to him for defending their prerogatives and positions. One thing is for sure, other than Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, nobody's future is brighter at CNN once Larry Ellison's son buys up Warner Brothers and CNN and puts Barry Weiss in charge with the sole mandate to turn the network into an even more vigorous Israeli propaganda network than CBS has become. That's it. What can I say? No notes. Could this ever happen to you? What do you think? Don't you think that I've had many pivot opportunities in my entire career? What have I done? What have I done every single time? I stood by my principles, okay? My entire quote-unquote business strategy, if you want to call it that, is also designed in a way where I can maybe, to the best of my ability, overcome these sorts of outside pressures. That's why I'm accountable to you, okay? That's it. Why do you think I don't go after sponsorships? Why do you think I forego any kind of ad spend or any kind of advertising initiatives whatsoever? There have been a million different instances where I could have easily pivoted and said, oh, look, I'm a former Muslim guy. Okay, in the early 2016 era, I could have started off by saying, I'm a militant atheist and a former Muslim. I grew up in Turkey, and I'm here to tell you Islam is the most dangerous religion. Okay, I could have done that. That would have been a fantastic pivot point. Okay, I'm a good-looking, white-passing, tall Muslim guy, former Muslim guy. Do you understand what kind of appetite there was for someone like myself? Why in the ever-loving fuck? Why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever come out of the gate swinging for socialism, and perhaps even more dangerous than socialism in general, anti-imperialism? Why would I speak out against Israel all the way back in 2014, 2015, 2016? Why would I speak out against Barack Obama's foreign interventions all the way back when? Why would I speak out against the mass deportation agenda, first championed by Barack Obama and then by Donald Trump? There were a million opportunities for someone like myself to pivot away from that, to be a dog to the Democratic Party, to be a radical centrist. Who would want to be in this position? Yes, I know from the outside, it's like, oh, dude, you got, you make a lot of money, Hassan. That's what people say, right? Sponsored by You the People, for You the People, by the way, Piker Broadcasting Service. They say, oh, you make a lot of money, Hassan. It's true. Okay? But do you understand how little attacks I would fucking receive if I was a establishment media figurehead, which I very easily could have gotten to by this point. I've been doing this shit to an increasingly growing audience with a lot more real-world impact over the last decade. But there were a million opportunities for someone like myself to renounce my former views. Do you know how much money I would have? Van Jones is $1 million. Or, I mean, $100 million in his fucking bank account. If I could cut it in independent media, going my own way, staying true to my values, staying true to my moral compass, what makes you think I couldn't fucking make a shit ton more money and receive no fucking pushback whatsoever? I've always told everyone you're a true believer, which is why we're so lucky to have you as our figurehead. Yeah, it's why it's so silly when people say, "Oh, dude, you're fucking grifter, dude." Yeah, dude, definitely. Definitely. I love grifting to an audience. I love grifting to an audience that is unbelievably skeptical. I love grifting by assuming perhaps one of the more unpopular positions in American politics that is now becoming popular, okay, partially due to the shit that the effort that I've put in, but the effort that you've put in, the effort that DSA has put in, it's becoming more mainstream now. But if you think, this is why I always yell at people, this is why I always yell at people who will say stuff like, dude, these people who are now turning on Israel are grifters. It's like, sure, there are some who are, okay? But if I had that mentality, half of you would probably not be anti-Israel now. Many of you had no fucking clue about what Israel was up to before October 7. So remember, you got to be a little bit more gracious for people who are, going through their own journey too. Oh my God. CBS News Department just announced they're sending federal agents to monitor polling sites in 3 Arizona counties for the midterm elections. Great. There we go. I can't believe anyone debates Van Jones in earnest instead of just cracking jokes about how Bezos gave him $100 million for no particular reason. Why are you working? Go buy a beach. Completely forgotten now, but Jones tried to get a liberal response to the Tea Party going in 2011, and it went nowhere. In retrospect, it feels like a preview of Indivisible. Liberals wanted to meet up and strategize, but he didn't follow through on it. I'm 100% one of those people who had no idea what was going on in the Middle East before October 7th. I was only when I started listening to you that I finally started to understand. Yes, that's why you gotta remember that, and you have to be gracious with people who are going through their own journey. Obviously, you don't want to get duped by fucking bad actors, but anyway, here's a W for Toyota and another W for Toyota. New York Times, Troy Jackson won't support Schumer for leader. Troy Jackson says he won't support Chuck Schumer as leader and also said he was not sure he wanted to support Senator Schumer in the general election. Okay? And by the way, the rat fuck is still happening. They're trying to bring back the water bottle incident from a decade ago almost. As soon as it was established that Troy Jackson is the candidate and that he is also Israel critical, immediately they brought up articles. Okay? Here it is. Maine Senate. Several of Troy Jackson's ex-colleagues tell CNN he has been aggressive towards them and is shown to have anger issues. Jackson did address the water bottle incident and apologized, though it was not enough for some of the female lawmakers' allies, according to two people in the room. Yeah. Here's the detail. He threw the water bottle because his colleague refused to fight against the Supreme Court to lower prescription drug prices because the Supreme Court would rule it as unconstitutional. I said, Lemau, yeah, I don't care. He's a lion. We need passionate legislators who will fight like hell to lower prescription pharmaceutical prices, which is what the incident was about. The legislators made up afterwards anyway, which they did. Yeah, throw another one, Troy. Throw another dart, Troy. Throw it for me, Troy. Omar Bartov is back on the New York Times again, talking about I'm a scholar of genocide. We're entering a new terrifying era. It's kind of funny. One of these days, Omar, I like Omar Bartov. I think he occupies a very important but very different lane from where I'm at, obviously. Just give him like 2 more years, okay? He's going to be like, yeah, okay, Zionism was always bad. He is Mr. Zionism evolved into this genocidal fascist ideology. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Eventually, give him like 2 more years. He's going to be fucking singing Ilan Pape style praises. He is going to be, he is eventually going to arrive at the conclusion perhaps that Zionism always was this, and it didn't just evolve into this. Certainly it evolved, but it was destined to turn into what we all can now see it is. Because Omar Bartov is a very important Holocaust scholar, okay? Israeli, Jewish, very important Holocaust scholar, right? So it was somewhat controversial among Zionists when he actually came out and said, Dr. Bartov is a professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University, when he came out and said Israel's doing a genocide, okay? It was pretty impactful. It was very controversial for the Zionists. They were like, Omar Bartov, how could you do this to us, right? Obviously, people on our side would say, come on, Omar, too little, too late, right? It's fine. It's not for us. It's for other people, okay? Everyone plays a different role in this. But what's actually more interesting to me is the book that he wrote. Omar Bartov came out, said Israel's committing a genocide, and you know, it was I think it was like 2025, if I recall correctly. I don't know the exact timeline, so you know, don't call me out. I apologize. But he basically came out, and because of the position of prominence he has and the position of influence he has, a lot of people actually were like, okay, this is, you know, things are changing. Omar also wrote a book. Yeah, I think it was 2025. Yeah. Because I remember covering it. I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. July 15th, 2025, so a year ago, right? I remember covering it at the time. You could probably find my commentary on this, right? And I probably said the same things I'm about to say now for Omar's new evolution of his ideology. So he came out and said it's a genocide. I'm a Holocaust scholar. This is, you know, I know it when I see it. Then Omar went to writing a book. Okay, he went into writing a book on Zionism. Okay? This is very important. The book came out recently, I believe. It came out in April this year. A genocide scholar asks, what went wrong in Israel? So, why is this important? So, there's obviously different schools of thought on Zionism. I am an anti-Zionist, I'm an anti-fascist, and therefore, of course, I believe that Zionism, from Plan Dalet and onward, has always been an exterminationist ideology. Okay? That's my belief. That's my assessment, and that's the assessment of many anti-Zionists, if not all anti-Zionists, that Zionism was always a relatively new ideology that was ethno-supremacist, that was exterminationist. Omar's book argues, it's still very important though, because again, he's Israeli professor of Holocaust and Genocide, very famous professor. Okay? Omar's book argues that Zionism evolved into becoming this genocidal ideology. Okay? So we still have some friction. We still have some disagreements there. My assessment personally is he's working through the steps of coming to the conclusion that Zionism always was this ideology, but it's taken a toll on him and probably a little difficult for him to come to that conclusion. Okay? But ultimately, it's fine. This is good. Okay? This is really, really impactful, and it's good. And the reason why I say that is because you're not the target audience for this. Omar Bartov is never going to convince you that Zionism actually had redeemable qualities at its inception. Okay? But those who did believe that will listen to his words and come to the recognition that it has become a fascist and genocidal ideology, and many of them will then move beyond it and explore beyond it and learn about Planned Dalit, learn about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, learn about the Nakba, and will recognize that it was always this exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Do you understand? Doesn't Jabotinsky just outright state that? Like, how hard was it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay? For a lot of these guys, there is an unbelievable amount of social conditioning, and I'm not saying this as a value judgment. I'm not saying this as a defense. Okay? I'm not saying this as a defense. Please, make no mistake. I'm a pragmatic guy. Okay? I care about solutions more than anything else. I don't have ideological commitments. I don't believe in dogmatic ways of thinking. I just have a very pragmatic approach, and not only that, but I also have moral conviction. Okay? So I don't shy away from telling you what my opinion is, but I will also always offer you analysis, and if it comes down to changing people's minds, I do think it's good to have a multifaceted approach. In his new writing, he says that Zionism is doomed from the start because of the actions it spurred. Omar Bartov is an Israeli professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University. He grew up in a Zionist home and served as an officer in the Israel Defense Forces, but he has long been concerned about Israel's use of military power. In a new book called Israel, What Went Wrong, Bartov argues that Zionism has morphed into an ideology of extremism that led to genocide in Gaza following the Hamas attacks of October 7th. There's growing criticism of American support for these kinds of Israeli policies, both on the American left and on the American right, Bartov tells David Remnick. Bartov believes that Israel requires shock therapy Bartov believes that Israel requires shock therapy because it has still not come to identify the limits of its own power, because those limits are in Washington, D.C., and it's there that those limits have to be set. For Israel, that would be good, because I think Israel needs to be liberated from that kind of dependence on American power, I think. For American society and for American Jewry, that's a very bad thing, because there's a rise of anti-Semitism from the Tucker Carlsons of the world, who are a rising force right now. So it still goes back to, it still, you know, goes back to a certain degree to like the feelings of Jewish people in America, the fears that they have and things of that nature. Obviously, the primary focus is about, thank you, the primary focus here is about limiting the impact or delivering accountability for the metric ton of crimes that Israel has committed. But again, different strokes for different folks. You understand me? Different strokes for different folks. What do you mean you don't have an ideology? I mean, I don't practice a dogmatic approach. That's why I shy away from expressing a commitment to a specific ideological tendency, even amongst the socialist left. In some ways, it unironically is very dengist. Black cat, white cat, it doesn't matter as long as it catches the rat. The suits say otherwise. Deng Xiaoping also wore those suits, so the suits say yes.
First.
Anyway, let's get back to the situation
Well,
monitoring.
that's the million-dollar question. The problem is that both sides right now appear to be locked in an escalatory spiral. The Iranians want to make sure that their red lines are clear, and the main red line really is their control over the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S., in turn, also wants to be sure that its red line is clear, and that red line is that Iran can't control the Strait of Hormuz. So the two are basically locked in this exchange. It's an incrementally increasing exchange in the sense that now it's targeting more infrastructure, both in Iran and in the rest of the region. That's likely to increase over the course of the next few days. Every time it gets worse, it becomes harder to find an off-ramp for both sides, and that's the critical issue.
So, look, the United States has reiterated for many months now, frankly, that they've been able to degrade a significant number of Iran's military capabilities as well as missile launches. Iran, in the meantime, targeting Gulf states, specifically over the past 10 days, and also releasing footage of their missile launches and drone launch sites. What capabilities do we know, Iran still has at this point?
Well, it's really hard to say exactly, but what is sure is that, yes, the U.S. has degraded some of Iran's capabilities, but no, that hasn't been enough to prevent Iran from continuing its attacks. And not only has Iran been able to continue its attacks in the Strait, largely because that doesn't require much.
It's not Houthis build their own missiles and drones domestically. They don't need Iranian assistance. Yeah, but they need components.
Frankly, it requires some drones, it requires some rubber boats with guns or explosive devices. So controlling the Strait from Tehran's perspective is really easy. The thing that's been more interesting to watch is Iran's ability to target U.S. bases and U.S. personnel in the wider region, including in Jordan. The U.S. had moved some of its troops into Jordan away from the Gulf Arab states in order to move them away from Iran, and Iran has still been able to target them. That is something that's really quite worrying.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great...
I'm skipping this. I don't care about this.
All right, guys.
Crystal cooked Adam Smith on the DSA debate.
We are now joined in studio by Representative Adam Smith. He is a Democrat. He is from Washington. He is the top Democrat, in fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team actually reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thanks for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, you are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
It wouldn't merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah, so we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while he's discussing, because it has some of this.
I mean, the Pentagon has 1,000 different development programs that they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record, and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones, not around drones, around missile defense, counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the 2 militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other in terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And this Section 224, when it came up in the committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3 of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation, that goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right, and it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there, and it just. So that was the point of it. And mostly I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that this would merge the U.S. military, because out of thousands, literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience, is you are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship 100%. With Israel, especially in the Democratic Party. And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S. relationship without having that transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Oh, sorry, 2 different questions here. My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government, and I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me, is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government. Okay, so the basic idea of the program, when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs, and like a missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. So I don't agree with that aspect of it. But a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and explained that, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at, is just a statement we don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue.
So you've said you would vote against that on the House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NTAA. And for our audience...
Except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control...
Sure.
Yes. What the majority does by any stretch of the imagination.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when and this is for our audience, I know obviously you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the conference report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself has the massive problem that it's continuing to fund the war in Iran, which is an utter disaster. So I am probably not going to vote, well, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, and that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump is prosecuting a disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party, I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have to be prepared to deal with. All right, so...
Do people disagree with that?
Well, there are some... Look, the Democratic Socialists of America, in their platform, is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates that you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I don't know.
I see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it, at least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've but it's part of the DSA platform, okay? And also a broader part.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
I do not. Okay.
Okay.
So, yes, but...
This is where, I think this is where he's got to start realizing he might have fucked up on this. Is this where it falls off the rails?
So should you be held to, whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are?
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point, there's the larger question of the role the U.S. plays in the world. And this is where I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to...
Is it not? I mean, that's just the objectively correct position. We're the world police, of course. Yeah, no, I was thinking of Estonia's lion's share of responsibility for our starvation policies in Cuba. I was thinking about what Zimbabwe must address for the war against Iran. Mongolia, you will pay for your crimes. Allowing Israel to commit genocide against the Palestinians. It's time. Peru. Oh, you thought you could get away with it. Peru. How dare you, Peru? Why would you invade Afghanistan? Why would you invade Iraq? Who could forget? Who could forget? Malaysia. Who could forget Malaysia's military action against Libya? And Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is now led by a man, Ibrahim Traore. Okay? And Traore does not do things halfway. And he certainly wasn't doing it halfway when Burkina Faso invaded Vietnam. He was doing it full way. Poland? Oh, don't get me started on Poland. Poland, leading the coalition of the willing in the Korean War that could amount to a genocide. Who could forget? And the Philippines Philippines will pay for its crimes against Nicolas Maduro. That's right. It was the Philippines that did the special military operation. You see how stupid it sounds? The reason why I'm doing this is because I need people to understand how stupid of a statement this is. Oh, all these other countries around the world engage in actions and they claim they're doing it because of us. Yes, yes, we are the hegemonic superpower. It is our fault and our responsibility.
Us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question, but I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this that I'm curious,
well, I'm
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear.
Such a good line of questioning. Truly the GOAT at this. Like, she's working through the steps by being like, listen, no one is saying abolish the American military, but don't you feel like you should play politics right now? This is a profound point of leverage where you can address and maybe even force Trump to do things that might be to the benefit of the American public. By withholding your vote on the NDAA, you could cause Donald Trump to potentially go back to the ceasefire negotiation with Iran. Now, of course, guys like Adam Smith don't want that. They're just trying to find the most appropriate position they can arrive at. Okay, Wesley Bell might be cooked. Nancy Pelosi's heading for a campaign rally on healthcare for Representative Wesley Bell. Oh my God, he must be cooked as fuck if you got Nancy Pelosi, the big boss dog, coming in hot. Holy fuck, they must have had horrible internals, dude. Are you kidding me? Also, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, dude, this actually gives me hella confidence.
This bigger part of the problem, even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal.
Yeah.
So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all. Yeah.
So you think that, so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety.
Bro said labor unions. Bro said, I'm doing this for the labor unions, okay? I'm doing this for the unionized defense contract shops. Sick, man. Thank you. What, you don't want your war criminals to unionize? Wow, Hassan. I guess you're a real piece of shit for that one. That's such a funny way to sell this.
Different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't, begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight. If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds up with the executive branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight of the Pentagon. We step back from that, Trump just goes and does what he wants to do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I think the mistake when you say leverage, the notion is if we say we won't vote for it, the Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this, the
Sure, it will, but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes.
But it may be worth a try. The Iran war is already very unpopular,
100%.
and yeah,
100%.
But
yes.
let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed your mind and decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you, there's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain in your own words how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given where consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
This is going to take a minute. This is going to take a minute.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay, Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical...
Okay, there is one state that the United States of America has more reliably and consistently leaned into in order to fight against ISIS, and I'm sorry, it's not Israel. It's actually Iran. And I know for a fact that Adam Smith knows that. Okay? It's Iran. Also, we're burning the candle on both ends because our other partner, NATO partner, Turkey, is literally fucking propping up ISIS at our behest. So none of it matters. We create the problem, we create the conditions for the problem to expand rapidly, then we actually lean into the problem, we make more of the same fucking problem, only to then turn around and then work with the guys who are fighting the problem, and then we make those guys the number one enemy. Adam Smith of Wealth of Nations fame, he fell off? Yeah, he did. This guy wrote the book. This guy wrote the book on capitalism and all of its, major critiques. And here he is failing to fucking address a single damn point on breaking points.
Relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that, Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And yeah, it comes down to a fundamental question. Does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position, is that they don't. Okay?
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the DSA, and I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to your point.
I got to get through this.
Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
So, if you have a situation where
I love hearing about what the DSA believes and what it doesn't believe from a guy who thinks it's just everything is communism. Like, what the fuck does this guy know about the Democratic Socialists of America? Get the hell out of here.
Where Israel is threatened on all sides. And I know it's like, well, no, it's not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel. Okay?
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you, is an idea of equal rights for all ethnicities something that you...
Yeah, dude, never, oh no, don't ask a Zionist about equal rights and equal representation. Oh no, big mistake, worst mistake of my life. And yes, This is the moment of cognitive dissonance for liberal Zionists as well. The moment that you say, okay, right to return, equal rights and equal representation, if you ask a Zionist about this, even if they are liberal Zionists, with the only exception being Brad Lander, he is the only person who I've ever heard say that they are liberal Zionists and then not bring up the demographic concerns of having a Jewish ethno-state. Only guy. Outside of Brad Lander, every liberal Zionist will say we have demographic concerns. Why can't we have a state? Why can't we have a state? We have demographic concerns, which means we can't allow the Arabs, the non-Jews, to become a majority, because if they become a majority, then they will vote to, destroy us.
Support as a Democrat?
Well, yes, Brad has some crazy takes as well. Make no mistake. He says, Brad says settlers would stay in Palestinian territory and be minorities in a Palestinian majority state. I personally think that's a wild take. Okay? That's why I'm a one-stater, because I don't think the settlers would do that. But I think he's banking on that too. I think his assessment is that, most of those settlers would fucking leave instantly. Regarding your Houthi capabilities assessment a couple hours ago, the IDF has identified significant progress in the capabilities of the Houthis, including in the development of factories underground in remote areas and as secret projects for the benefit of self-production of missiles and drones in Yemen using Iranian knowledge, Ynet says. Regarding airstrikes on Yemen, the goal is far from being achieved as the Air Force increases from 2025. Regarding airstrikes on Yemen, the goal is far from being achieved as the Air Force increases attacks on Houthi seaports and thus thwarts arms shipments for Iran. The model of local production makes the strikes less effective. Like the Hezbollah missile factories in Masyaf, Syria, which Israel destroyed in a special operation about a year ago, the model in Yemen is similar, using mountains and deserts to carve into rock or dig into the ground to create production lines for weapons. The current recommendation of the Intelligence Directorate, certainly after October 7, is that even during the Houthi ceasefire, if it comes due to the cessation of the fighting in Gaza, it should not stop the attack on the regime. Bro, you were cooking on that video. Go back. I know. I'm gonna go back.
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is, if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on. Hold on. Stop.
Why is
No. We got to drill
an issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got it.
Dude, what? Like, do people not realize that when they come across like this, it just literally feeds into the conspiracy? Brother, get a politician on the record to talk about Israel and say something like, yeah, I personally don't, I personally don't believe a country is allowed to exist if it maintains an apartheid, right? If it maintains an occupation. Don't you agree? What about your liberal values? And he goes, whoa, hold on now. I am not on board with that. They get so crazy about Israel, bro. They get so fucking crazy about Israel. It's crazy. It blows my mind. You are from Washington State. You've been in office since like 1994. What gives?
Israel comes to me in my dreams. What gives?
Seriously, what is happening? It's just so funny that they just, like, when Israel comes up, they're like, whoa, I have to defend it as vociferously as I possibly can. And it's so stupid. Just be normal, dude. Can you not be a normal human being? Can you not be like, can you not try to find the most like mathematically silly equation here, where on the one hand you're like, yeah, Israel's done a genocide, or he probably doesn't recognize that, but he's like, they're doing war crimes. I hate the Netanyahu government. But also at the same time, like, we still got to give them money. We still got to give them weapons. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's not common sense at all. It doesn't, to the average person, when they hear that, they go, this is dumb. You sound stupid.
To drill down on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. They cease to exist as an ethno state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay. And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it.
Understand the consequences of it, Crystal. Those fucking filthy Arabs, they would kill all the Jews. They are barbarians. They're rapists. They're monsters. What don't you get? And then Crystal can turn around and be like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's a little place called Dearborn where Muslims already live in a totally diverse democratic process. So the idea that you think Muslims are incapable of living in this like democratic structure where they have equal say and equal rights is unbelievably racist. Do you not think of your Muslim constituents when you say this? It's insane. It's racist towards the Jews too, ironically enough. Like, oh, Jews, they're just violent. No matter what, they will have to kill the Muslims. And then also on the other hand, you're like, well, the Muslims are violent, and no matter what, they have to kill the Jews. No, man, that's not how this works. There's never been a moment in history where that's how it has worked, okay? It's just insane. It's this totally distorted attitude where you're like, well, Jews have a special gene where they have to oppress the non-Jews, and then also Arabs have a special gene where they have to rape and kill every Jewish person. That's why they can't have a fucking equal state. It's ridiculous. Of course, it's also commonplace, as I have explained over and over again. This was the commonplace attitude. We cannot free the slaves. They will do to us what we've done to them. We cannot abolish the apartheid. The black people, if they get political power and equal representation, they'll do to us what we've done to them during the apartheid. This is how it always goes. This is what people say all the time. And history has proven that wrong every single time. Yes, liberal Zionism insinuates that only Jews can govern themselves. It's such a neurotic approach, too, other than how racist it is also built around this neuroses that, like, if Jews don't govern themselves, the Holocaust is going to happen. Dog, the Jews have been living in the United States of America with varying degrees of systemic discrimination early on and none whatsoever now for quite a while. The notion that Israel has to exist for that to take place is offensive to me as a goddamn American, okay? I hated it when Joe Biden said that. Joe Biden was like, if Israel doesn't exist, no Jew is ever safe. It's like, that sounds like a threat. You're the American president. What do you mean? There's like 7 million Jews here. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the most Jewish country on the planet, other than fucking Israel. What are you saying right now? New York is the most Jewish city in the world.
Understand why Israel was created in the first place. So that the Jews would have some place to go, okay?
Right,
and
but
to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. But
well, what is your
second
position?
Of all,
no, what is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created in a land with no people.
No, I know it wasn't. No,
there were people there that were displaced.
Right, very few countries ever were.
Nakba.
Yeah,
there is a dispute over land.
Yes.
And Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can, we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today. And, you know, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point.
Yeah.
But, you know, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, you know, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey Amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the, you know, the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege. You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because...
That's a crazy admission. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, holy moly. I don't. You didn't even have to, you didn't even have the dignity to say, like, yeah, I actually do think it was inappropriate. Fuck, man. These people, oh, my God, they are demonic. They are demonic.
Everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas...
Yeah, no, definitely. That's what happened. Come on, man. October 7th happened. We should allow them to do a genocide. Like, what do you mean? This guy's so unbelievably demonic, it almost gave me a heart attack, says Mo Chakic.
Washington.
He just tried to come in all nice, too.
And Hezbollah and Iran have done, and their desire is to wipe out the state of...
Yeah. Also, famously, no one ever thinks about October 7th, and everyone has forgotten about October 7th. What are you talking about? There's never a day that goes by where someone defending Israel doesn't go, oh, remember October 7th? It's kind of the whole point of this genocide is like, well, you know, October 7th happened, so we got to fucking kill them all, you know?
Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not, I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like...
The whole argument is Israel needs to be safe for Jews, which it isn't, unless it only Jews live there. It's not hard to comprehend, honestly. Wait, what? No, it's a ridiculous argument because it's currently a Jewish majority state and it's objectively unsafe for Jews. Like, what do you think? What do you think is a safer place for Jews to live in? The Upper West Side of New York City or fucking Tel Aviv? Okay? I feel like New York is objectively a far safer... Sherman Oaks, Beverly Hills, okay? Even Iran, before Israel started and America started blowing it up, where they blew up one of the older synagogues. How did you not name anywhere in South Florida? Oh yeah, Boca Raton.
The way Israel decided to defend themselves. But the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is, sorry, you know, we had this idea back in 1948, we were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe, go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think the question, let me, and this is not, you know, this is my perspective.
Hassan is a psyop to make the masses believe that 9/11 is real. Yeah. I love that. That 9/11 was fake is an awesome position that I rarely ever encounter in the wild. So respect.
But I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
why I voted
that should be,
that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
You know, spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going
to
prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
But that's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. You know, let's say that this plays out the way you just.
Why? You are the representative from Washington State. I wish more people would be like, why do you have this concern? Like, no, seriously. What kind of concern does Hamas, what kind of threat does Hamas or Hezbollah pose to the constituents in fucking Washington State? What could they possibly do to Washington State? Are you diminishing the Ansar Allah attacks on Tacoma, Washington? Yeah. But Hamas makes sense if you're in fucking Israel, okay? If you're a member of the Knesset. And even then, the argument is, of course, well, why does Hamas exist? Well, you fucking kind of forced their hand, okay? But it's really funny that guy from Washington's like, you don't understand. I mean, the fucking Houthis, man. Hamas, they pose a existential threat to Washington State. You don't understand. My district is always talking about this.
Describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno-state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you?
Okay. What makes you believe that the Palestinians that would be governing, first of all, what makes you believe the Palestinians that would be governing the area would democratically vote for Hamas? There is no indication of such a reality. That's number one. Number two, what makes you think Hamas itself, okay, what makes you think Hamas itself would be a violent, militant formation if they had a fucking established nation state and there was no occupation? Like, what are we talking about? People always do the but Hamas thing, but they never even think about it. Like, they have paragliders, idiot. What are they going to do? Paraglide into Lebanon? What are we talking about? They're not Israel. They're not going to fucking besiege other countries in the region. It's a nationalist emancipatory movement against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli apartheid. They're going to paraglide into Washington State. They're going to paraglide into downtown Tacoma, sir. Wait, wouldn't there still be a Jewish majority even if they integrated the West Bank and Gaza into one state? No, there wouldn't. Because there's approximately 2 million non-Jews that are citizens, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the 48ers. So no, it would, I think it would literally be a majority Palestinian. This is before we even talk about the right to return. And if you were to bring up the right to return, these guys really lose their fucking minds. They're like, oh, we can't have that. We have demographic concerns. This is where the demographic concerns argument comes from. Because there is here's what it is, okay? If you end the apartheid, if you end the occupation, the reality is, whether it's a binational commitment or a single state, it'll be majority non-Jews, okay? And from their perspective, that means that they could literally democratically vote to change the name of the state from Israel to Palestine. They could democratically vote to have anti-racism laws. Like, they could basically democratically dismantle a lot of the unjust, unequal, and outright racist laws that Israel has implemented. Now, for normal people who don't have, you know, an insane ethno-religious supremacist point of view, you'd be like, that's great. That's what's supposed to happen in a country. What are we talking? That's the end and abolition of an apartheid. That's cool. I like that. But Zionists consider that to be an existential threat. And then they'll just get really fucking racist with it, too. They'll say, like, oh, they're going to implement Sharia law. Yawn. Ultimately, this is why we say Zionism is racism. Zionism is a fascist ideology, because that is the unironic, unvarnished, foundational belief that, like, non-Jews and Jews cannot live side by side with one another without the Jews dominating the non-Jews. Because non-Jews don't know right from wrong. They're barbaric. They're not superior. Now, I'm not saying every person believes this. Of course, that's not the case. There's plenty of anti-Zionist Jews. There's plenty of Jews that don't actually consider themselves to be Zionists at all. But if you are a Zionist, even of the liberal variety, this is unironically what you believe at the end of the day, which is why if you exhaust the talking points with liberal Zionists, they will inevitably arrive at a similar position to the Benjamin Netanyahus of the world that they seemingly oppose. And, of course, never forget, there has never been a period of history where there were more Jewish Zionists than non-Jewish Zionists. Never. From its inception, Zionism was overwhelmingly favored by, oftentimes, unironically, anti-Semitic Christians. First, as a vehicle for settler colonial terrorism, and also a perfect solution to the problem of the perfidious Jews that they thought were ruining British society. That's the Balfour Declaration. And still continued around the globe by Christians for the most part. Evangelical Zionism is a far larger force that is a prominent defender of Zionism.
Have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, you know, from the river to the sea, if you will?
Hassan, how can you answer a simple question for me? It's an honest question. I'm not here to troll. How can you support the Houthis and say such positive things about them despite their mass human trafficking of tens of thousands of children, some as young as 9 years old? Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. But as far as like an entity, as far as a country that is opposing Israel's genocide, you know, clearly the Palestinians need all the help they can get. You feel me? Also, this is not even the Houthis. This is the former government. Ask that same chatter about Israel hiding pedos. Dog. Ask that same chatter about the human trafficking Israel did to Yemeni Jews. Like, that's such a funny line, because like Israel literally fucking kidnapped Yemeni Jews when they were babies and gave them to Ashkenazi families. It's a real thing. Someone said, dude, what? Yes, I know it was off topic, but a fan of YouTube. Yeah, it was off topic because a fan of yours asked me to ask you, so I did. Okay, well, I hope it helped you understand my position. I would wholeheartedly condemn that. I mean, I condemn all kidnapping of children. Yes, the easiest question of all time. I don't give a fuck who's doing it. Like, I don't know why you think I'm like riding for that. I ride for Easy Company in World War II. Does that mean I ride for segregation? Does that mean I ride for horrifying mistreatment of the LGBTQ? Does that mean I ride for women not being able to work regular jobs? No. I just think what Easy Company did during World War II was fucking dope. You feel me? Do you understand? Does that make sense to you? Like, when you think about the United States of America and its actions during World War II, do you think about segregation, racism, Japanese internment, or do you think about the positive actions that America contributed to by attacking and defeating the Nazi scourge? Honestly, I understand but disagree. Okay. I'm going to ask you that question one more time. Why do you hate Easy Company? Why do you hate the United States of America's actions in World War II? Are you a fan of Adolf Hitler? Or are you a real hater of Adolf Hitler? Because I'm a real hater of Adolf Hitler. No, I obviously hate Hitler. Good. Okay. Do you ride for the Allied forces during World War II? But at the same time, I'm extremely critical of the Allied actions of World War II. Okay. Like what? What the fuck is going on? Is this guy going to be like a clean Vermont understander? Where are we going here, man? Where are you going with this? Did you just say both sides were bad during World War II? No, I would just consider myself a moderate, but I doubt you believe me. No, I believe you. I'm entertaining the conversation. I'm just very confused as to where you're going with this. Do you agree with the actions of Easy Company during World War II? I asked you a very specific question. Do you agree with the actions of Easy Company during World War II, or would you turn around and not salute World War II veterans because you would turn around and say, hey, I'm sorry, America was a segregationist shithole during that time. So I'm too woke. I'm too woke to fucking dick ride Easy Company. So you do. You agree. Okay, well, then you understand my position. Yeah, I would support them, but if I found out they trafficked tens of thousands of kids, I wouldn't know. Dog. America literally instituted chattel slavery. What the fuck are you talking about? What is that if not the trafficking and genocidal actions of a fucking country of millions? Hello? Hello? My point is, do you attribute all of that to the actions of the Allied forces when you're making that calculation? Of course you're not. What is this? Oh, you found their Reddit? Creator Clash. Bro, Hassan and his friends, which Ian has now aligned himself with, say they avowedly support the Houthis and lie on their behalf. Also, don't bother trying to question the validity of the UN report. It's been verified so many times over by many human rights organizations. Who sniped his Reddit account? How sweaty is this lobby? This is the sweatiest of all lobbies. Damn, bro. They said a fan asked him. Turns out he's his biggest fan. He's like, nah, I'm my biggest fan, dog. It wasn't a lie when I said a fan wanted me to ask you this question as a moderate. It's just so funny to be like, hey, man, we really gotta reconsider. While a genocide was ongoing, the actions of one of the only fucking countries in the region that did anything they could to try to impede Israel's genocide. What's really problematic is what they have on their banner. Their banner is anti-Semitic. There's Saudi-backed reports that they were doing child slavery or whatever. Reports from when Saudi Arabia was implementing a famine in Yemen. It's got nothing to do with their banner. Just a straw man. No, I'm just bringing up common critiques, like silly critiques. I'm against supporting a group that traffics kids regardless if they do good things. Dog, you literally just said you support the American military in World War II. The American government trafficked a fuck ton of children. Black children. Okay? So obviously, you have actually been in support of a government that has trafficked millions, entire families, and continued to enslave them. Yeah, I would criticize and be against them. I wouldn't praise them. You just told me you were in support of the American government's actions during World War II. I have the same approach that you do to the Houthis. Important defensive Kyle, very moderate. You can ask about what Destiny's content is like, but no one here will give you an honest take because none of them actually watches content. They probably saw a single clip that they strongly disagree with and wrote Destiny off as some insane conservative. They probably think that Destiny agreeing with Rittenhouse verdict. Oh, long-term fan. Hey, Hassan, long-term fan. A friend of mine wanted to hear what your takes on the Houthis are. Turns out you don't have issues with people who predate on children. Perhaps this was an insincere debate that you posed. Oh. chatter, delete your Reddit account right now. This chatter is European UK, I believe. Probably. That makes sense. Don't you constantly complain about people bringing up old clips of you? Now you're bringing up past comments of mine? Wait. You came in here claiming you were a longtime fan who was just simply a moderate, and then we found out that you were defending Destiny 3 years ago in a H3H3 Productions post brigading at the behest of DGG. It kind of feels like you're not just some random guy. I never said I was a longtime fan. Wait, maybe I misunderstood. How can you support the Houthis? Someone is young and 9 years old. Yes, it was off topic. Yeah, it was off topic because a fan of yours asked me, so I did. I would wholeheartedly condemn. I'm very anti-Israel. Honestly, I understand, but I disagree. I think it's immoral. Yeah, I do think about that. I've done extensive research on World War II. Okay, I guess you didn't say you were a longtime fan. You just said you were a fan of my YouTube. He's going to say, I never said I was a bro, you never hate when people bring up old clips of you because you're always so consistent. No, I hate when people bring clips out of context of me. It's always just asking questions, ask chatters, dude. Yeah, no, I'm against child trafficking and any kind of child predation. Having said that, when I watch Band of Brothers, a teardrop rolls past my cheek, and I stand up and I salute the brave boys. Hoorah, baby. Regardless of America's history of defending chattel slavery, which is, you know, the enslavement of millions, kidnapping of children, all that stuff. Did that comment look finished and whole to you? They probably think that Destiny agreeing with Kyle Rittenhouse's verdict is evidence of this, even though Destiny said what Kyle did was incredibly stupid, but that didn't take away his right to self-defense. It's the most basic take in the world that 99% of people in the world would agree with if they had a reason to discuss, if they had a reasoned discussion and laid on the facts. But unfortunately, most people are unwilling to look past the headline. Brother, I'm going to be honest, you are the number one dick eater of a sex pest who operates a cult. It's very clear you're fighting his battles in other subreddits. You're brigading other subreddits at his behest. And you're doing that here right now. I'm so confused. Develop your own independent thoughts, please. I beg of you. Okay? And that's why it's so unbelievably unproductive to have these sorts of conversations with people like yourself, because you don't have any, like, you don't have any investment in arriving at a reasonable conclusion here. You're just in here to further engage with a barrage of half-remembered talking points that you got from somewhere else, a pedantic conversation that gets increasingly tiring. That's it. They'll hear what they think is a bad take and immediately write off everything else that explains the take. I would challenge any H3 fans that have issues with Destiny to bring up a single issue they have with him, and 9 out of 10, I'll find someone who doesn't know the facts surrounding it. Anyway. It is kind of crazy because back in the day, I think like the quality of the debate purgatory has diminished a lot in recent years, as like his audience size has diminished because, you know, he keeps fucking up, he keeps doing horrible shit to everyone in his immediate vicinity. that, you know, even the biggest diehard fans of his inevitably pull out and they're like, oh, I can't do this anymore. You're really fucked up this time. And one thing I've noticed is that while the fan base has become even more cultish, they used to be a little bit more sophisticated, all things considered. Nowadays, it's just not great. Nowadays, it's a hive mind. I think Israel did a number on the cult, the Sex Pastini cult, and perhaps the court case too.
Will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean. Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that that would be the reality.
Well,
but
how would it not be
I don't know how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally
etc.
with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but Hamas doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look,
No, Hamas supports the abolition of the apartheid and end of the occupation, which is a far closer position to equal rights. Than the Zionist position is.
Yeah. So how do we get there?
No,
how do we get there?
Stop.
Hold on.
I can answer this
How
for
do we
you.
get there at a time
when
you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible?
There's something I have to explain before all of this makes sense.
In order to create a Palestinian state.
Look, let's go back to what you said.
You never want to be, at least optically, you never want to be the guy going, stop, and like yelling over and over again while the host is trying to deliver the end of one point.
I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree, yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state, and the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it would be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is the American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
But what is actually your idea?
Here's an incredibly...
You're saying...
Bro thinks the Massey Amendment is just like he voted for the Massey Amendment. You can't criticize me. Like, he thinks it's the magic... He thinks it's like the magic word. Like, what, you think it's a shield, dude? That's your protection? Good luck. Excuse me, I voted for the Massey Amendment. Okay, well, you also said you voted to fund Israel's war crimes during the process of the genocide, and you have no, when you recollect on your decisions back then, you have no issues with it.
No, you don't support a one-state solution. You don't support a two-state solution. There is no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right. And I'm
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called
Oh, I love when these guys go, let's talk about the history. You're about to hear the most one-sided, nonsensical, outright fucking racist garbanzo beans you've ever heard. At least he's done the reading, or at least he's claiming to have done the reading, so that's good. Most people don't even do that. They just repeat shit that they've heard from others. Let's take a look.
Palestine, 1936. that described what was going on.
Okay.
So you were coming to the end of the British mandate. And you had, the Jews had been...
Never mind. This is actually shocking. I should have let him cook. Hold on.
Coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago. And they were looking for, you know, a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything. Okay? Jews said, no, we can't stay. So they started a civil war. Okay? And they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created. Another war was started.
Wait, wow. That is not what happened, my man. No. Balfour Declaration, Jewish migration into British Mandate Palestine, and at first, there is land acquisitions that take place. Fine, sure. Not the most arable land. It's all good. Okay? He already skipped past the point of the Nakba, but that's besides the point. But we're going to get to that in a second. The British occupied Palestinian territory after World War I was not favorable to the Palestinian occupants, the Arab occupants, in any way, shape, or form. Okay? It was the start of a settler colonial operation. Mass migrations of Jews begin, and the British occupation absolutely favors the Jewish settlers as opposed to the Palestinian population. The Palestinian population are experiencing similar kinds of settler attacks that you see in the West Bank today. Okay? And the British occupation, similar to the Israeli occupation, defends the actions, the pogroms, the actions that the Arab indigenous population are receiving in the hands of Jewish settlers. Okay, there's a lot of land grabs, there's pogroms that take place. The Arabs, who make up the overwhelming majority of the working class at the time, try to implement strikes in the process. They try all of the different peaceful ways of resistance. In the process, they also develop some kind of militant resistance as well. Okay? Palestinians, not Arabs. Yes. Palestinians, the occupants, the actual occupants of first the area known as Palestine under Ottoman occupation, if you want to call it that, and then British occupation, British Mandate Palestine. There's a lot of back and forth. The Palestinians inevitably end up losing because the British heavily favor the Jewish settler colonial project. By the time that the British leave, okay, by the time the British leave, the Jewish settlers have all the money, the Jewish settlers have all the weapons, the Jewish settlers have more and more land. Some they've purchased, some they've actually pushed the Palestinians out of. And then, by 1947, the Jewish settlers designed different Zionist brigades, okay? In the aftermath of World War II, there is, of course, unprecedented levels of migration. There are a lot of refugees that are coming from all around Europe, okay? They develop Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi as like the three primary Zionist brigades. You could consider them de facto terrorist organizations because at the time there is no established nation state, so they are technically de facto terrorist organizations. They are able to get a lot of arms from other countries. The USSR is one of the countries that actually traffic arms by way of Czechoslovakia. There's an embargo, and yet many people still send arms to the Jewish, the Zionist brigades at that point. And they establish which Ilan Pape uncovered, Plan Dalet. The purpose of Plan Dalet is to create, to generate massacres in key Palestinian villages that have like neighborhood agreements with Jewish villages, Palestinian villages that are next to Jewish villages that already have established good relations with said Jewish villages. They go to Deir Yassin and numerous other Palestinian villages, and they slaughter the people there. Then they also hold hostage some of the Palestinians and parade them through the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. The purpose of this is to get the other Palestinian villages to take note of these massacres that are taking place. Okay? So that when they encircle other Palestinian villages in the process from 1947 to 1948, also known as Nakba, the Nakba, which leads to the inception of the Jewish state of Israel. When they encircle these other Palestinian villages, including major cities where Palestinians used to live that are now considered cities within the Israeli Green Line, they are forced to escape. They encircle the villages, they sometimes slaughter some of the Palestinians, and also they blast clan tactics. They blast through speakers, like through megaphone speakers, whatever the fuck they had in technology. I don't know what it's called back then. Sounds of machine gun fire, bombs exploding, people screaming. They basically torture the Palestinian inhabitants of major cities, and after they encircle the cities, they only leave one exit point so that all of the Palestinians can escape through that appropriate exfiltration point. Yeah, megaphone, machine gun fire, screams, yeah. A process that Israel still utilizes against the Palestinians to this day. As we know, in Gaza, there are drones that will play the sound of a crying baby to draw out a Palestinian that wants to help, only to kill them. This is a thing that they're still doing. It was what they were doing back then as well. Once those Palestinians leave their homes with their keys, assuming that they're inevitably going to, be able to return, they're never allowed to return ever again. This process is systemic ethnic cleansing, also known as the Nakba, something that he just completely fucking glanced over as though it was insignificant, inconsequential. Only after that do the other surrounding Arab nations decide to take matters into their own hands, which Israel calls its War of Independence. Okay? 750,000 Palestinians were displaced in the process. 750,000, many of which were never allowed to return ever again. It glossed over. I didn't say I shouldn't have said glanced over. He glossed over it as though it wasn't consequential at all. That is the inception of the Israeli nation state. That is something that most people don't know about. Many Jews don't learn about this process. Because Zionist education, Zionist indoctrination requires people not to know the truth. The Nakba wasn't just encirclement, it was attack and destroy. I already brought that up. I thought the militias attacked the villages first. Wait, what? I just explained that. That is how the Israeli state was established, through unprecedented violence, oftentimes in the hands of people who had just experienced the Holocaust. Okay? Turning around and doing unlimited violence to the Arab Palestinian inhabitants of this land that they wanted. And it's not like at its root, at its inception, the Zionist groups were oblivious to the colonialism that they were engaging in. They were aware of it. Because at the time, there wasn't such liberal, woke attitudes about colonialism. So that they openly said, this is what we're doing. Yeah, oldest story in the book, the oppressed become the oppressor. And that's what happened. The counterpoint, the Palestinian riots and the Hebron riots is an excuse, by the way. Nothing excuses ethnic cleansing. Yes, there's no excuse for ethnic cleansing. And for the record, the Palestinians were rioting because they were frustrated. They were frustrated that settler colonialism was happening. And guess what? They weren't fucking wrong. That is literally what happened. It's insane. They were rioting against the British occupation that not only was not offering them statehood, autonomy, dignity, sovereignty, but then on top of that was bringing alien inhabitants to the land in order to openly displace them. And that's literally what they did.
And I know people say, well, this is a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel, to basically kill Israel in the crib in 1948. And they fought and they fought and they fought and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting. And
how did the Jews get there, my man? There were Jews that lived there. Okay, it was approximately 2.5% of the population were Jewish, many of which were in Jerusalem when it was Palestine. A land without people for a people without land. It was bullshit from the start. There were people. There were inhabitants in that land. There was the indigenous population in that land. Oh.
Existential fight. And
it's so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical liberal sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you.
Why?
You keep saying illiberal Jews, we cannot have. Illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but why should...
And I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should
I already answered that question.
Taxpayers?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so, and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So you're done with the U.S. funding Israel?
I think...
Work it out themselves.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I got to see. I mean, look, if...
Socialist revolt.
The Democratic Socialists of America are screaming DSA over USA. And if people actually listen to what they're promising and who they are, their own survey says 85% white, 80% with a college degree. This is not the old Democratic Party of brown and black people, of blue-collar workers. These are folks who were told by the institution, the academic institutions, fork over 6 figures, get a degree with us, you can support yourself, have home ownership, maybe own a small business, be able to live the American dream, however you define that, and they're disappointed. Their grievances are weird, though, because if you actually listen to what they're promising, I don't think Republicans right now should just say, oh, socialism, socialism. They should explain to people what that means. That means no private ownership. That means health care for all, which sounds great but costs too much. And I actually think letting them talk and explaining who they are and showing who they are is a great benefit to the Republican Party. Last point, I was very critical in 2022 when our Republican candidates just thought, we're going to have a red wave, red tsunami, we don't have to say anything. We have to complete our sentences. We have to show the distinction or the difference between Republicans and Democrats and your future.
Yeah, he said number 1, free healthcare, number 2, death.
But they end up with Gaza, and they end up with anti-Israel, and they end up with these crazy ideas. It sounds like Bernie Sanders, a man who was stopped by the Democrats from being their presidential nominee in 2016 and again in 2024.
Is this Kellyanne Conway? Why does she look so different?
Jason, this is kind of an obvious point, but it's a very important point. Everywhere where Democrat socialists are winning is in Democrat strongholds. So every single one of these elections where these socialists are
Dude,
taking
it's so
over
awesome. It's literally near attended.
long-held
there is no
Democrat
daylight between near
policies.
attended and
it's
Fox
not
News
like
commentators.
normal policies that are being rejected here.
Yeah,
There
you're
is no
exactly right.
daylight
Look, the voters
between
are driven
establishment
by
neoliberals and
principle
Fox
over
News commentators.
polls. They're driven by authenticity as opposed to some fakeness that's coming out there. So what you're seeing is,
someone needs to do a supercut. Someone needs to do a supercut of like establishment liberals on CNN saying the identical things that Fox News is saying about the DSA.
Like that, you see the craziness. Now, here's one thing that I think has fundamentally changed. When Nancy Pelosi kind of came out of favor and out of power, she controlled the purse strings. And what's happened is the DSA has now taken control of those purse strings, is getting the money. That gives them some sort of the power. And what you don't see are the traditional Democrats, the politically dead man walking of Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, and even Hakeem Jeffries, who seem to be out of favor. They don't have the control of the financial apparatus like they used to, and consequently, these people are rudderless. They don't have a leader. They don't have a bench that they can lean towards.
Yeah. You know, Kellyanne, you mentioned this a minute ago, and I think it's really important. You know, obviously, and this is an election where the wind is at Democrats' backs, and for that reason, Democrats may do very well this time despite all of the socialist lunacy that has taken over their party. But then what happens in 2 years when they've got all these lunatics in charge and they've got to run an actual election where the electorate really does show up in full force?
It's an excellent point, Charlie, because if you look at all of the polling, believe that the future of the Democratic Party is socialism, but the future of our country is not. Americans still reject socialism. And poll after poll shows that, especially among those who can actually define socialism and capitalism. And what's interesting about the DSA, and I think a real conundrum for all those typical, traditional, in-office currently party leaders, is that this is not anti-GOP. It's not even anti-Trump. It's anti-Democrat establishment, and it hit the Democrats unknowingly. The analogies to the Tea Party don't work. Those folks loved America. They were saying tax enough already. They actually reformed their party from the inside and gave way to Trump years later. This is very different, and I don't think it flies in 2028 across the states.
Why would that be different?
This is not, you know,
the only major difference is, well, there's two major differences. One, Tea Party sucks dog shit. DSA is awesome. And number two, the Tea Party was a fucking AstroTurf movement by the Koch brothers. DSA is backed by the people.
To say, hey, that's very limited in certain places and spaces, but this, I'm going to bring my party to the center. Let's not be fooled that any of these folks are going to govern from the center. The DSA just makes it look that way.
Bro, this shit is awesome. We got them going. We need a strong Democrat Party. It didn't even take one full year. A couple victories. A couple victories. And immediately we got them singing like Nancy Jedediah Pelosi, being like, we need a strong Democrat Party. What happened? What happened? We need a strong Democrat Party. Democrats, what went wrong? Can you please go back? Can you please go back to being ritualistically humiliated by us? Can you please go back to being feckless in your indifference to the growth of fascism in this country? Please. That's like 8 fucking races, man. That's all it took. 8 races, and they're singing like Nancy Pelosi. Whoo! Amazing. Amazing things are happening, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing things are happening. Yes, it is impossible for me not to notice how much the near attendants of the world sound identical to Fox News commentators, but it's also really funny because one of the things that I used to rail against the established Democrats all the time is when Nancy Pelosi and other people like that would constantly fucking say, we need a strong Republican Party. Republicans, Trump is not you. You are not Trump. You need to purge yourself of the Trump movement, of the MAGA movement. They kept deluding themselves that the Republican Party was anything but MAGA. Okay? And now you have Fox News saying the same, which means that we're shifting the Overton window. Okay? which means we are shifting the Overton window successfully. We are ratcheting the shit back to the left. I believe it. Also, as far as like DSA, so white, among Democrats, which economic system do you prefer? White Democrats, capitalism by 40%, socialism by 38%. Non-white, socialism by 38%, capitalism by 27%. Look at that. Tell you all the goddamn time. Which of the following people are socialists? Sanders, 55%. Mamdani, 51%. AOC, 45%. Obama, 27%. Harris, 27%. Warren, 25%. Biden, 23%. Newsom, 20%. None of the above, 28%. Yeah, none of the above is right.
If tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza, if they actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon, that may change. I don't see that happening, which is why I gave you the answer I gave. But again, this notion that somehow there's a liberal option on the table, and how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel? What's going to come in there? Okay, it's going to be liberal.
Well,
now, I'm with you on the taxpayer dollar piece.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself. Yeah. If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. You know, we sanctioned our ally at the time, South Africa. You support that?
I am one of the original co-sponsors of the, it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them, and we should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are advocating so much of this. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relationship with Israel-Palestine is serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries? You know, from my perspective, it's been very important because it serves as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become an important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue that is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief that we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives these people, yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay, and Trump walked right into that, all right? So the notion that it's just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think, is a misplaced fact.
Can we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I certainly, but I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing, nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden in
because of his age.
Well, because he couldn't, I don't care how old he is, he just couldn't speak. Okay, he couldn't communicate clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly, it had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality. It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunity for enough people.
Yeah.
Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA agenda is actually going to achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right, I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people. I've been working with a woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor up at Boston College who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors
So he's saying that DSA had an open border policy in 2024, which caused Trump to win, but Biden was the runner and DSA was not running anything. What the fuck's he saying? He's just chirping into the fucking wind. It doesn't have to make sense. It's just a rehashing of the exact same unprincipled, dogmatic approach, which is we didn't pivot to the center hard enough, and that's why we lost to Trump. Okay? That's it. That's it. He's just slapping the DSA sticker onto it because he just learned about it recently. You understand? Biden was DSA cadre. Yeah, Biden. That's right, Jack. I love Eugene Debs. Met him a long time ago. Good guy he was. He told me Biden. He's just repeating Republican talking points into the air that dumb liberals in D.C. only, by the way, bought immediately after 2024. That's why the base hates him, because they all suggested surrendering to Trump. Yes. Yes. Male version of Diana to get.
Jews don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that. Okay, I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. You know, part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time, A. And another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was that deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah. It's absurd. The idea that we can just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now, I want to tax people. I want a better social welfare state. But to argue that we can have a better social welfare state because the debt doesn't matter undermines the credibility of that argument.
I think with the decline of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it's something we have to think more about now. But here's so let
that's
me drill,
the understatement of the morning, by the way. But
let me drill down a little bit on a few things you've said. So you've argued both from most of your argument against the DSA thus far, I think you could characterize as an electability argument. You think
no. It's bad policy.
Okay, so
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's not just a...
He's just repeating, what is this? The establishment when Republicans win? The establishment when the left wins? Yeah, it's time for a daring maneuver, Democrats. Carville declares he can't be in the same party as Mamdani-backed candidates, calls for formal schism. Yeah, James Carville, when the Republicans won, turned around and wrote this article in February 25th, 2025, where he said, show your belly. Famously, this was his Democrats, show your belly. Punish the population, punish the voters, make them remember why they vote for you. That's what his argument was, which was a disastrous policy, but one that we took advantage of. Let's be real. Okay? Once that show your belly mentality caused so much frustration amongst the base that they started voting for real fighters, which happened to be Democratic Socialists. He's now turning around and saying, we got to do something about it. We got to destroy the Democrats to our left. We got to destroy them. Well, to that I say thank you. Thank you, James Carville. Yeah, the daring maneuver was to play dead and surrender to Trump. I know. Carville's play dead New York Times column did some harm to his anti-left faction. Have heard so many voters and polls cite it as the party establishment saying Dems should play dead instead of fighting. This isn't a crazy interpretation of the column. Carville's advice for the Dems was to retreat and to not respond to every Trump attack for a while as his popularity fell. The left didn't respond. The left didn't respond to every attack. There was no Save DEI rally, but it was out there doing stuff. Yeah, he's mad we're using do-nothing Democrats, and he told them to. Fucking priceless. Yeah. It's awesome. James Carville gave us a gift. He told the Democrats to not do anything. Now, probably Democrats weren't going to do anything anyway, but I'll give that credit to James Carville.
electability
So
is
here's
policy.
a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on a. Here's what the bill did. Okay,
well,
it's a slogan.
We have an article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats actually who was in office when you voted for
Can
DHS.
I tell you what this actually does,
creation of
so
ICE?
we can have an intelligent
Sure,
conversation?
of course. Yeah. Well, number one,
Okay,
do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay,
because
but do you still support
that doesn't help anything, because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course. But first, do you?
Yeah, here's the thing about the two-party system. A strategist on the Republican side that was so bad they wouldn't be fired. In the Democratic Party, they get promoted. Failure is rewarded. Yes. Yes. Democrats always reward failures because their role isn't to actually win shit. Their role is to just lose gracefully and collect checks. Republicans actually have a horrifying, unbelievably toxic agenda, but they fight like hell to fucking implement it.
You can explain more in detail what it is.
I keep slamming the table. Jesus Christ, Adam Smith. Sure, Wealth of Nations is a good book, but Jesus Christ, dude, have some decency, sir. Oh, look at me, fucking invisible hand. Like, all right, dude, calm down, okay? We get it. We get it. You were impactful hundreds of years ago, okay? Calm down.
Tell you what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
When we created the Department of Homeland Security, we took immigration enforcement away from the Justice Department and we put it into DHS and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And gets rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of... Yeah, no, but...
That's my position, too.
But
we're on the same page here.
Yes, but it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
Okay. So hold on. Let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates, specifically, not a policy paper that they're theoretically says, which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement?
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot absolutely 100% said it. Yeah.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate who said that. Do you think that? Do you think that her views should be associated with everyone under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be evaluated individually?
Many conversations with many immigration advocates, and I always ask them. And look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime. Okay, and it should be limited. And I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward?
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE?
Well, abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical...
You don't like the label, but you support it, right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay, if you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine. But there are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always... Let me tell you...
You've given me one.
Let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get from dozens of different immigration advocacy groups. I said, look, in order for this to work, you have...
I'm sorry, if you're a fucking Democrat, if you have the D next to your name and you're repeating Fox News talking points, you're not a Democrat, okay? You're not a part of the opposition. You're a part of the fucking fascist party. I'm sorry. It don't matter that you got a D next to your name. This is unbelievably self-defeating, okay? When we criticize the moderates, we criticize them for their closeness to the Republicans, okay? Because we want the moderates to no longer be close to the Republicans in their ideology, in their advocacy, in their legislative agenda that they follow on, okay? When moderates do this to their left flank, they are repeating how close they are to the right-wingers, okay? He's not even a fucking Pino. He's not. He's not even a progressive. He's a Dino. Democrat in name only. This is what I mean when I say no more to the fascist collaborators, okay? That's it. That's it. It's fucking insane to me. Please say Pinot, no Pinot more. I can't get enough. I love saying Pinot. Yeah, his district is D+22. We have to have someone in our fucking audience that can primary this guy for the love of God. DSA will raise you $100,000 if you primary this fucking loser. Oh, don't get me started. Now you're going to get all the Sawant fans in the chat.
Have to be able to tell me
and say there is someone primarying him.
And who wouldn't you let in?
There you go.
And they literally never answer that.
Okay, are
question.
they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
Here's my other question for you is, you know,
Do you
want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that
Let me
one
ask you this.
Let me finish my question,
Sure.
please. That one candidate, Daria-Lisa Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? You want to take those positions, and you want to tar and
I love it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to have some radical positions.
entire group of candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you
So
this.
aren't you, hold on, aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yes. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. Crystal ball, more like crystal ball knower. Okay. Finally.
And that's
all
always the
these
answer.
people,
That's
they're
always
all
the
so
answer.
crazy. They
I'm
don't
not-
want any
I'm not
enforcement. They don't want
saying
any
they're all so
police.
crazy.
They don't want any borders.
Let me
et cetera.
consolidate
When
for
they
you.
could-
Do
they
you
could
think?
easily
She's not against immigration enforcement. She's against using deportation instead of criminal justice. Yes.
All right, you've done your thing. Let me do my
They
thing.
could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria-Lisa.
But it might.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's true.
I can't because the Justice Department is going to enforce. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden, his policy, okay, so not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
Now, that
to you,
is
though,
something that's
but hold on a
widely
second. But hold on
supported.
a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment, and so to
But
go
how
back
did
to one
he
of
govern?
to go back to one of the
Wherever
original.
he comes from, how did he govern?
Well, he funded the
Wait,
genocide.
did he govern as a woke? Is that the argument? Did Joe Biden govern as a woke, dude? Are these guys sincerely saying Joe Biden governed as a woke? Joe Biden won as a woke. He won as a woke. He had a 100-day amnesty plan. And then he threw it away. And then he thought, let's not fix any of these problems at the border. Let's not speed up the process of getting these people the proper paperwork, proper clearance to be able to work on U.S. soil. Hopefully it'll just go away. People will just forget about it. He was paralyzed because he was terrified of the reactionary forces that were saying, oh, he's just opened up the floodgates of migration. And he was also terrified of his left flank as well because he had promised that he was going to govern like a woke. And he didn't do anything. He chose the worst of both worlds. Joe Gundam.
So he's governed in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about
You
electability.
did. You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions, the DSA, were part of what brought back Donald
Fair
Trump.
enough, fair enough, yes. But there's also policy concerns. But
Okay,
yes.
but on the electability point, how can you argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argued the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When
100%.
Hillary Clinton
With you.
loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war,
Let me
any
close with
sort of a
this.
primary. So how could it be the fault of the left
It's not
that
the
we're
fault.
losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in three acts.
Okay.
Number one, we didn't do enough on the economic issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly the Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But we didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two, the left came along and took some positions that weakened us. I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them? It's like, there can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either-or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics. And then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement or do they mean change enforcement? Okay, and that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems, you know. The defund the police movement did not help us in any way, and it was a thing. And everyone's, oh no, we never did that, okay? And then three, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Those three things are what led to us. And every time, and I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. What?
Did the left have power in this country? No. It never had. Last time the left had power in this country, they forced the most historically popular Democrat to do the most historically popular piece of legislation, the New Deal. Okay? And ever since then, it's been over. It's been downhill from that point onward. His name was FDR. Okay?
Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with your...
It happened because he didn't do immigration reform, and also it was dysfunctional. He caused the refugee wave by sanctioning Cuba and Venezuela to hell. There was also a massive wave that was held back by the COVID shutdown. He's just a dopey idiot. What people object to is disorder and overwhelming services. Yes. He also should have, and I stand by this, he should have prosecuted Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis. He should have thrown them in jail for human trafficking, which he had sufficient evidence of. Because when Ron DeSantis and Governor Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, specifically started drop shipping refugees into northern states to gum up the works when they already had their fucking court cases in Texas. Joe Biden should have, one, immediately deployed funds to these states to ensure that the people were properly taken care of, okay? And two, he should have prosecuted Greg Abbott and DeSantis for human trafficking, because that's precisely what they did. It's crazy.
I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point in identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're all like,
no, because
I'm not caricaturing.
I'm not trying to say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think that you do, or Josh Gottheimer for that matter.
And I'm not saying they all have the same views
You are trying to take the views of, let's say, Daria Lisa and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire DSA coalition stands for.
I'm just saying it's an issue and it's a challenge.
Let me get you to, so I think the most prominent example of socialist governance in the U.S. right now is Zoran Mamdani in New York City. He got asked a question that's very relevant to this conversation about, what about people who are concerned about social...
What the fuck is LARPer-Abi?
Socialism are concerned about democracy.
Don't get into it. It's Minecraft roleplay. A person that LARPs is you? Okay, fine.
Democratic socialism. Let me get you to respond to what he had to say. This is E2.
For all of the fear-mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is exactly that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's just
so goddamn good. It's crazy.
City that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings, shooting victims, and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal child care, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind. Workers, who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants, more than $64 million. these are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
So is Zoran's version of socialism a version that you could get on board with, since he's really focused on the affordability pieces that you...
I am encouraged by what he's doing. And I think that form of trying to get things done, that's the other problem, is so much of the left, and certainly we experienced this in Seattle, became an academic exercise. They were spending all day long talking about, the history of racism, as opposed to going out in the community and saying, these are people who have been discriminated against. Let's get them access to capital so they can start businesses. Let's get them access to capital so they can get homes. Let's do a job, let's do workforce development so they can get jobs. It became an academic exercise about the history of the U.S. and about, are we, just irreversibly bigoted racist? And that's all interesting. What are we doing to govern effectively? And actually, everything that Mamdani said right there, I'm encouraged. If you govern and focus...
Okay, Bhaskar Sunkara. My man's about to come out and be like, I'm a Bhaskar-style DSA, actually. I like to talk about how America had a lot of racist beginnings, but also it overcame racism. It's a very diverse country. We got to talk about the positives here.
So getting things done, so-called sewer socialism from back in the day.
Look at this fucking guy. Dude, come on. How can you not... Dude. How can you not look at where the conversation is headed and not feel at least a sense of confidence that we are having a tremendous impact? You got godfather of capitalism, Adam Smith, out here talking about sewer socialism, man. I mean, the fact that he knows what that is huge. Like, the fact that he's pretending to be in favor of at least socialist governance is I mean, this is unthinkable.
Had mayors who were socialists because they were going to go out and work.
Yeah, this fucking sellout Nasuda who's dick riding Israel talking about sewer socialism. It's like, dude, 2016, can you imagine? I mean, come on.
That's great. As an academic exercise, will you want to explain to me the history of oppression when you say things to me like, well, that person can make that argument because of the power dynamic, and we operate in this weird intellectual world that's got nothing to do with practical problem solving and logic, okay? That's where I have a problem. Michelle Wu up in Boston, also on the left, governing really well. There are other folks who haven't governed so well because they got trapped in this sort of ideological thing where the whole focus was on oppressed and oppression as opposed to actually governing well. So yes, I am encouraged by what I've seen in the last, what are we now, 6-7 months in Mamdani's term. I'm a working class blue collar kid. I'm in favor of economic populism. And if socialism can work on that level. Now, I think you also have to recognize that private industry has to be part of it. Okay? We have to have businesses that grow. But yeah, I had someone, I was up in New York a month or so ago, and someone said, the problem is we took the guardrails off capitalism. Over the course of the last 50 years,
yeah. We just got to get, dude, I was just thinking that, I was just thinking myself, I was like, the problem is corporate capitalism. The problem is corporatism. That's what it is. The problem is we took the guardrails off capitalism. Oh, shit, dude. Thanks, man. We got to reform it. You're right. More ethical capitalism. You see, real capitalism hasn't been tried.
We did. We took the guardrails off capitalism. So let's put those guardrails back on. And if you want to call it socialism, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But let's govern more effectively.
So let me ask you then. Josh Gottheimer said, if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. It sounds like you don't agree with that.
No, I mean, but again, the problem with this is the whole abolish ICE thing. You throw a term out that means 15 different things to 15 different people, and then you're like, do you support this? It's like, well, which one of the...
Dog, you're the abolish ICE guy. What do you mean? You're the guy. You said it too, man.
15 versions are you talking
I'm not asking you to support it, but he and others have said basically, we don't want these people in the party. Well, we don't want to share the tent with them. And it doesn't sound like you're in that place.
I am not. Now, I think we ought to be able to have a conversation about the issues. I was sick to death, and you did it to me again, when I was trying to say, hey, look, on immigration, you know, we need to show that we are in favor of enforcement. Well, you're just giving me Republican talking points.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
No.
You said something about me like sound like a Republican earlier.
No. What I said
why can't we have a conversation about it?
What I said is that when you take the most radical position of one person or from a policy platform and you paint with a broad brush, you're handing Republicans a talking point. Oh, this is what these people are. And what I'm saying is that you could easily be put into that camp, given some of your positions that you continue to hold. For example, whether you want to call it dismantling ICE or reorganizing ICE under a different agency or whatever you want to call it. You support getting rid of ICE.
It's not actually a joke. It's how are you going to enforce it? What sort of enforcement are you going to do? And if going back to the Justice Department makes sense to me. And, you know, ICE would no longer exist, but you'd still have immigration enforcement. But this is the biggest...
Could you actually, I am curious your view, because the counter to that would be, well, if you're just going to do enforcement, why not just keep ICE and reform ICE, right? There's some group of people would say, oh, it's too radical to get rid of ICE. We need to just reform it, vet better, et cetera. Why do you think that it needs to be taken apart? Because obviously I agree with you.
What Trump has done with it, I think just puts it in a category. And I don't know, I mean, theoretically, within the Department of Homeland Security, I suppose you could have immigration enforcement that made sense. But I think at this point we need a clean break. And look, the biggest thing that I want in all of this is the ability to have a conversation, all right? And this is my biggest problem with the left. I have been unable to hold a town hall meeting for a year because...
Why? Because people keep yelling at you about your fucking inconsistent Israel positions? Yeah, it's the left's fault that your constituents demand answers to your wishy-washy perspective on an issue that is, you know, fairly fucking black and white. It's genocide.
A bunch of leftists show up and scream at me and don't let it...
Oh, dude, that sucks, man. How about you build some kind of backbone and stand on your principles? If your principles are pro-genocide, then you're fucking pro-genocide, you know? Perhaps the problem, and this is the endless Democrat problem, is that the voters are far more woke than you are. And they vote for you either reluctantly or because you duped them into believing that you cared about those values. And perhaps now when there are real alternatives that fit that standard far better, you guys are freaking the fuck out because it makes you look like a fraud. This is the issue for a lot of Democrats. They keep complaining about the voters not voting for them and voting for someone else. That's all this is about. Like, every day they're like, oh, well, we have to spend a lot of money on our fucking primaries. And it's like, well, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all. You could just govern effectively. You could actually govern on the values that you claimed you would fight for, and no one would have this issue. Is there a left position against AOC? Is AOC getting outflanked by her left in her district? Is Bernie Sanders, he's 850 years old, is Bernie Sanders getting primaried successfully? Is Rashida Tlaib getting primaried? Is Ilhan Omar getting primaried? Perhaps there's a reason. Just be a fucking public servant and do the bidding of the masses, the people that fucking voted for you. And then you won't have to demand millions of dollars from the Democratic Party's coffers to protect your cushy sinecure. That's what's so funny about this whole, like, internal fissure in the Democratic Party. Like, oh, these left-flank candidates, these insurgencies, what are we going to do? They're fucking coming after us. Oh, we got to spend a lot of money that we would normally spend in the general. We're wasting money. It's like, you don't have to do that. Get your fucking 874-year-old ass to fundraise and to go out and do fucking town halls then? Why don't you do that? Why don't you build your own fucking movement? Why do you have to sit there and demand that Hakeem Jeffries bail your ass out? Oh no, Zoran is coming out with the Bibi Netanyahu.
Of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether...
Put a fucking brick in his car, bro. Put a brick in his car. Say he's got a gun on him. I know his ass got security. They got a gun on him. That's what the NYPD does. They do it best. They do it better than others.
New York City could execute the International Criminal...
Stop and frisk him. Stop and frisk him.
Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large.
Sorry. That's just such a funny take. War criminals, you're not welcome in New York City. Me normally ACAB, me when Mamdani arrested Netanyahu. Oh, dude, yes. This is how I already felt, like for a brief moment when the Tate brothers got arrested. Yeah, this is my favorite meme. Ayo, peep the badge. The People's Police. Okay? That's right. Excuse me. The People's Police. Okay? Very different. Very different. It's good. That's my mayor. I live in Eastern Europe. Yeah. Yeah. The thought of Benjamin Netanyahu getting prosecuted made me go, law and order! Thin blue line, dude. He should order the NYPD to arrest Big Yahoo, and when they disobey, use it as a reason to reduce their funding. What? Do you want him to be assassinated? What are you talking about? That's funny. That was good, man. That's good. That's a good take. I like that. He should do that. He hasn't even fired Jessica Tisch.
While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
What is this? You're communist jihadist? Dude, I hate Twitter autoplay. It's so fucking annoying. Oh my god, Twitter autoplay is out of control. So the video is just saying I can't arrest Satan. Yes, That is what the video is saying, which is, yes, that's the case. Turn it off then, dog, you can turn it off in accessibility? Wait, really? Where is accessibility? Is it profile? Is it settings? Accessibility. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Settings, additional resources, accessibility, display. Autoplay. Never. Oh my God. Yes, bro. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, chatters. Holy fuck, you just saved my dang life. Oh my God. It was so goddamn annoying. You just changed my life, dude. You just changed my life. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, look, it makes sense. Like, he has no fucking jurisdiction to arrest a war criminal. It's a little bit of an aura loss, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit of an aura loss. I think people are just gonna, like, clown on him a little bit. But there are things he could do. Not against Benjamin Netanyahu, but I think it's an incorrect assessment. Wait, what? Clown on him for not breaking the law? No, dude. I know that he doesn't have the capability of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. I know. It was just not going to happen. Could he pressure Tish to enforce a warrant? No, he can't pressure Tish to do anything. No, it won't be liberal. I mean, some pro-Israel liberals will clown on him from this point on. And then also Republicans will clown on him too. They'll say, like, look at you, you're out of your fucking mind. But yeah, the Mohammed El Quds take is the correct one, which he responded beforehand. He said, this is a non-answer. Mamdani cannot arrest Netanyahu. The United States is not a party to the Rome Statute, foreign affairs, or a federal matter, etc. Moreover, as sitting Prime Minister, Netanyahu's strong claim to immunity ratione personae before U.S. courts, head of states, which we violate, but head of states get additional protections as, like, diplomats, especially if they're diplomats going to the UN. There's a UN exemption on top of that, too. He has Maduro in prison. Yeah, if Zoran was the fucking president, he could do whatever the fuck he wants. Now, where is Maduro, Lama? I know, guys. I know. We obviously don't fucking care about that. Okay? Anyway, if Mamdani wants to take tangible action within the bounds of his office, he can easily urge Attorney General and other relevant authorities to go after New York registered tax-exempt organizations that funnel tens of millions of U.S. dollars into Israeli settler expansion and violence every year. Not niche, irrelevant orgs like Beitar that are discredited by even the ADL, but consequential organizations like Smotrich-founded Regavim or the Israel Land Fund. Why won't he do that? Now, Ali Abunimah defends Zoran, says he's the mayor of New York City. Regulation of New York State charities and their use of tax-exempt funds is within the purview of the state, not the city, specifically the Charities Bureau of the New York State Attorney General's office. There is a thing that he can do as mayor of New York, and that is try to discontinue settler fairs. There are a lot of settler fairs that still take place inside of New York City. He could just come out and straight up be like, as the mayor, I find it unconscionable to do this illegal act. I am the law and order mayor. Peep the fucking murder rates. That shit's down. Turns out, as the law and order mayor, it's time to do law and order. No more land theft and land sales of stolen land inside of fucking Mamdanistan. That's a thing that he could do as mayor. He could just even come out and say that he finds it unconscionable. He could even come out and say he finds all this unconscionable. So yeah, Ali Abunimah comes in to defend Zoran, which is interesting. It's interesting to see these two clash on this issue. Can he pull NYPD detail off Netanyahu? I don't think so. But some other ways in which he could be a nuisance. He could just ticket the car. I don't know. Get some people to gum up the works. You're the mayor. You don't have to do road closures. You don't have to maybe be as fast in your response when you send the NYPD to the inevitable hotel that Benjamin Netanyahu is staying at, which will receive a fuck ton of protesters outside of it. You don't have to do a cordon around the block where Benjamin Netanyahu is staying. You know? Professor Morandi's fixing to write a whole fucking novel? No, I think Squirrel will be understanding of this too. A lot of people don't know Netanyahu has an arrest warrant out for him. Zoran is using his platform to teach people that fact. A lot of people are going to be like, really? He should be arrested. Yes. So the good part about it is that this is an unbelievably strong stance that the mayor of New York is taking, and I really appreciate him for that. Am I the only one who read Mamdani's statement? I'm signaling I'm upset about this in principle. I would obviously like to see him arrested, but clearly I have no authority to do so. That's obviously what he's saying in that New York Times interview. I mean, he should do it anyway and let the federal government intervene, but this is clearly what he was saying. That'd be crazy. Imagine. I don't think he has that kind of motion with the NYPD, dude. Can't the city pass a bill sanctioning Netanyahu, like banning him from using the bathroom and finding any private business that hosts him? He could have said that if Bibi comes, they'll make his life a living hell while being there. No, I don't think he can openly say that. Hannity, don't forget a new episode of My Pockets will drop tomorrow morning. It features a well-known influencer among kids known as Clavicular. We talked about everything from looks maxing, what's mogging. Meanwhile, he told us he talked to him and then ran away from it. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, bro. He had Clavicular on. What's up? Do I have to go to Israel to get your attention, Shawnee baby? NYPD trains with the IDF. Every police department does. NYPD also has a station in Israel. They have a liaison office in Tel Aviv. I remember there's an Israeli chatter in here who found out that he has a fucking liaison office of the NYPD next door to his fucking house in Israel. From this stream. Think to get Hannity attention, you need to go to Singapore? True. Yep, it's me in Kfar Saba. There you go. Abi TC Steve ne zaman geliyor? Oğlum manyak mısın? Hapse mi gireyim? Zaten Amerika hapse atmak istiyor beni. Amına koyayım Türkiye'ye gidersem Erdoğan da hapse atacak. Götüme girecek. Bir yerde gireceğim hapse yani. Ya Türkiye'de ya Amerika'da.
So that's why, I've always found MMA silly in a world of technology. It's just all these guys will learn all this training and stuff for And
then a guy shoots him in the head.
Right.
Well, it's not just for that. I mean, I found it as a smart workout where I'm learning a skill that may help me in a situation. Guaranteed? No. If I'd rather put it this way: close quarters. I'd rather deal with a firearm close quarters than I would a knife, especially somebody that knows how to use a knife. In other words, somebody puts a gun in my face, I'll strip.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Shut the fuck up, Sean Hannity. No. He did not just say that, bro. He's one of those guys. Of course he's one of those guys. Sean Segal Hannity.
But break their finger, you know, step back, and I'm going to tap it, rack it, and I'm going to rack it like this, and I'll have 4/3 against them. Or they put it at my forehead. Oh, no, okay, you got me. Boom, I'm going to go like this, rip their hand down and their arm down and throw it into their chest, strip it, tap it, rack it, and I go, oh, you're laughing. Why?
I said it.
This is what I do. I train. But, you know, I'm learning something as I do it, but it's also a passion, but there is pain associated with it.
Yeah.
And I've done it now for 15 straight years, which, you know, but it's really more also I want to stay.
So that's why.
Of course, he's one of these guys, man. And he said, 25 years, I've been learning to dismantle a gun in a close quarters combat situation for 25 years. It's so fucking annoying that Sean Hannity ducks me at every step. Also, David Pakman, we're going to watch this because Unfuck America Tour is now hyping up. Dude, I love that, like, all of these Destiny-affiliated organizations, they just almost exclusively work to do PR for this fucking weirdo, okay? This weirdo and his cult. David Pakman has joined in on the call to action, and so did Parker Get a Job. You know, as you guys know, College Democrats invited me, and the Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these, like, liberals are freaking out too. And I think the Sex-Pestiny, Epstein community did like a boss call to all the liberal commentary sphere to be like, why won't you guys also shit on Hassan? Are you too scared or some shit like that? And it's really funny because, like, the idea that I'm not, like, eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like, the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hassan is a hilarious take because I'm, you know, a priority target for the State Department, and also prominent liberals yell at me all the fucking time. Okay, but anyway. What is this? They literally admitted getting harassed by the D community. Members of our chapter has been harassed under the mistaken assumption that we were supported or affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views. That assumption is demonstrably false, and we, like our fellow students, should not be subject to harassment based on it. We hope the statement provides the clarity. Wait, what? So the fucking sex-pest community was coming after the Kansas Young Democrats? Is that what it is? What the fuck? They were yelling at them. Are they going to, like, every Young Democrat chapter to be like, disavow Hassan? Okay, man. All right, well, let's see. So David was one of the guys that bit. They were emailing all of them. They're actually going after other people, too. It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You got to do something. Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans...
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? They're horrible monsters. But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government, okay? Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these fucking leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're talking about? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted? Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no. I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans, I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all, housing for all, federal jobs guarantee, and also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable, abolishing ICE, punishing ICE. I wish. Oh no. Oh no, we can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What will the Republicans do? Republicans got real Chinese with it, okay? I'll tell you why. What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans, okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They call their shot, and they swing, and they do not miss. Republicans did the same. They said, Project 2025. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. We are going to Nazify this country, and there ain't a dang thing you can do about it. And then they followed through on it. It's horrible. It's awful. It's unbelievably bad. But it is successful for their agenda. So yeah, I wish the Democrats would have their own Project 2026, Project 2028, which featured socialism heavily in it. And then we had enough fighters that could get together and push for that. Okay? So no, when you say, oh, we can't let the fucking MAGA-style situation take over the Democratic Party, what are you talking about? We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We want to advance the opposite things. But if you're going to talk about success, MAGA has been unbelievably successful. Let's continue.
Back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump.
Yes, that's insanely successful. Donald Trump has been unbelievably successful. What are you talking about? Like everything that you cover on your channel about every damn day, there is a new thing, okay? Every damn day, there is a new awful thing that this fucking psychopath does. That's success for him, okay? So you know he's successful. All the bad shit he's doing, that's success for the Trump movement, for Trump, for MAGA, okay? We hate it because we have a fucking conscience. They don't. But one thing you can't say is that they're unsuccessful. What the hell?
The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now let me be very
liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
He's also not mentioned the fact that you're on the left-wing lunacy thing.
Here. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator. What are you talking about? You're a political... That's your full-time... That's literally your full-time job. Does David Pacman do something else other than this? This is his job, right? Yeah. He's He said the left is really bad because they're locking in. Okay? The left is bad because they locked in, and they have an agenda. They seek to accomplish that agenda, and they're pushing for it. And now, perhaps most terrifyingly, is they're winning. He has said that if he didn't do political commentary, he'd be in finance. Okay, Central Committee, you know too much about David Pakman's background, and I know this guy. I've been around him, physically.
Their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform. Promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Why won't anybody think about the landlords? Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all the fucking readily available housing? Okay, here's the thing. It's good to have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time. Okay? What feels impossible tomorrow could be probable. Okay? So here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question. Because, like, you could just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine. That's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, fucking what? Like, public housing? Gross. then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same Nordic-style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you imagine being like, oh, public housing? Absolutely not. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, I want social democracy. Okay, well, they have public housing. So it turns out maybe you don't like some of the fucking social democratic policies. Like, which type of social democracy are we talking about? Right? Because many of them have that. Many of them have this. We should have it too. And as far as debt, like debt abolition, we have a real problem with debt. That's unironically a huge working class issue. It's actually pretty reliable that DSA has identified that as a major problem that they are seeking to solve. Debt abolition was a pivotal plank of the Biden campaign. Student loan debt abolition. He said he was going to do that. He ran on it. He tried to do it. He dropped it. Okay, he should have been like Trump, successful. And he should have said, fuck it, YOLO, we're doing it. What are you going to do? I run the Department of Education. Suck my dick, Supreme Court. Roll the tanks, bitch. You and what army? I'm doing it. Look, that's what Trump is doing half the fucking time. So this is why I get very frustrated when I hear from people who are like, I'm a social democrat, but I think the DSA platform is untenable. It's like, well, okay, so I guess you're not a social democrat because the DSA platform, at least like a lot of the stuff that they're presenting here, already exists in some way, shape, or form in social democracies, or were advanced by, ironically enough, socialists in the past, and therefore it's not really that big of an issue in other countries. Like debt is a major one. Debt obviously exists in other countries to a certain degree, but it's not to the same degree as it is in the United States of America, and that's a real problem. Democratic Socialists of America, with like some exceptions thus far, have not run a single candidate that has run on anything but social democracy, because that is what is achievable in the short term. It's not like people are running around being like, abolish the commodity form, seize the means of production. Like, that's not how Zoran won the New York mayoral race. He wasn't like, we're going to seize the means of production, baby. But you got to do that, because then what does Zoran do? He established tenants unions. He does the landlord shaming. Incredible stuff. And the way that he, got people comfortable with that was by not LARPing like a fucking Maoist, ironically enough, which is something that I admire about the way he operates, which, contrary to what the last couple of days, fucking arguments would show, I am not a Maoist, nor am I a Maoist LARPer in general. Wow, Hasanabi watching my favorite streamer, David Pacman. Yeah, mine too.
Food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries. Universal.
Again, literally exists in social democracies. Norway owns the entirety of the extraction industry. It is completely nationalized, down to the motherfucking bone. It's not like Norway is Maoist. My man started off by saying, I love social democracy. I'm a social democrat. And then literally looked at the DSA social democracy line and went agenda item by agenda item and said, I fucking hate all this shit. Hello? Yeah, Switzerland owns its entire electrical grid and production. Bro, the Tennessee Valley Authority, we have this in America. We have publicly funded public housing in America, too. Like, we can expand on the existing social democratic policies that exist in the United States of America. That's what's so fucking crazy about this. You don't even need to go to Norway. But these guys love posting about Norway. It's literally this meme. It's this meme. Yeah, it's the socialism never works. Norway's socialist. They're doing great. They're not, by the way. Norway's not socialist. But whatever. They're not socialist. They're capitalist countries with strong welfare policies. Then let's adopt those policies. No, that's socialism. Every single time. Every single time. Yeah, Trump did this. Yes, Trump just nationalized U.S. Steel. What the hell?
Rent control, abolishing police and prisons, and abolishing the Senate, and replacing our political system.
Like, the abolishing police. I'm not in favor of police abolition, okay? But I understand where these guys are coming from, and it doesn't matter because I'm not crazy, okay? I don't spend a good deal of time being like, I can't believe some of them said abolish police, what the fuck? Like, I'm not losing sleep over it, okay? Why do you lose sleep over it?
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich.
Hit him with the Netanyahu being the real, make pretend president realize he's just a city mayor. I did watch the video. It was a good video. Anyway, let's continue.
Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform. So
you spelled his name wrong? Benjamin Netanyahu? Oh, because I said Netanyahu. Oh, Netanyahu. Netanyahu. Thank you. That's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. Fucking who cares?
There's elements of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation...
Wait, what are we imposing with extraordinary?
You got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear...
I mean, you're just describing laws. you're describing a policy agenda that you disagree with without actually explaining what you disagree with on the policy agenda, and you're just simply saying people oppose it and you want to be authoritarian. Yeah, okay. How is it any different than when fucking libertarians say, oh, taxation is theft. The authoritarian government is utilizing the monopoly of violence that it holds in order to force me to fucking steal my money, my hard-earned money. Like, okay, that's authoritarianism. Technically, they're not wrong. Okay? Yes, public ownership of key sectors is authoritarianism, I guess, for the fucking executives of said companies. But guess what? Many other social democracies do this because it's good. Okay? I'm sure there was a point in time when the motherfucking private profiteers of the fire departments, the private fire brigades were really frustrated that the local governments came down on them and authoritarian style took over and said, nah, we got to do this. It's got to be a public service. Sorry. They were like, no, authoritarianism. It turns out sometimes it's good. Yeah, I know. Nordic model wasn't conjured by liberals is 100% correct. I already made that point. But yes, Bhaskar says it here as well. Nordic model wasn't conjured by liberals. It was built by parties rooted in Marxist Second International that, through decades of class struggle, built unions powerful enough to discipline capital and expanded state economic involvement. Socialist governance within capitalism. Also, homogeneity explains little. Finland is bilingual. Nordics have their own national minorities. None of that explains why they built social democracy while other wealthy, homogenous countries didn't. Difference was organized labor and socialist parties, not demographic. Misspelling his surname is anti-Semitic? Okay, shut the fuck up.
Most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism.
Yeah, I hate the extraordinary authoritarianism of the fucking postal service and the fire department, even the fucking police department and public schools. I hate that. We need to stop with this authoritarianism. Dude, are you a libertarian? No. Are you an anarcho-capitalist? No. So obviously there's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with, right? And I thought you were far more open to the level of authoritarianism presented by the likes of FDR, or even presented in countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and many of these other places that social democrats love to point to and say we should do the same thing that they have over there. But now, when DSA is putting out a platform that's identical to the things that already exist in these other social democracies to a certain degree, you're like, that's authoritarianism. So apparently, you're not in favor of that. But this is also ideologically inconsistent, because there are certain things that I know he's defended. There are certain things that I know he's defended, whether it be Medicare for all or numerous other policies like that. That's authoritarianism. Medicare for all, universal health care is authoritarian by that exact same principle that you're mentioning.
Hesitation about confronting this now, and why I went back and forth, is
this was a question I asked David Pakman a very long time ago. I said, you understand inelastic demand. You love, Econ 101. He said, yes. I said, for that reason, you're in favor of Medicare for all. He said, yes. Or universal health care. He said, yes, inelastic demand. So why don't you apply that same principle to housing? Housing is shelter. Shelter is a necessity for survival. There's inelastic demand for shelter in the same exact way that there's inelastic demand for health care. He had no answer for it. This is the whole reason behind why government-funded housing initiatives has to exist, to normalize the market, for example. The market is completely out of control. It's not a secret that every other country that has some semblance of public housing has a way higher rate of ownership, home ownership, as opposed to the United States of America.
Midterms. Publicly exposing the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected. But I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hassan Piker was dressed like Mao, and
dude, this is Fox News, brother. What is happening? What is happening? This is tan suit, Fox News style. It's literally a Chinese suit, brother. Do you disagree with the things that I said in the College Democrats of America speech that I delivered? Did you watch the speech? Did you disagree with the things that I said in the speech? That is the question, okay? Hyper-focusing on the Zhongshan suit is unbelievably silly, and you would make 17,000 fucking videos if the Republicans were doing it to somebody else, okay? If the Republicans were doing this to a centrist Democrat, you would make a million videos about it. Like, this is ridiculous. Focus on what you guys are doing. You're killing people in the streets instead of fucking talking about some centrist Democrat wearing a type of suit that you don't like. Yes, dude. Yes, Deng Xiaoping also wore it, and liberals love him, so they should love this. It's so funny. Liberals love Deng Xiaoping, but then they always talk about Tiananmen Square. Anyway, I guess they have nuance when it comes to Deng Xiaoping. Anyway, let's continue.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed piker didn't want him there.
That's a crazy thing to do, by the way. You know better, David. That's really fucked up that you're out here straight up. OG made a video on the tan suit.
I was stunned, Lewis, upon my got himself embroiled in a huge political controversy. Republicans completely up in arms, angry over the disrespect.
Called it. This man has been around for a long damn time. Look at this. 2014. Look at that.
That the president had the audacity to commit against them. And what this was President Obama wore a tan suit.
Oh, that's it, David. I'm leaving the country. I'm defecting to North Korea.
Republican Congressman Peter King went on an extended rant about President Obama's decision.
Bro, if you were a thobe, will they say you're MBS? Yes. Anyway, nasty thing for him to do is to make it seem to his own audience that the guy who spent the last fucking 7 years stalking the living fuck out of me, who has actively said that I deserve death, that I have made statements that are worthy of killing, okay? Worthy of killing me. Guy who has openly demanded people in his community stalk me everywhere I go. Guy who has said I should be bullied and humiliated and yelled at if I'm going out to protest. I'm sorry, David Pakman, you know that shit, okay? You know he's been doing that. And if David doesn't know that, he should hear about it, okay? Because that's crazy. David Pakman, I don't think you are in favor of the targeted harassment that this fucking sex pest has conducted over the last 7 years. Because if you were aware of it and you're still making this video, that is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard from you. It's worse than when you said, I don't know what IEPAC is. Okay? I don't know what IEPAC is. What is that? Those guys literally filmed themselves with their intent to disrupt an event that they were not invited to. They filmed the entire process. There's videos of it everywhere. Okay? That's crazy. I don't think you want to be running around defending a guy who has an active court case distributing revenge porn, okay? Yeah, that guy, his guy Darius is threatening to go to people's houses. Yeah, one of the guys, one of his fucking friends, unironically is now talking about moving to Los Angeles to stalk me more efficiently. That guy who has actually received a restraining order from his ex. Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. Okay? I'm going to be charitable and I'm going to say that because if he did, he probably would not be defending this. Bro, come the fuck on. Okay, guys, just be fucking tactical. Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like, people seem crazy when they see this stuff. And they are...
Really, they did. They did put the clips everywhere. We saw on Facebook, people fucking seemingly loved how stupid it was. They did this exact same thing to Fox News. Oh, another Tansu controversy. So why don't you feel that way? Why don't you feel that way, David? Why don't you feel that way? That the Republicans are manufacturing outrage again? Republicans manufacture outrage professionally. Perhaps it's because you also, not dissimilar to the Republicans, find my kind of politics to be repulsive, dangerous, bad. Perhaps there is a disagreement here that goes beyond reason from your perspective. I don't know what it's about. Probably has a lot to do with foreign policy, because that was the one major avenue of disagreement between myself and David Pakman, whether it be Bolivia or numerous other instances where he took a State Department adjacent position where I did not.
Going to take, abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months.
I didn't say that. I didn't say abolish borders on that speech. I didn't say abolish prisons on that speech. I want to put motherfuckers in prison. Make no mistake. There's a lot of motherfuckers that need to go to prison, okay? Many of them ICE agents, actually, and people who are in this current government. They need to go to jail. So I'm not abolishing prisons at all, okay? I'm not in favor of that at all. I want to put motherfuckers in prison, the right kind of people in prison, okay? So make no mistake, David. Never said abolish prisons. He did not play the speech. Is the narrative being set? Yeah. I didn't say abolish borders. I didn't say abolish prisons. I didn't say none of that. I said abolish ICE. Maybe he has a disagreement with that. I don't know. But I took it one step further. I said punish ICE, abolish ICE, but also, hold them accountable.
I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are. Most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrists don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working, okay? This other thing of end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism, that's also not going to work. So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. What would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do-nothings and the hardcore extremists who would get...
Bro. He's trying to play the victim and he didn't even go, yeah, bro, you were invited. Clearly they don't fucking hate liberals. What do you mean? Like, Jamie Raskin was a speaker at this thing, right? Like, the idea that the Young College Democrats of America, the College Democrats of America is some radical fucking organization is ridiculous. I am probably the most radical person that they allowed to speak at the event. Most of the other people are just like regular Democrats. You were invited to it. You chose not to go. You had other obligations. That's fine. But very clearly, it's not a anti-liberal space at all. It's not an illiberal space at all. There's many different ideologies, and sucks for you that, my worldview is also being represented more and more within the Democratic Party. He's saying that Destiny should have been let in. Yes, the reason why I'm bringing up the fact that he was invited and Destiny was not let in is because I don't think David Pakman would ever be so fucking stupid as to literally live stream himself and his weird psychopathic restraining order having besties openly film themselves with their intent to disrupt a speaking engagement. Okay? Because obviously if I were to do that and I got fucking, stopped I would understand why, okay?
Nothing done. Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were like, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party. Democrats can still...
I love how much of a centrist he is, that he's trying to create a second center. He's like, no, I don't like the centrists either, but we got to find a center between the centrists and the left, the extreme left. So he talks about the harassment you got, but also that you are Mao who prevented D from being there. Makes zero sense. Yeah, none of it makes sense.
Prevent that outcome. But we've got to get them to get things under control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates, and usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is about, let's...
Again, big dog. Timeline of what caused him to be banned from the event. Someone made this is very helpful. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hassan hater, yeah, someone should send this to David Pacman, to be like, hey man, do you think this is defensible? Yeah, saying stuff like, just a heads up, I'm gonna be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. Is the College Democratic event today open to the public? Smile. This is the fucking this is the guy that's a part of his cult. This is him harassing other people. Yeah, doing fucking harassment campaigns against Destiny's enemies. Like trying to get physically in their space. And here he is filming himself with intent to fucking disrupt this event. The entire timeline of different clips.
You could have worn the exact thing that Hassan's dog uses and ran around in it.
I told him.
She's the girl in the shot collar, and then they pull her over. They would be.
There you go. I literally told him that, and they said like, nah, don't pay attention to yourself. I literally told him that. We should have been more Palestine signed up, honestly. But
they're like, oh, next time we got to get better at our harassment ops. Anyway, yeah, of course, even if all the other previous things that Epstein has said about me didn't exist, just the fact that they fucking filmed themselves with intent to disrupt the event alone would be sufficient evidence in and of itself to say, yeah, sorry, big dog, can't let you in, you know? It's so funny. It just escalated? What just escalated? Self-incrimination is the new meta? Yeah, I know. It's so weird that they're like literally filming themselves doing this shit. Also, that motherfucker literally celebrated the State Department releasing their document on Cuban terrorism. So I don't know why anybody thinks this guy is actually in any way, shape, or form even a fucking liberal. Okay? He is unprincipled as shit. Didn't Nira just last week say she supports AIPAC over you? Yes. There's a war America itself has started and is in right now, and it's frankly shocking that there are no protests IRL on here about it. No one seems to care because every Dem except Fetterman has voted against the war. That silence really lets Trump off the hook. The audacity of Nira Tanda to spend 90% of the time boosting AIPAC-backed candidates and the other 10% complaining that there aren't enough anti-war protests is breathtaking. David Pacman knows. I don't think he knows the full details. I think these guys are fairly sophisticated in their, mass harassment operations. Like, they find people that they find to be like ideological allies or close enough ideologically. And David is somewhat of a boomer. I'm sure he knows a big part of it, and he does agree with Destiny on many of these issues. And that's part of the reason why he takes this oppositional stance. He's literally in the past told me, or he's told his audience that I said that he was being paid for by AIPAC or something, when it's ironic that I said the exact opposite. I just jokingly referred to him as David A. Pac-Man. So you don't think it's pandering to his liberal Epstein audience? I don't think Epstein has that big of an audience. I think he relies on all these other much larger groups, much more influential groups. And even if David himself knows, I don't think his audience knows as well. I don't think his audience knows that this is what Epstein is up to. What AIPAC man knew, logs. Here's David knowing about Destiny's issues from 2025. David Pacman drops out of an event he was co-headlining with Destiny in June, citing reputational concerns. Official statement from Pangburn regarding June 22nd event in Queens, New York. I regret to inform ticket holders that David Pacman has chosen to withdraw from his scheduled appearance at the anti-Trump tour event. Wow. David, why did you pull out of this event, David? That's crazy. That's crazy. So the guy you chose to defend, so when the college Democrats of America do the same thing you did last year, when the college Democrats of America did the same thing you did last year, you side with the guy who you said you couldn't be around? On May 9th, prior to signing his contract, Davis was fully informed of the event details, including some of the public accusations that Destiny is currently defending himself against. With full knowledge of these circumstances, David agreed to participate and sign his contract, allowing us to proceed with a formal public announcement and ticket sales. On May 9th, shortly after the announcement was made, David informed us that he had received some negative feedback regarding his participation, despite previously indicating that he is not troubled by this and suggesting that the negative feedback may have been instigated by agitators. David and his team later cited reputational concerns as their reason for backing out. Should I tweet at him and say, hey, David, why did you criticize the college Democrats of America making a similar decision to you? This is what I have to say to David.
What gives?
David Pacman still frequents the subreddit. The brigade is incoming to my subreddit. Wrong. Show is bigger than ever, fortunately. Oh, so he's still in Destiny's subreddit. He's still posting in Destiny's subreddit. Oh, so he does know everything. Okay. It's good to know. I don't think his audience is probably going to be fond of David Pacman's back and forth opinion shift on this issue, but in any case, I got to go. I got to do a podcast, okay? Love you guys. Again, I'm done. Wait, what the fuck? What is it? For Hassan, contents, bag, postcard. Okay. Okay. Kaya. Not everything is for you, lady. What is this? There's a lot of stickers in here. Okay. Dylan, designer and machinist. To Hasanabi. Anyway, as I was gonna say, so I am gonna try to be live tomorrow, but vacation starts. This is what he gave me. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to be live tomorrow. But we shall see. But vacation starts officially tomorrow. Okay? Unless there's a major war or something like that, I might not be live. But, yeah. Bro, don't do it. Get on a hammock. Okay, calm down. Calm down. I'm a businessman, okay? I care about the markets. I care about business. I care about commerce, okay? And as someone who cares about commerce, I got to make sure that I'm monitoring the situation at all times. Anyway, but yeah. From now until Sunday, I will be live periodically if there's a major news story. If not, I'll be back on Sunday. Love you guys, and see you.